Good morning, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. All right, let's get situated. Let's get situated. Okay, first, I have been awake for way too many hours, and that is because we had to do adulting stuff today, which means we have to go to town, which means we have to be awake when normal people are starting their mornings, and Croatians start their mornings early. Okay, construction starts sometimes as early as 7, which they're doing construction in my building, and it's very effing loud. And then we had to go do an appointment, which went very well. So all good there. But that means I have gotten 4 hours of sleep since yesterday. So I'm going to do my best to be as coherent as possible. But I've got a very focused stream today, okay? First I want to mute Elvin's beautiful music. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, chat. Construction is crazy at 7 a.m. Usually they start around 8, which is good, but they do and have started earlier than that. So I'll just be grateful for the fact that it seems to start around 8 in this building as of right now. And it's an experience, let me tell you. I want to cover a few things. One, my video got taken down on racism, which my Discord and I are joking a little bit that it might be a conspiracy theory, that maybe that's for a reason, white supremacy, okay? But I tried multiple ways to get this section of Back to the Basics back up, and it got blocked every which way. So I have been threatened with a strike from YouTube, okay? I tried to appeal. I tried to reach out. I tried to do things to get the strike, like, considered, you know, maybe something different. So to avoid a strike, they were like, you basically have to delete the video. And I said, okay, fine. So I deleted the video, which that sucks, you know, it is what it is. And then I tried to, because I had the first 2 hours of that stream clipped, that I was like, okay, well, maybe I'll just post the first 2 hours, since that's not the section that got in trouble. Then I posted that yesterday, and then I woke up to it being blocked because another part of the video, someone's footage I used, blocked it. I am not going to complain that somebody revoked my right to review their content. That's fine. I just want to let you guys know why that's happened. So that stream, the work that went into it, I think it was still worth it. I think if you were there that day for that live stream, it was incredibly powerful. We ended up with a good cry at the end. It was, you know what I mean? It was so good, right? Chad says, at least the strike expires after 30 days. Yeah, well, I do not have a strike. If I had had a strike, I wouldn't have been able to stream for a week. So when you get a strike, you get in trouble somehow. Somehow something happens. It's either if you get 2 strikes in a row, your channel gets taken, or 3 strikes in a row, your channel gets taken down. If you get a certain strike, your channel you can't stream. So I didn't want to risk it. So I do not have a strike on my account. I was not about to risk it. You know what I mean? I was not about to even tempt fate. This is my main income. This is how I make a living. I get it. I'll play by the rules. Okay. So, it is what it is. But that's why if you go back to the basics, number 5 is missing. It is what it is. So again, you know, in the past, I used to make content where I wouldn't show other people's content very often. I didn't even stream initially, right? And then people would say, Brittany, you're just talking out your ass. Where do you get this information? You don't even know this. Where's your data from? So then I started showing, right? I started showing the content or the references, right? And, well, and then this happened. So it's like, I want to show you where I get my ideas. I want to show you all the stuff that I consume, all the reasons I come to my conclusions, like the reason why I think I might be right or wrong. Like, I have reasons, you know, I'm not just like, you know, and so it can suck in some ways, but I also understand that original creators, right, to feel like, well, you're showing my content, right? It is what it is. No problem. We'll work around it. I'm not too worried. Ultimately, I think if you were there for that original stream, it was really, really good. And I'm just glad we could have it. You know, at least we had that, right? Let's see. Chet says, are you ever going to cover that Monica Lewinsky video? I just don't know what you're talking about. You know, sometimes when people post questions to me, it makes me feel like I should know something I don't know about. Are you ever going to cover that Monica Lewinsky video? Did we talk about something I don't remember? You know what I mean? I don't know. Oh, chat says, would you be able to upload it to another platform? Okay, well, so I can't upload stuff to Patreon because, and this is the part of my content that's so hard, because I don't want kids on my Discord. I make my Patreon 18 plus, right? It's like one of the ways I can deter children from joining, because even though kids don't watch me normally, sometimes we get a couple teenagers and I don't want them on my Discord. Okay, I want them to follow the rules and not hang out in an adult space, right? So Patreon doesn't let 18 plus Patreons upload directly, because otherwise I would just upload so much content to Patreon, right? That's why I have YouTube membership, so I could upload a bunch of content for members. I'm just like in a tricky situation. Most YouTubers would not do this. Keep in mind, I am leaving money on the table. If I was a normal ass YouTuber, I would just make my Patreon all ages and I wouldn't give a fuck if kids joined, and I would just be like, fuck it. Discord's the wild, wild west. But because I'm trying to have such a safe space and I'm trying to make sure it's adult only and I'm trying to make sure all these things, like obviously I leave money on the table, and it just sucks that there's a reason for it. There's an obvious reason for it. You know, also in countries where you can't access 18 plus content, people have a hard time accessing my Patreon because now it looks like you're accessing porn. Because Patreon has decided 18 plus always means porn. The world has decided 18 plus always means porn. Instead of 18 plus meaning like not for kids, bro. You know? And so I just kind of get annoyed, I think, at the system being so focused on like porn instead of just thinking like, maybe we just don't want kids talking to adults about fucking cunt, bro. Okay, maybe I just don't want kids, 12-year-old kids on my Discord be like, actually, Socrates, sit down. Sit down. You know what I mean? Like, shut up. I don't want to talk to a 12-year-old about like, you know, philosophical ideas. I'm not your mother. You know, if I wanted to do that, I would have been a teacher. You know what I mean? I don't want to talk to kids about philosophy. Anyways, so with that said, that's okay. I'm not too worried about it. I'm pretty tired, so I'm not emoting as much as I can. But trust me, it's all good, bro. It's fine. Who doesn't love to work for free and then get their shit taken down? Okay, a little sarcasm. Now, okay, here's the thing. So, wait, Chad said, is it that you can't upload anything at all, or that there are extra hoops to jump through to do it because your channel is 18? No, you can't upload videos to Patreon as long as you're 18 plus. You guys can read their terms of service. I've contacted Patreon. They've directly messaged me 5, 6, 7 times. I've gone over this with them. There's nothing we can do, Britt. And I'm like, okay. I've talked to Patreon so much over the years, and every single time they're like, we really can't do anything about this. So look, maybe you know something I don't know, but I've been in contact directly with Patreon, and they're telling me there's like nothing I can do about it. Okay, so with that said, not a big deal. I'm literally not worried about it, and I'm not trying to get sued. Because remember, you can get sued by people for posting their content. So if somebody already denied me twice through YouTube, I'm not going to try to upload their videos 100 times differently on different websites and then put up a paywall and then have them be like, oh, she's making money off my content behind a paywall. Let me sue her. Right? Like, I'm not going to try to play that game. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now let's do this. That says you could require ID verification to join Discord to enable you to drop the 18 requirement for Patreon. Okay. Who would verify the ID? Would that mean that I would see my viewers' IDs? Right? Like, I'm not about to do that. You know, like, I don't even know how that would work. Like, would Discord do the verification? Wouldn't that deter a lot of people from even joining in the first place? Like, I'm not trying to think that heavy about it, guys. Remember, I really am just a singular creative. I don't have a team. I don't have a business like in a traditional sense. I don't have like a ton of lawyers, you know? You said there's a third-party age verification service. I don't know. I don't know if that would even work for my viewers. Like, that's the thing is like, I'm open to it, but I don't know enough about this. I don't even know if people would like the idea of that. Good news though, most people join members on YouTube. It's just Discord, to be fair, is like a very small group of people, and we do love being there together. So the good news is like, I don't think the Discord members are too worried about extra content when mostly we get together every Saturday to have a hangout. So I think, you know, it's just fine, you know, at the end of the day, right? Tessa just slapped the links for reference in Patreon as a doc. Hold on, yellow, safe word. I am telling you guys what's up so you know, but don't worry, you don't have to help me because I do know how to do my job. And unless you're a YouTuber, you could not even imagine the hundreds of loops we jump through just to post a video. So for me to have to explain it is like me just explaining how YouTube works. And like now I have to explain my job. So I'm too tired to do that. I'm too tired to do that. So I'm not going to do that today. But here's what we will do today. So I posted my number 7 video. What do you owe the family, right? And there's a comment conversation that I want to go over that I think would be interesting, okay? Let's do that, okay? It says, I have a conjecture on your idea of people who are willing to face themselves. This is the commenter. I don't think it's that they can't introspect. I think it's that they don't have the experience you think they should have when they do, okay? So this is the narrative that, oh, you're just no offense to this chatter, you're just a progressive and you think introspection always leads to Brittany's idea. Oh, Brittany always thinks that when people deconstruct, they'll end up agreeing with her. Oh, Brittany just thinks, or queer people just think, or black people just think, or this person just thinks that if people were educated, they wouldn't be XYZ. Okay. But I'll let them speak for themselves, but that's okay. Let's see. I don't think it's that they can't introspect. I think it's that they don't have the experience you think they should have when they do. It's like a colorblind person being told how beautiful a color mosaic is. At first, there will be confusion at not seeing the thing everyone says is there. Then you will get frustrated because no matter how hard you try, you feel like you are not making progress. Then you get angry and depressed because the frustration leads to entitlement. The world owes me seeing colors or alienation. Something is wrong with me. I imagine this kind of thing was common in people in LGBT communities until they found community. So somebody responded and said, but a colorblind person cannot change on his own. But somebody who holds prejudice and bigotry towards others can educate themselves. People aren't born bigoted. They learn it from parents, schools, friends, etc. There are two things aren't the same at all. Entitlement is often the mindset of a person with privilege. Okay. Then this person said as a response, you think the only outcome of education is less bigotry? ? I don't presume to know how the world works, but that seems false. I said, and I quoted them saying, I don't presume to know how the world works. And I said, this is the difference between a child who doesn't know yet and an adult who is learning, right? We don't presume to know how the world works because we are getting to know it. But at some point you will learn how the world works, right? Not all children/adults are curious, nor do they want to learn, but an honest desire for truth will always lead to less bigotry. So obviously you can be a world-class surgeon and know nothing about race relations. You can be a world-class surgeon and never deconstruct your patriarchy. You can be the most bigoted piece of shit person in the world and be one of the most like Ivy League school educated surgeons, educated whatever, insert job here. Okay. It's not just education. It's education plus introspection plus deconstruction into action. It's a desire for truth and curiosity. It's not just that you're educated. It's not just that you're introspecting. Everybody's introspecting. You're not special because you can introspect. Okay. You're not special at any point. Okay. Nothing about you is special or unique except the fact that you exist as a consciousness. That's pretty cool. But like, you're not better than other people, right? What you can do as a human being is have an experience, because that's what we're having. Okay. We're having an experience. And you can have the experience of actually desiring and being curious about like, okay, but what is actually true though? Like what actually is true about being a human being? And that never ends. That journey cannot end because we cannot know all things. And so it seems to be that when a person is actually open-minded and curious and actually seeking truth, they find themselves to be less bigoted, less predatory, less dangerous. Because the more you know, the more introspective you are, truly your desire for truth should make you a literally better person in terms of like how you treat others. And that's why it's interesting when you see very intelligent people not do the other parts of the work. And so they're deeply bigoted. Very intelligent people can be very bigoted. But and when we say education, we don't mean in one field, we mean a well-rounded education. We don't mean a person who only learns about surgery, but never learns about, racism. Okay. It's like, you know how in finance, they say doctors are the worst with money. It's because they learned everything about how to fix your gallbladder and nothing about how to balance a checkbook. Okay. So when we say education, usually we mean a full deep understanding of what is, not just one section, not just one idea. That's why when people say like, oh, gender studies is so silly. Oh, you're a history major, you're an English major. Like realistically, we should kind of like have a full scope. It's why in school, they make you take all the classes with this idea that you will get a well-rounded education and a little bit of an introduction to all of the parts of the humanity that can help you build a bigger, fuller picture of the universe. And so imagine this is all you see, and all we're saying is education should look more like this. Okay, education can look like this. It can also look like this. It can also look like this. It can also look like this, but it should ultimately look like this. Okay, you should want the most understanding. Okay, if you're interested in being open to the truth, but usually people are about here. Hey, it's pretty good. You could do a lot with this, right? You could build a whole civilization with this. Okay, this feels like less useful to building civilization because I already just needed this much. So why would I go here, right? My hand. Why go here when this is enough? But I say, is this enough? Are you joyful? Is the world happy? Because everybody seems pretty fucked. So this doesn't seem good enough. It seems good enough for building, society and maintaining some form of society, but this is just not fulfilling. It's not really fulfilling in it, Okay. So there you go. Okay. So again, when we have these conversations, I can see why this commenter, though I think out of all the things I've ever commented, I'm disappointed in you because this is like probably one of you're not even attempting to engage. You've been watching me for how long? Come on now. Okay, like you're not like this. If I was your teacher, I'd give you an F for don't even waste my time. I can't believe you came to class with this. How long have you been watching me, bro? Like, that's what I'm saying. Are you even listening? They're not even analogous. They're not even the same thing. Okay. And also when you say like, I don't presume to know how the world works, I don't know what that means, but at some point we do start to understand how the world works. Not everyone understands every part of how the world works. Like there's so much about the world I don't understand literally, but you do start to understand how the world works. You do really get how things work. Like we're pretty smart as a species. You do actually, it kind of reminds me, and I don't know if they mean it this way, but it kind of reminds me of when people say like, man, nobody knows what they're doing, huh? Okay, you don't know what you're doing, but I feel like some of us know what we're doing. And also, yeah, sure, like not everybody knows what they're doing in every aspect, but at some point, no, I actually do know what I'm doing. Okay, so you got to hold both truths. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to certain things. Like, what am I eating for dinner? I don't know. But in terms of my life, like, yeah, dude, I kind of know what I'm doing now. Okay, with the world, like, yeah, some people really know why they show up to work every day or why they do what they do, or, they're very focused and not in like this capitalistic, like hustle way. Okay. So there's just like this balance we have to have of, you don't want to think false humility is like this idea of like, I just don't know anything and nobody knows anything. And we're all just people figuring it out. Like, no, that's false humility. That is false humility. Okay. Just like false compassion is like overextending yourself to so many people in ways that like don't actually deeply suffer with that person, because compassion means to suffer with. And so that like false compassion, you don't want a false humility, false compassion. You want to actually deeply understand the topic or not, the rest, certainly it wouldn't be abnormal. It would be very typical to not do those things. I was thinking about doing a series called, Why Conservatives Are Literally Wrong About Everything. And I was going to start with homosexuality. I want to cover this. Either it's going to be a podcast or it's going to be something. I can't decide. But I just kind of want to talk about like, yeah, there's like no good ideas here. And like, there's just like no good ideas here. Back in the day, there used to be the whole like, well, conservatives have some good ideas. Do they? Name one. In good faith, name one good idea. One good policy, one good thought, one good moral stance. Name one. I don't know, girl. I'm telling you, I was thinking about it and I was like, things I think about when I'm not working. Like, is there one? Like, I was trying so in good faith to find one. I was like, I can't think of one, You know, just think of one good, well, especially as we watch today's talk between Anna and Pearl, which, by the way, a liberal and a conservative, and I will be the progressive representation, you know, right? It will be interesting, you know, we'll have fun with it, I'm sure. So all of this to say, I always appreciate when there's comments, but if you come to my comment section with, you know, a whole like, almost like, I want to challenge you, here's my challenge, at least try. And I say that out of respect because I think you're better than this. I'd like to think so. Okay, now, Chet says, I still think about conservatism versus tradition. I look forward to your series because I can struggle to distinguish at times. Oh, it's because conservatives do this on purpose. See, conservatives hijacked the word tradition the same way they hijacked family values. Oh, I'm sorry. Do conservatives think they're the only people with tradition and families? That is the marketing of it. That is how they make you feel like if you want these things, you can't be anything else. The world is full of tradition and families, and they're not conservative, or they don't have to be, you know? So that's the thing. That's a part of that's the market. That's what I'm saying. All conservatism is really good fucking marketing. All of it is a slogan. And I know because I come from it. And the fact that I outgrew it, my parents did it, and I'm like, oh, you're still eating you're eating it up, like the marketing. I'm like, oh yeah, that's interesting, you know? And so, you know, that's why I think it'd be a pretty good either like series or just like different pods or videos. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Yeah, almost like a dog whistle. It's almost like a dog whistle. It's almost like a mantra. It's almost like a manifestation. We believe in family values. We believe in family values. We believe in family values. You don't believe in family values. I believe in family values. How can you believe in family values if we're the one with family values? You know, we believe in family values. It's like it becomes like a chant. And then they start to really believe that they're the only people with family values. That's why I remember when I was really young and Democrats would say, hey, since when did taking care of military veterans become like a conservative thing? Or since when did housing the poor or feeding people become like a Democrat thing? It's like, hey, when did this thing become? That's just how it works. That's the issues, you know. That's how it all becomes that polarizing kind of, and that's, I think, you know, very political. That says, my bad. Alex Cooper had dropped an interview with Monica Lewinsky. Is that the old one? I do. Is that, if it's old, I think I do remember somebody asking me to review it. Maybe? Is that what you mean? I think I might remember that. Honestly, you guys, I have a whole list of content you guys have asked me to review, but I'm always fighting copyright. I mean, I got to pay my rent. And I realize like the hardest part of this game is like, I never know how much work I'm going to put into something before they take it away. So I don't know if Call Her Daddy will copyright me. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Maybe you can try it. I'm sure it'll be interesting, right? I'm sure that'll be a great interview to watch. I mean, I definitely want to watch I want to watch the Huda one, right? You guys asked me to watch Love Island. I want to watch the Love is Blind season, but Jesus Christ, I'm fighting for my life here, just copyright alone, but we'll figure it out. I'm optimistic. I'm going to try to see what's possible. And I got to check because YouTube is changing a lot of their policies. I know behind the scenes you don't see it, or you guys don't see the behind the scenes probably, but there's just like a lot of stuff changing. So I just got to keep up with everything and make sure that I don't get my channel deleted. Because God, if I ever disappear on YouTube, just go to Patreon. You can follow for free over there, or you can follow me on Blue Sky. Not that I ever post there. I post my videos, but you know, you can follow me over on Patreon for free. But you never know. You never know. I might wake up tomorrow. My channel's completely gone. You know, it is what it is. It's a very big possibility. Never know. Okay, now let's do this. Did I do everything in my, what was the title of my stream? Yeah, okay, I did it. Let's do this video. Okay, so Apparently there's a new channel on YouTube that I've never seen called Word War Debates. The dyslexics are going to have trouble with that one. And I do not understand what it is. Someone asked me to review this, but apparently like Kyla Not So Erudite is like on a panel commenting like she's Joe Rogan, confused. And it's a MMA fight, confused. And then there's like a stage and, well, you'll see. But this is the section. This is an 8-hour stream. But specifically, you guys wanted me to watch Pearl and Anna talk. So we're going to do that. I'm going to put it at 1.2 because you know how we do here. Let's watch it.
Laryngitis cannot shut down free speech. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, first of all, interesting background, very empty room, but interesting having her walk up like it's WWE. Wait, why is the room so empty? What is this event? Atlantic City?
Woo. And here goes the pyro. All right. I assume Pearl's gonna do it the same way, but while we're waiting for her to get down there, and I was gonna ask you real quick, like, how are you feeling right now?
Pretty good. Happy to be here.
Who is this guy? Who's this guy?
Waited long enough? Are you ready to get
I'm
out?
hyped. I'm super excited. Come on, let's get the energy up. Yeah, love it. I'm very happy to be here.
How's volume, guys?
So we had a little interview earlier, and it didn't run. So I'll just ask you again, like, what do you think tonight is your best hope for swaying people in the crowd who might not be on your side?
I don't have a lot of hope, to be honest with you. But look, I love that we're having this conversation. I'm excited to scrap a little bit. And if anything, I know it's going to be entertaining.
All right, she said scrap a little bit, so let's get Pearl in here. Come on, Pearl. Here she comes.
I'm gonna get copyrighted for this music, bro. Did you guys watch Michael Burns' latest video on watching debaters? It was basically like none of this changes anyone's mind, but this is like, I wonder how much they're paid. Look, I have been DM'd by similar companies that are like, hey, Britt, we saw your videos or saw you on a panel. This would have been a while ago. Do you want to come debate on this topic? And I'm like, no, thanks. And they're like, okay. And like, I've seen those people, they've never offered me money, but if you're a big enough name, they will be like, hey, we'll pay you to come because you're the one who's going to bring in people. But I have been asked to like come to or do similar-ish, not exactly this, but you know what I mean? And listen, it is just an event created by content creators. It is, and it does pretty good in terms of getting your name out there. Everyone reviews it. I'm reviewing it. It is good publicity, especially if you do well. Especially if people are like, oh my God, you're owning. Like that does help in the debate space. I mean, it gets you pretty rich too. Like these people made money, you know? That's for sure. Like I saw Dean was streaming the other day and he has like 7,000 people watching. Like that he's making significant money, right? Like that's the thing, okay? And so I think that's interesting. Like it's definitely a bubble for sure. Yeah, and it's for entertainment, chat. You're right. It's all entertainment. And I really plan to be entertained, so let's go.
All right, Pearl, welcome. I'm going to ask you the same question. If you're going to change somebody's mind tonight, one person, how are you going to do it?
I'm going to let the facts speak for themselves.
Fair enough. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this debate, our main card, it has a little bit of a different format than what we did previously. We're going to have the opening statements for both of you. Those will be 5 minutes apiece. Then you'll each get 10 minutes to kind of do an interrogatory of the other. That will go back and forth. And then after that, we'll go into open debate. As you saw with some of the other debates earlier, we try to let the other person answer. I'll try to jump in as I can, but for the most part, I want you all to mix it up, all right? Have fun with it.
What is the topic?
Sounds good.
And who was first?
I'm first.
I thought so. Anna, take it away. We got 5 minutes.
In a May 2024 appearance on Tim Pool's Culture War podcast, my opponent, Pearl Davis, declared that women aren't really doing much. We're not having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. In fact, she uses this ridiculous assertion to argue that women should not have the right to vote. While it's true the birth rate has declined, and we'll revisit that in a bit, women account for 47% of the American workforce. The Council of Economic Advisors found that women have contributed a substantial portion of the US economic growth since 1970.
Wait, so just to be clear, the topic is, are women good for anything? Is that the topic?
Which wouldn't have been made possible without the
Oh, it's about feminism. The topic is feminism?
feminist movement. By 2017, women were responsible for nearly 40% of total
Oh, okay. They've got a question, but it's very hard to read. Has modern feminism empowered women or led them to a cultural relationship decline? Okay, that seems to be the question. It's very hard to read, but it's there.
gross domestic product amounting to a whopping $7.6 trillion. Of course, that figure
Wait, chat says Gavin McInnes, founder of the Proud Boys, was also at this event. That's really interesting. See, this is how you know Anna is such a fucking liberal, because why are you at an event with that man? Why are you at the event with anyone associated with those people? That's the thing. Didn't I say this the other day? Didn't I tell you that it's a huge red flag for people to collab with certain people? Because why are you doing that? Why are you boosting each other's platform? Didn't I literally say this? That's what I'm saying. Would this not like tarnish my reputation if all of a sudden I was collabing with these people? Why would I be doing it unless money? Money is the only reason. You are not the voice of a people. You are YouTubers. You are not people, in my opinion, who are leading great movements. If you were the leader of a movement, if you were a doctor, if you were a serious educator who's trying to reach the people in your audience because you're like desperate to help them, that's one thing. But you're not a spiritual leader. You're not some sort of like, someone who's like serious about helping people. You're a YouTuber. So now Not So Erudite is here. Anna's here. These liberals, this is why they throw progressives under the bus. And this is why I continue to move more progressive, because if being a liberal is supporting Israel or a genocide or doing these things, I'm out. Also, Anna has been very pro-Palestine, which obviously that's good. Wow, gold star for not being pro-genocide. But also, okay, and she's done a lot. Okay, I give her that. And also, she still does things like this, which I'm not sure that's helping. You know what I mean? So, okay, whatever. Strong opinions out the gate. Let's go.
doesn't include the trillions of dollars in unpaid labor women do every year tending to the household, raising children, and caring for ailing parents. And when it comes to certain sectors of our economy, women are a dominant and indispensable force, like in the healthcare industry, where they make up nearly 80% of workers, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's 16.4 million women.
And I will say we do still have to talk about, being gay, trans, women, like being minority communities, because the world still hasn't caught up, right? Like that's the problem. The problem is like, we have to continue having these conversations. I just wish like better people were having them. But see, when smart, truly educated and or introspective people have these conversations, the views just aren't there. And that's for good reasons. The topic is too serious. People are not ready to have those conversations. And of course, it's just not as entertaining, is it? And it's not as entertaining. People want to see a smackdown. They don't want to see you seriously talk about the issues, which is, okay, I understand. So I'm not a fan of this bubble. I'm not a fan of anybody in this bubble. I'm not a fan of Anna. I'm not a fan of Pearl. I think all of them are net negative, generally speaking, but it is what it is.
When it comes to education, in 1960, women earned less than 35% of all bachelor's degrees. Today, they earn roughly 58% of all bachelor's degrees, which Pearl herself benefited from after graduating from Elmhurst University. Women also earn over 60% of master's degrees. I hope to hear Pearl explain how a more educated and skilled population somehow translates to cultural decline, especially as we compete with China in this increasingly multipolar world.
Yeah, chat says, I wonder what Pearl's relationship with her mother is. Did she not see her mother do all of this unpaid labor? But chat's right. I think Pearl's mom is a girl boss. I think she's an entrepreneur. If I'm not mistaken, Pearl's mother is not a stay-at-home mom. She is like a boss. So that might play into it. But also, we all have issues, and Pearl needs to go to therapy like everybody else. No one's exempt from needing to talk to a professional about their life and their childhood. And that would be very helpful to her, but who really knows what's up with Pearl? Because allegedly, wasn't it Gavin McInnes who literally just recently outed the fact that she might have a kid? He said that. He said Anna doesn't have a kid, but Pearl does. And everyone went, Pearl has a kid? Because that is not public knowledge. So now we don't know if he was like drunk and he said it, if he was like serious and he said it, but we don't know. I don't know if she has a kid. I just know like people were saying it, which wouldn't be right. Like Chad says, I think he just made it up. Well, I don't know. That's the thing. That's the thing with the grifter. We don't know what they're doing, you know?
The modern feminist movement also had a major impact on decreasing domestic violence, and that's according to the US Department of Justice. Rates of intimate partner violence decreased by more than 60% from 1994 to 2010. And that's thanks to protective order statutes and funding for shelters beginning in the 1970s and 80s. Not only did the two-income household become more financially resilient, especially during economic downturns, women gained the ability to leave abusive relationships, an outcome correlated with improved child health and educational attainment. A culture that protects people from violence is not one that's indicative of cultural decline. Pearl herself has benefited greatly from the feminist movement, thanks to Title IX in 1972, signed by Nixon, of course. Sex-based discrimination in any school program or activity that receives federal funding is prohibited. Pearl herself had a rather impressive record playing for Elmhurst University's volleyball team, having earned all conference honors.
Well, okay, Chad says it's hard. I think Pearl opens herself up to this type of speculation with the nature of her arguments, but I do think it can easily become misogynistic when you start to evaluate Pearl's life. On this channel here, we are never evaluating someone's life to say, aha, we are saying, I wonder what made this person this way. Other channels, absolutely. But this channel here, we are never saying it as a way to say like, oh, that explains it in like a gotcha way. Cluster B, like we're not debate bros. We are saying it like, tell me about that. Because you didn't just show up this way. Your life formed you. Your life forms you. You know, you're doing it for a reason. There's a why. Let's figure it out to harm reduce. Like even the word grifter, we use it way too loosely, to be fair, right? We don't know that Pearl's a grifter. She feels like a grifter, but what do we know what Pearl's really thinking? What do we know about the inner workings of this person, right? So that's the thing, right? And you're right, Chad. Chad says I was more referring to other commenters. You're right, though. You're right that some people will only click on this video and only watch this stream because I'm talking about women that they want to be misogynistic towards. And I just want them to know this is not the space for it. This is not the space. When Anna was originally doing her whole thing with Glenn Beck, we were very compassionate to Anna about her assault. And we still held Anna accountable because Anna does not get to make the world worse because she had a bad experience with an unhoused person. But I was very empathetic and explained that Anna and most people who experience any form of trauma tend to overcorrect and they tend to go to where they are embraced. And Anna felt more embraced by, quote, Republicans. Remember that Anna is also on a talk show called Her Take or whatever it's called, right? And she's working with really bad people. She is working with very bad people, and that was a decision she made, and she is responsible, and she should be categorized correctly for it. But that's why she's not a progressive. Progressives would never work with the people Anna is choosing to work with, which is why I questioned Hassan when his decision was, before Charlie Kirk had died, to have debated him. Because again, all of you keep saying that Hassan is your leader, but again, as a progressive movement, I don't know why he's our number one guy. I don't get it. Except white supremacy, convenience, pretty privilege. Like, why is he the guy? And I say this as somebody who doesn't even think he's that bad. Okay, but you know how progressives are. We're very critical. You know what they call it? Eating the left, right? I just call it eating out your mom. But you know what? We're all on different pages, and that's okay.
As a senior, she later pursued professional volleyball in London. She could have stayed in the United States and served in her role as a traditional woman, but she didn't. And she could have been the traditional chaste woman living out her dream of everything women were supposed to do before feminism. But she is neither traditional nor chaste by her own admission. While feminists would have no problem with her personal choices, she has made a career bashing women for theirs. Critics often argue that modern feminism has weakened families and resulted in a lower birth rate. They tend to dismiss empirical evidence demonstrating the insidious impact of the internet, social media on modern relationships. They also brush economic instability under the rug, despite young people citing their personal finances as the main reason why they're holding off on marriage in the first place. In lieu of discussing those factors, Pearl spends much of her time discouraging men from getting married in the first place. During her debate with Trent Horn, she declared that men are better off shacking up without ever getting married. Her reasoning? Women are too fat and STD infected.
25%, that's a lot.
You did say that. She didn't stop to think about how they contracted the STDs in the first place.
Boring.
Data from the National Library of Medicine show that modern men are just as promiscuous as modern women. Men and women are in bad shape, and in the
Who's talking in the background like, dang?
United States,
that?
we can discuss why, but feminism is not the reason.
Very good. Thank you.
Oh, the host. I'm like, who is that?
Nice job. Okay, Pearl, we got 5 minutes. You're going to be on the clock, and let's go.
Most debaters and commentators are elitists who tell
Pearl is too tall for this microphone, so her audio is low. Somebody get on this, please.
average Americans from their ivory towers
Oh,
what
he was saying time. Oh, I couldn't even hear it. This is what I'm saying. How much money went into this event? Let's go, audio girls.
to think and how to feel. My answer to this question not only comes from covering current events and researching the facts, data, and statistics, but also in my professional experience interviewing over 1,000 people in America and Western nations. Feminism has given women power, and power corrupts. And that's what's happening. Feminism is robbing men of their disposable income and their prime earning years.
Which Andrew Tate did as a form of sex work. Andrew Tate was a sex worker who would take every dollar from men and did not give a fuck, as he said in those interviews. And he did that because that's how capitalism works, is to take as much money from the customer as possible, because that's your job as a company, no matter what. So, okay, you say women are trying to take men's money, but yet women, when they become more liberal, progressive, move away from dating conservative men, and men who become conservative move in a direction. So you're having a loneliness epidemic and we're taking your money. So you're mad we won't date you, and which one is it, girls? We stop bothering you. We stop needing your money. We stop needing your help. We stop needing your bodies. We stop needing your brains. And now you're mad about it. Which one is it?
Feminism.
Hold on. That was so debate bro of me. Oh my God, look at me. I should be a debate bro. Look, at the end of the day, we're not dating for the right reasons. We're not falling in love. We're not connecting on values. And so your life will be miserable. Humanity as a whole will always be lost and desperate for meaning, as long as you think this is the answer. This is entertainment. So I'm going to be entertaining today. But if you want to be dead serious about changing your life, grow up, really introspect and extrospect, and really understand what you're doing on this planet. Because it is so much bigger than just quote you. It is so much bigger than this little fun entertainment thing we're doing right now.
Feminism has empowered women. It has empowered women to be sexually promiscuous. Feminists say that they fought for women to not subject themselves to the approval of men. Why then are 5 to 10% of women between the ages of 18 to 25 on OnlyFans or other prostitution websites?
Listen, okay.
There are more online prostitutes in America than female Walmart employees. 1 of 3 women will catch an STD at some point in their lifetime. 90% will catch HPV, which is incurable.
Okay, first of all, I don't know what her point of this is. Ben, welcome to Memberships. Happy to have you here. I do not know what this is meaning to say, but I will say, guys, please go get tested. Please use contraceptives. Please use condoms, okay? Understand you might be, allergic to latex, so look at your condom options. Try water-based or oil-based lube. Try all different variations of what works for you, but please go get tested. Please ask every single new partner you have to go get tested. Please go get tested every 6 months just for fun. Okay, please go get tested. It would really help all of us as a community if we took away the stigma of STIs, because really at the end of the day, it's just medical stuff. And there's stuff that we can take to prevent it, and we can be open about it, and it's nothing to be ashamed of, and your life can be great, and get tested. Get tested. Ask your doctor. Ask a clinic. Whatever you need. There's no shame in it, and it would make the world a better place. Okay?
Feminism has empowered women to abort 1/8 of the world population and 1/3 of Gen Z. Feminists have been so empowered to commit paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is unpunished in any state in the USA or any country in the West. If done correctly, a man will have to pay for a child he was fooled into believing was his until that child reaches maturity. In some states, that man will also have to pay for that kid's college. That is slavery and is forbidden under the 13th Amendment. 1/3 of paternity tests are negative by the American Association of Blood Banks. Feminism has empowered women to rob men of their time, their resources, their reputation, their children, and in the most extreme cases, their lives. They do this through child support, alimony, false allegations, and paternity fraud. How many people in this arena have a brother, a father?
All of those things are because of patriarchy. Like, we could easily get rid of all of those problems if you would deconstruct patriarchy. And if we just, worked on the community being the focus, the health being the focus, the young being the focus. If the health of the community was the focus, we could fix all of these things. But because the structure we live under is patriarchy, these are the consequences of patriarchy. Alimony and all these things are literally the result of patriarchy. Because you denied women work, you denied them bank accounts, you denied them agency. These things will naturally not be as necessary as we move into the future, as long as all gender, no matter what your gender is, are able to work and make their own money and be independent.
Father, an uncle, or a friend who has gone through this meat grinder. Anna has been on the
Nope, hold on.
allegations and paternity fraud. How many people in this arena have a brother, a father, an uncle, or a friend who has gone through this meat grinder?
Not me. I got 8 brothers and 16 uncles. Mikey, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, good Lord, it's like she views women as malicious liars just like men do. It's outrageous. Well, that's that internalized misogyny, as we know. Thank you so much for the super chat. Guys, seriously, this is what I'm saying. This is all solvable. There's a reason it happened. There really is a reason it happened. And I'm not even saying some of these things are good or bad. I'm saying they are the result of patriarchy. So if we don't like them and we want to change them, we have to change as a culture. Not go back to the tradition they want, but move forward into progression, right? Chet says, what makes women hate other women like that? Internalized misogyny. It's just a part of the living under patriarchy. We all have to deconstruct. All of us have to deconstruct it. No one's exempt. No one gets to run away from the systems they were raised under. Nobody gets to say, well, I was raised in this family, but I'm different. Okay, but you were still impacted. So all of us have to do the work, okay? No one gets to wake up and say, oh, the world didn't impact me though. I live in a void. You don't live in a void. You didn't just fall out of a coconut tree. So it's just a part of the process. That's why we say, and we said at the beginning of this stream, education plus introspection plus deconstruction, plus all of the work, plus genuine desire for curiosity and knowing the truth, that is going to go a long way in the world. And we are not there, okay? Most people are not interested in what's true, period. Most people are interested in what they think is true, which is fine, it's very human, but it's not helping us. We're not getting any better because of it, right? The world has literally always been suffering. We suffer so unwisely because we're not there. And you can't force it. You can't shame it into people. They have to really want it. You have to really want it. And so in one way, you have to accept that the world is a reflection of us as a whole, and this is how we've evolved, and this is our biological predisposition, and understanding we can have a deeper relationship with that biological reality, right? It's not about, it's about finding an explanation and then saying, can we do something about it? Okay, if you notice, you make $5 a month, and you keep spending 10, and you keep wondering, why am I always on a negative balance? Well, we can trace that back, and I can tell you. Right there, I can fix that. We can fix problems, but we first have to see that there's a problem, right? Most people might just keep going and not thinking it's a problem, right? I see it every day. I see it in my own past life. I see it. We're just like, But you have to first see it's a problem, and then there's definitely something you can do about it.
Anna has been on the air for 15 years and is completely oblivious to these issues. It's a silent genocide.
Actually, 20. It's a silent genocide. Okay, girl.
Of the lives of millions of men. Standing on the sidelines of the arena, I have 33-year combat veteran Terrence Popp. He served through 3 wars and was almost killed in 2. He got married, had 2 children, and served in the United States Army. Terrence Popp was deployed to Iraq in 2004, and as a member of the airborne infantry, he was wounded by a roadside bomb and suffered a TBI and a stroke from the blast. He was evacuated out of the country, and it took over 2 years until he had recovered. While he was recovering, his wife was plotting to divorce him. His wife murdered his 6-year-old chocolate lab out of spite because he filed for divorce first. When he confronted her, the response he got was, "I told you, I did not want you living here."
Okay, wait, let's go. Jess says she should transition if she hates womanhood so much to this degree. I don't know if you watch my content regularly, but that sounds like somebody who doesn't watch my content regularly. Chat, who does watch my content, says, I think some chat should think about the idea that you shouldn't be a woman. If you hate women, you should be a man, because men shouldn't hate women either. Yeah, the whole, right? Like, I know you're like joking probably, but the reality, if we're being a little serious, is that you shouldn't hate people because of their gender. That's why we don't hate men as people. We don't like men as a system. Men as a system is patriarchy, right? Like, men as a people, great. Love men as people. Right? Men as a system, not so great. Okay? So like when we have these conversations about like she should be a man if she hates women so much, it's like, I get what you're saying, she's self-hating, but the truth is like, it doesn't matter what Pearl's gender is. What matters is your relationship with self and everything outside of yourself. And Pearl, obviously, and I think most people who are bigoted are obviously struggling. And listen, all of us have bias and prejudice, so you better check yourselves. But when you have bigotry like Pearl does, it is a form of suffering, which is why I say we have to learn to suffer wisely. Bigotry, in my mind, is unchecked fear. And Pearl is obviously afraid of something. The question is, what is it? Maybe a lack of control, maybe not knowing her place in the universe, right? Something like that, okay? All right, I see you, Chad, I see you.
At this point, he was forced to leave the marital home and live out of his car. The divorce took away his home, his children, and left him penniless and saddled with a child support payment he could not afford. Terrence had to pay $144,000 over a 12-year period for a divorce that his wife was empowered by feminists to plan and execute. Terrence went into court to fight for 50-50 custody. Terrence was called a murderer and an assassin in open court and was given 96 hours a month with his children. 96 hours a month is not a father. While homeless, he spoke to many other men who would never get off the streets due to child support arrearages and penalties, and the men constantly getting arrested for unpaid child support. The disparage of losing his children and his home, and his PTSD and constant pain from his wounds, he became suicidal. While at his post in 2008, a former commander of his came to see him to secretly say his last goodbyes. The next day, Mr. Pop's former commander put on his dress blues and went to the Holy National Veterans Cemetery and blew his brains out. Terrence Pop was notified of the death and was shocked because he was planning to commit suicide in the exact same manner. So in effect, his former commander took the bullet that was meant for him. Terrence Pop decided he would not kill himself and has spent the last 20 years saving 576 men from suicide with comedy. If you look to the left of the stage, Terrence is holding the dog tags for every life that he has saved. Now, why am I telling you this?
Oh, is this the guy? I got a little lost. I zoned out a little bit because the way she was telling the story. I know she's on a time limit. Life is hard. Everybody suffers. No matter your position of privilege, you will suffer. So you can't escape suffering by becoming more privileged. What you do is you have a different relationship with suffering, okay? But you could have a different relationship with suffering through a philosophical perspective, which is also a form of privilege, right? So I want to be deeply empathetic to all mental health struggles, and this is important, giving people the right pathway to justice, housing, support, healthcare, all that other stuff. But I think it would be very unreasonable for us to understand that 90% of people who have babies are not good parents. They do not have good relationships with the partners they pick. Most of us are going to come from toxic homes or dysfunctional families. All of us come from dysfunction, period. But there is no doubt that these two were in a dysfunctional relationship in which abuse was occurring. The question is how did that abuse carry out? What was the toxicity? And the truth is we don't know. But sure, some people who are men will have trouble in relationships because women are people and they can be bad too. And I almost would have to know all the details to really understand this story more. But I would just say failing to pay your child support is too common amongst men who never wanted to be there in the first place. And so the question is why did you fail support? Okay, you have mental health issues. Okay, you're a vet who wasn't taken care of. Who's not taking care of veterans? Who is leaving veterans to be unhoused? What structures are in place that didn't have this man supported in the first place? Okay. So what does feminism have to do with any of this? When feminism was never the structure in place to make it so this veteran didn't have the support he needed. Feminists are fighting for veterans like this to have the support they need so they don't have to miss child support payments. Remember that.
Shout out to Terrence, yeah. Now, why am I telling you this? Because men and American veterans are put in this position because of the empowerment that feminists like Anna have pushed for. There are millions of men that have died in this country from the political power that feminism pushes. Since 1970, an estimated 1.6 million men have committed suicide.
Time. Stop there.
If feminists cared about equality, why aren't they fighting for equality in divorce and family court as hard as they are fighting for abortion, working, or becoming sex workers? Thank you.
Okay, this is going to be a heavy one. We're going to go now to the opening interrogations. We have 10 minutes. Do we have that on the clock? Yeah, it's fading in right there. Okay, and take it away. 10 minutes.
Who's interrogating who?
Whoever wants to begin.
Aside from the specific anecdote that you shared, which of course is tragic,
And it
can you
happens all the
cite some
time.
actual studies that look at the statistics and back up what you say in regard to the outcomes of marriage and divorce in America?
41% of 109 rape cases reported to police in a Midwestern city were admitted to be false by complainants.
In one Midwestern city? And which Midwestern city was that?
You know, you can go from your ivory tower and
I'm
tell
not in an
people what
ivory
to
tower.
think
I'm
and
on
how
this
to
debate
feel.
stage interrogating your assertions, and you've only provided an anecdote.
Right.
Because
It's
if you
not-
look at the data, which I did, of course, you'll find that women are twice as likely to fall into poverty after divorce.
Right, because they can't stop
Alimony is paid
spending.
out in 10% of
You know how Pearl just said they can't stop spending? There is this misconception because people will say, oh, women are responsible for like a lot of the spending habits in America, right? Like women are the reason people are in debt. But when you look at those women's spending habits, it's on the family. I just watched a real life example of this happen in a micro. So that's a macro statement. In a micro sense, I was just watching a couple be interviewed on Ramit's show, and the husband was like, she spends too much. There's always packages at the house. I'm so stressed about money. We're so stressed. And keep in mind, they're like working, like the woman is on top of the budgeting. Like she's trying to be on top of everything, right? And he's just like, she always has packages coming to the house. And so Ramit goes, pull up your Amazon. What did you buy? And the woman goes like, things for the kids, dish soap, things for the house, you know, that kind of a list. And I knew it. I knew right away that that was going to be the list. And the husband was building up all of this bitterment and resentment over his wife buying things and having packages at the house all the time. And he never once asked, hey, what did you buy? Or he never once went over it. And look, listen, okay, I get it. My marriage is very specific. And it's obviously, I'm going to say it, better than everyone else's, apparently, because y'all never talk. But we talk about what we spend money on. Every single thing we buy, we openly talk about it because, pause, we're just sharing. Hey, baby, look what I got today. Ooh, can we get this thing? Ooh, is this in the budget? We're excited. Ooh, you got a package? Let me see what you get. Like, ooh, you got a game? What game did you get? Like, okay, yeah, we talk about buying money. Like, we buy it before we buy things. We talk about it for the budget. But, like, we're also very excited to share. The fact that she didn't think to share, probably because honestly, he doesn't want to listen to it. But when my partner goes grocery shopping, because that's the primary job that they have, they're in charge of that job, one of the jobs they have. When they come home, they tell me what they bought. We go over the grocery list together. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, they didn't have this at the store. They didn't have this. We talk is what I'm saying. So I know what we're spending money on because it's us together. So when you know, Pearl and all these people go, women spend too much money. Generally, if the women are married, they're spending it on the family. Or if they have kids, they're spending it on kids. Okay? Generally. With that said, things will change. A lot of us are millennials with money now. So a lot of us are recreating the childhoods we never had. And so a lot of our money might be spent on Pokemon cards. But that's why we go to work. So
divorces. According to the Census Bureau, the average child support payment is $441 a month, and only 60%
Right, but how
of
much are
those
they
payments
making?
get paid out.
How much?
Women do not get child custody 90% of the time, as you have asserted before. In fact, 95% of custody cases are mutually agreed upon outside of the courtroom. Women
this is so important. You know, a lot of people have so many successful divorces and visitation. Most people I know, almost every single person I know who's gotten divorced with kids, have a good relationship with their exes and are co-parenting very successfully because they're not, you know, because they're ethical, because they're moral, because they understand that relationships end and sometimes there's kids involved. They do the work. They go to therapy. They do counseling. They take the kids to therapy, you know? So yeah, like there are some really horrible cases of divorce, but do you guys ever think it's because your mental health is bad and you were raised badly and you never went to therapy or asked yourself, how did I get here? Do you think it's because you settled for a partner that you didn't even really like? Do you think it's maybe because like there is toxicity or abuse in the relationship? You know what I'm saying? Like we can't talk about real issues in the world until we start looking in the mirror and facing ourselves and realizing like, yeah, like why did I make a baby with somebody that I didn't even like that much? Like I can't tell you how many call-in shows I listened to. I just listened to one this morning and he was like, you need to leave this relationship. This man is abusing. You need to leave this relationship. Like he's like, do you have kids yet? And she's like, no. And he's like, you're allowed to leave. I'm giving you permission. Because she was like, well, I'm Christian. And, you know, he really uses the faith against me and tells me I need to be submissive as a wife. And every time I ask him to help me with chores around the house while he's playing video games, he like brings out the Bible and he's like, okay, you need to leave him. And this is like a Christian or conservative like radio host. And he's like, you need to leave him. And I'm like, see, even the conservatives are like, you need to leave. See, this is what I'm saying. There is a bubble of conservatives that I'm not a fan of, typically. And yet, even they will be like, yeah, no. And that's why we need to remember these very exaggerated conservative talking points through MAGA or on the internet. Okay. And these people did vote for Trump. So it's not like they're exempt, right? It's like the Dave Ramsey bubble. They're not exempt. Okay. But, and I think this is important, they're not this, whatever this is. Okay. And that's the point. And I can't believe I just talked about Dave Ramsey on my show right now, but like, okay, there are people having successful divorces and getting counseling, and many of them voted for Trump. So, okay, you're not exempt. Trump voters don't get to say, well, we don't go to therapy. Yes, you do. So go to therapy. And then we can talk about the fact that you voted for a rapist.
Get full custody 40% of the time. Men do get full custody 20% of the time. And 40% of the time, it's shared custody, which I think is the ideal situation, assuming that neither spouse is abusive.
And Pearl, excuse me, before you respond, if you could take your microphone out and hold it, it would be easier to hear you.
Okay. Alimony and medical care and dental are not covered by that, so a lot of times it does go above 50%. Again, you can go through the facts, the data, and the statistics and manipulate them any way that you want.
It's not
but
manipulation.
There are
Those are the stats.
there are 1.6 million men in this country. Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after a divorce.
Compared to women, what's the number for women?
It's lower.
Really? What is it? Comparative analysis is real difficult for you, isn't it?
Okay.
Go ahead, Pearl.
What's your next question?
Really? What is it?
Suicide after a divorce. 6 million men in this country. Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after a divorce.
Compared to women, what's the number for women?
It's lower.
Really? What is it?
Yeah, what is it, Pearl?
Comparative analysis is real difficult for you, isn't it?
Okay.
See, that's the problem. Now, I will tell you this. I did learn about a buddy of mine got a divorce and he was paying alimony. And I was like, why? Now, look, I'm an independent girly. So in modern day relationships, I do think we should restructure a lot of these systems only if people are free to work. Like right now, people are arguing, Republicans are arguing about taking away women's right to vote, right? So you can't talk in one side of your mouth, women shouldn't work, women shouldn't vote, and then talk about how do men pay alimony. You have to pay out to your divorced partners because you are denying them the chance to be independent. This is patriarchy. That's what I'm saying. I do know people who have had to pay alimony, and I'm sitting there like, well, you can't marry people, have them be jobless, okay, even by their own volition, and then expect them to what, just join the job market after 30 years? You can't do that. So when you get married, you have to decide, is my partner going to work? Is that a requirement of our union? As an example, it is not a requirement of my union that my partner work, but it is something we think about. And yes, if we got divorced, I'd be happy to pay my partner's bills as they were in this union with me, okay? And I took away their livelihood. Now, let's say it's really abusive, right? And I'm the main breadwinner. Okay, here's the thing. Again, you do you in your relationships, but there has to be some system in place to protect people because we can't have unhoused people. Okay? We can't do that. We can't have unhoused people. We can't have people who are vulnerable on the streets. We cannot have this. So I more or less think we should not think about alimony as the rescue. We should think about systems in place to get people housing and clothing and food and all the basics without needing to worry about relying on these former partners. I think the government's rich enough. I think they should figure out how to do it. And then we should pay into that system as a whole. Okay? Then men can't bitch about alimony. People have housing insecurity. They don't have to worry about divorce or leaving their abusive relationships. They don't have to worry about money, right? We'll take care of it as a community. We will rehouse you. We will put you into safe housing, and we will give you a chance to get back on your feet after a marriage. And you get housing and help proportionate to the years you were married and unemployed. Especially if these men are, again, going to marry women that they tell you cannot work. And it's been 30 years, like 30 years away from the job market. That's no joke. Something like that.
Go ahead, Pearl.
What's your next question?
You have asserted that men shouldn't get married, that instead they should
I didn't
shack
say
up.
that.
You did say that with
did
Trent
not say
Horn. Word for word, you said it makes more sense for them to shack up, live with a girlfriend instead of getting married. Do you think the advice that you give to men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives? Because I'll tell you one thing, the best part of my life is my husband. I love my husband. He's my rock. He's my foundation.
Hold on, Anna. I'm going to need to...
Part of my life you give to men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives. Because I'll tell you one thing, the best part of my life is my husband.
Is the best part of my life my partner? I'll ask my partner that question. I don't know if we would say it's the best part. We would say it makes our life so great. But our life was already great when we met. So we were just the cherry on top. Is the best part us? I mean, the best part of our life is our life. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Because I don't like this knee-jerk reaction to try to cater to men in the audience to say, like, I love my man. I respect men. I love my man. It's like, yeah, I mean, I like him and everything. They're great. She's the best. But also, like, is she the best part of my life? Or is our life great together? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, your life, I don't know if there's one thing that is the greatest part of your life. Like, even if you said your kid was the greatest part of your life, I'd be really like, why? Your kid isn't you. You know this, right? Your life is separate from your kid and your partner. Even if you told me my favorite part of my life is my job, I'd be like, really? I think it's just my relationship with self, like existence itself. Like, the best part of my life is all of it. You know what I mean? To just say it's like this singular thing is the best part of my life, I don't know if that's the right way we should view life, but okay, you do you.
I love my husband. He's my rock. He's my foundation. And no, my husband is number one. I love my career, but you know what my career did? When I met my husband, my career was already established. He, on the other hand, was couch surfing. He was in debt and didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. I married him anyway. You want to know why? Because I had the economic freedom to marry for love, not for some Chad to take care of me.
How tall is he?
Oh, he's 6'1", about your height. How many kids did you give him? None, I don't want kids.
Let's not do shouting questions from there, please. Allow these two
Okay, thank you, moderator. Jeez.
debate each other.
Okay, what's your question?
I mean, you don't really have much to answer, so I don't know what else to ask you. Do you think you're helping men by discouraging them from entering fulfilling marriages?
What happens to men if they don't pay child support?
I mean,
What happens?
Well, if it was like my ex, when I realized he wasn't paying child support, he rightfully got his money taken out of his account because he should have been paying that goddamn child support. And he should have gotten his shit together. God knows he should have thought about it before he made 3 kids with 3 different women. I was really young when I dated him, and I only dated him for 2 years, and he was 12 years older, and I learned these things very slowly over time. But oh my God, let me tell you. Okay, he should have thought about that. And I know he was young for 2 of them. For 2 of them, guys, when he was 16, he got one girl pregnant, and then a week later went and got another girl pregnant. And I was like, okay, that is comedic. But also, you were so irresponsible. And I knew his teenage girls, they did not. It was tension. Let me tell you, he was not a present father. He was not active. And that's the point. And then one day he came to me and he's like, they emptied out my bank accounts. I was like, why? Because we didn't share money, of course. He goes, I didn't pay my child support. I was like, well, should have done that. should have done that. Your kids come first. I don't know what to tell you. Your kids have to come first, my bro. Don't come to me and complain about it. Like, you know what I mean? Okay. Discord said, as someone with a challenging co-parent relationship, some men are abusive assholes and like hurting the family because of a woman left him and the kids prefer her and not his new wife and stepkids. They use the system to smear and cause harm instead of focusing on the kids. 100%. Like, no doubt some people, and I'm so sorry that that's a situation you're going through. And that is so hard. And that is so real, right? Like, people can have very difficult separations, divorces. A person who doesn't pay, isn't supportive, isn't there. I mean, my mom's first marriage, okay, like, I love my brothers. Their bio dad did not care for them. They openly talk about this. How, like, when they were kids, they realized, like, oh, my dad doesn't care about me. Like, my dad literally doesn't even care about me. And he pretended to, of course. You know, my mom left. She was abused, as she should have. First woman in the family to get divorced. That's my mama right there, baby. Okay, got divorced. And, you know, the guy pretended he cared. He's like, I want the kids then. Give me one of the kids. Didn't have a job. 60-something years old, never had a job in his life. Grew up in the same house his parents bought for him. He's going to die in that house. Okay. Okay, never paid my mother any child support, nothing. So my brother tells this story that he goes, I go with my bio dad because I thought my bio dad wanted me. He looked sad. I wanted to support him. The moment my mom takes one brother, my other brother goes with that guy. He goes, we get to the airport, we go to the place, and he drops me off right away to my aunt and my grandma's house. He had no intention to ever be with me. I never saw my dad. I called my mom. I was a little kid. My brother's like a little kid. Calls our mom and says, come get me. He doesn't even want me. His dad just wanted to fight. He just wanted to fight with my mom and pretend he cared. And this is the story that made my brother, okay, start calling my dad when he was a kid, because he said, I do have a dad, and this is my dad, and this is the man who raised me, and that's my dad. That's our dad, okay? And that's the man who, you know, stepped up, as they say. But, like, we don't even think of my brothers as, like, half brothers or whatever. They're all my brothers. You know, I don't even think about it that way. That's why I say, like, our parents. I say we come from the same parents, because in my mind we do. Even though I know my brothers have their own struggles because they come from a family of divorce. It's hard. Okay? I know that. But I also know that it is possible to understand the nuance of the situation and to see that people are what they are. And it is what it is. And yes, my brothers were definitely impacted by that whole situation. It would have been nice if their bio dad wasn't abusive. In an ideal situation, it'd be really great if our parents weren't getting divorced because somebody was abusive. It'd be really great if people would just get divorced because they grew apart. But let's be real. We are in bad relationships. We're dating people who lie and deceive us. We're dating people who trick us into marriage. We are choosing people who we think we can save and live for their potential. Like, it's such a combination of, like, really understanding value differences, you know? Like, what are my values and how do I know this person also has those values? Now, I believe and you believe, okay? You know you're a good person. You know you don't cheat, you don't lie, you don't steal, you don't scam people. You know that. So you know you can find somebody else like that too. And that's who you marry. You marry the person who's you in the story because you know you wouldn't do those things. You know you wouldn't abuse a kid. You know you wouldn't abuse your partner. I've never done that. Have you? Okay, so we know we wouldn't do it. So then you go and you find those people in the story. Who is the person who's never done those things? Because you are not special in that regard. Yes, the world is toxic, and yes, a lot of people are in bad relationships, but you know there are good people in the world. You go and find those people, and then if you have enough shared values and compatibility, you marry them, and you have a great life together. Okay? But, like, that's the thing. Like, you know that about yourself, right? It just says depends on what you mean by lie. A little white lie is sometimes healthy. You can describe what that means to you. I mean lie to deceive, but I think white lies, I'm too autistic to think white lies aren't just lies. Because what do you mean by a white lie? You know what I mean? I don't lie. Okay, bro? Like, unless I'm in survival mode and the Gestapo is at my front door, I'm not lying. You know what I mean? Like, it depends on what you mean by a white lie, but I usually try to tell the truth at every possible moment if I'm asked. I just try to do it with kindness. I just, you know what I mean? So it depends on what you mean by lie. But you decide that. You decide your own values, okay? And then be honest with the person you're with, because if I had a partner who was white lying about whether or not I look cute today for 50 years, oh, we'd have a conversation. See, we don't lie in my relationship, complete transparency. So no white lies to save my feelings. I don't like that. That feels like a full lie to me. So you just talk about it with your partners is what I'm saying. Okay. And also be okay with being single. That's the other part men need to get on board with. Hey, bros, you don't need a wife. You getting a partner isn't a defining characteristic of you. Being partnered is a plus. Having kids is a cherry on top. It is not a requirement, nor are you entitled to it. If you are lucky enough to find a person you want to do life with and make babies with, great. But like, you are not less of a man because you're not partnered.
What happens, Anna?
How many men do you think get
What
arrested?
happens to
I don't know
men
what the
when they
number
don't
is,
get-
but the
What
idea that
happens
there's
to
like a
men when
huge
they
number
don't-
of men getting arrested for not doing what they're supposed to do
15%
and take care of their children, it's not a huge issue.
What happens to men when they don't
Really,
pay child support?
only
You
60%
gotta-
of
hold on,
child
hold on,
support
hold on,
payments
Hannah.
get paid out.
You gotta allow her to interrogate you, not them. You gotta stop yelling questions at her.
You can minimize men's problems all you want, but I don't think you understand how privileged of a position you're in.
In what way? How am I privileged?
Men are the ones that are on the hook for child support. Men are the ones that are on the hook for alimony. It's easy for you to tell men to just
Well, I mean, we know the Kelly Clarkson case that it's not men are on the hook for alimony. It's just the person who makes the money. It's child support, the person who makes money. Like, wasn't Kelly Clarkson's like infamous payments to her husband a big deal? And I think he just died actually recently. And she's been very sad with her kids about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's been very hard. So like, and men also would get custody if they advocated for themselves more and actually showed up. Most men are just literally not even there. They don't want the kids. And more women would give up custody if they weren't so stigmatized for it. Or people would share custody if it just worked out better. I don't know what to tell you. People are deeply wounded. And nobody is in healthy relationships, especially if you're telling people just get married as quick as possible. We're not even giving people time. We're not even giving people time. So, right, okay, so men need to advocate and they actually have to be, they want to have to be present and they don't. Okay, they'd rather get people pregnant and leave. Fine. Okay, it's not good. There's definitely something about that. And by the way, just the fact that we're bringing babies into the universe, that's a whole other conversation we should be talking about. But not from an antinatalist perspective. From the perspective of, look how hard life is. You are already on hard mode and you want to have a kid, bro? Are you in a position of privilege? Do you have a house? Is your net worth at least $500,000 plus, bro? Are you literally good on retirement, bro? Then why are you making a new baby when you're already on hard mode? You can't even pay for your Uber Eats. You're sliding credit cards left and right. You are not in a position to have a baby, okay? And if you're too busy because you're making so much money and you're at work all day, you're not in a position to have a baby, okay? Pearl said, 96 hours a month isn't good enough to be a father. Okay, what if your father is a top earning CEO who's never home? Oh, great. Now the kid has a dad who at least brings in the money, but he's literally never there. You might as well just pay child support and leave us alone. So again, if you want present parents, we need better systems in place to give it to them. Gender aside.
just take the risk when you're not in that position.
So are you asserting that men shouldn't pay child
Men-
support following a divorce? Do you believe that women should
feminists
be
wanted-
financially
feminists-
responsible 100% after a
Feminists
divorce?
wanted to be equal. So I say be equal. If you guys want equality, 50-50 custody, no child support, no alimony, no special privileges.
Alimony is paid out in 10%
It doesn't
of
matter if
divorces.
you're part of the
it does matter.
10%.
It does matter because you make
doesn't
it
matter
seem
if you're
like
part of the 10%.
it's a widespread issue when
The
it's
tender
only
years
10%.
doctrine is a sexist law against men. That's sexist.
How is it
Because of patriarchy.
Sexist
Where-
if a
where have you
woman
guys- it
decided
assumes-
to
it
forego a
assumes
career, decided to be a stay-at-home mother, and the marriage does
Well, okay. Just as they don't want to admit that everyone involved is just a person who has gone through a lot in this life, but instead attribute everything to immutable traits you can't do anything about. It's just an excuse for not wanting to heal. I would say like it's really hard to face yourself, right? If you, let's say, okay, I read people pleasing earlier in chat today. Okay, you know you're a people pleaser. Let's say you know that, but you know how hard it is to combat people pleasing, right? Okay, that's everything. I will never say it is easy to be a good person. On this channel, I say it all the time. It is really, really, really hard to be a good person. And that's why the world is the way that it is, because it is so hard. Okay? It is so hard. I mean, we're living in a world where, like, I don't know how to say it without making anybody feel shamed, because I certainly don't want to shame you. I don't believe shame works. But like, I mean, we're living in a world where, and I've gone through all of these struggles, but like, we can't even balance a checkbook. Okay, I get it. We can't figure out how to make enough or where to put our money or what priorities to make the focus. We're still dealing with our parents' stuff when we're in our 40s. Like, we're still dealing with so much. And then the people who say like, oh, I've gotten over it. Like, I'm grown, da, da, da. They're so stunted in ways they don't even know until they get married. And it shows up in their parenting or their relationship with their partner. Like, even the people who seem to have it together, like, you have to have the discernment and wisdom to truly understand, are you honest and self-aware enough to have the hard conversations to make a better life together? And that takes an incredible amount of introspection, extrospection. You know what I'm saying? So like, I will never say it's easy to be a good person, which is why I say do a little like less bad every day. Just do a little less bad every day. Just, you know, we're already doing bad. Just do like a little less. Okay. But it is so hard. I'll give you an insight with money spending because I think this is a really helpful example. I had an epiphany the other day because we don't shop at Amazon. That's like a part of our values. We're not shopping at Amazon. And we needed to buy something. And we've been putting it off for like 2 months. And I said to my partner, why is it so hard for us to buy something when usually I would just sit on the couch, scroll, buy, and click and move on? And I was like, oh, it's because we're not buying Amazon. Amazon is so beautifully convenient that I was overspending, spending so easily. And now that we're only buying locally, or at least trying to buy as local as possible, it really becomes not fun. I was like, I don't want to do it. I don't like leaving the house. I don't want to go online. I don't want to find a reputable website. I don't want to put in my credit card information. I don't want to do any of these things. I'm not going to spend the money. And then I just don't buy stuff. And then I'm like, oh, my bank account is really grateful. But also it really forces me to think, do I even need this thing anyways? Because in the moment I needed it 2 months ago, I would have bought it right away from Amazon. But I waited 2 months and I realized, oh shit, I don't even need that. And it is a game changer. Whoa, my life is so much better. But I can see it. I will say Amazon has a crazy good, their system is perfect, like in terms of tempting you to spend all your money. And I know I used to buy Amazon all the time. Okay. So yeah, just like food for thought, right? It takes all of us time to really break those like habits and cycles of how convenient it is. Just a boop. It really is a game changer. So think about that in just one regard of your life. Now think about it in all. Okay. If we know we're bad with money, Americans, 70% of them are in debt, right? And then you put it on bad debt, consumer debt. Okay. And then and then they want to blame women for it. Oh, women are the reason for consumer debt when women are buying diapers. So you better sit down and be quiet. Okay. Right. And then dating, loneliness epidemic, introspection, all of the other things. Bigotry is up. Do you not see what's happening on the news right now? Do you not see what's happening around the globe? Okay. So we know humanity is suffering. This can't possibly be the answer. Do we really think the answer is just like this conversation between these two women who should definitely know better? That's what I'm saying. How respectable a person can you see? How serious of a thinker can you even possibly be that you would be here in the first place? And this is why you must understand this is entertainment. This is for funsies. This is not real. This is not solving anyone's problems. This is just cathartic. It just feels good. Like a strip club. Funny enough. And I'm pro sex work. You know I am. But a lot of those strip clubs are just places to go. They're not even that good. I said what I said. I've been to a lot of strip clubs in my life just to feel good for a second. It's not even satisfying. This is that. I mean, go to the strip club if you want to. Tip your dancers. But also, is that really what you want? Okay? Is this what you want? Now, again, if you have a high level, burlesque show / pole show, that's where you want to go. You want to go to a burlesque show. Okay? You want to go to a pole show that's like artistic. That's where you want to go. Okay? These, 2 p.m. strip clubs. Have you ever been to the strip club at 2 p.m.? I have. It's a wee bit depressing, isn't it? And it's not because it's sex work. It's because it's 2 p.m. and I'm at a strip club. Okay?
Doesn't work out. She has no job. She has no income. So you think it's unfair to get support from her ex-husband so she can raise the kids?
60%,
so she can pay.
60% of kids under 5 have daycare. Daycare is an option now. You want it to be men.
Do you know how much daycare costs?
You want it to be men.
Oh my God. Daycare's like $3,000 a month, literally. That's the other part of it. Girls, can you even afford a kid? People making $250,000 are struggling to have kids.
Here
Do you know how
have
much
it.
daycare costs? Do you think it's
You're not
free?
letting her answer. Let her answer.
A lot of things are expensive, Anna. I mean, it's men.
That's not an answer.
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair dye, you spend money on Botox, you spend money.
You should
on
think
the-
about it.
On the
Anna! See, the sexism? Unnecessary. The going for that, you know what I'm saying?
I sure am.
You spend money all of the time.
Yep.
So you wanted to be men, here it is. You're equal. Pay for daycare.
Equality means that when you have a child or children, you're both responsible.
Yeah, it's funny that men aren't responsible for caring for their children, but you guys want custody so bad. What do men imagine will happen once they get custody of their kids? So you won't pay for daycare, you won't help out with alimony, you won't pay child support, but you want custody of your kids? I mean, if you want custody, you can have custody. And then you won't have to pay child support, right? Because like you'll be 50-50 and then you'll both be just paying bills, right? Is that how it works? I don't know. I've never been to divorce court, obviously. But if you both go 50-50 and you have them half the week, then does anyone have to pay? Isn't child support just when one partner is a full-time caretaker? And that's why they need child support because you're not divvying out the work? Am I stupid? I don't even know how this works. Again, everybody in my life is relatively happy and or co-parenting successfully. So I don't have a lot of examples of bad divorces.
So the idea that the woman should take 100% of the costs on herself without any help from her husband or ex-husband is ridiculous. How is that fair?
Well, how is it fair that he doesn't get 50-50 custody?
Well, first of all,
Well, because the child might not be safe in your environment. Custody also implies some sort of safety with the child. So if you don't have the safety, the housing, the affordability, the environmental factors come into play, if you're emotionally irregular, if you were abusive to the other partner, right? Take gender out of it. Obviously, you would have gotten custody if you were safe in general or if you fought for it. You're only denied custody, right, if there's a problem, but you still have to pay child support. So confused?
why are you asserting that they don't?
It's 50% his DNA. Why can't he have 50% custody? Where
There
has
was a
feminists
study.
been? I've been
Let
on
me answer your
20
question, even though
different-
I should be interrogating you. I'll answer your question. Massive study out of Massachusetts that looked at 24,000 divorces. In those 25 divorces, they found that in only 8% of cases did men ask for custody.
Exactly.
8%.
Right, because the average American can't afford divorce fees, Anna.
But women
it
can
costs
afford to raise the
$25,000
children
to get
by
a
themselves
divorce.
without support from the ex-husband. How does that make sense?
What did you say? I didn't hear you. We were both talking.
You're complaining about the costs while simultaneously arguing that a woman should not get child support in order to raise.
So he can't afford divorce, but she can afford divorce? Don't they both have to pay lawyers? I mean, I guess he could pay for the lawyer. That happens sometimes. But then she's paying for the kids. See, this is what I'm saying. Guys, marry somebody that when you divorce them, it goes really well. That's really how we should get married. Make sure the person you marry is going to make a fabulous divorce partner. Yeah. I think that should be our goals.
The children
Right,
that the
she can-
former couple had together.
Are you guys equal or not? You want to
Yes,
be equal.
equality means that
All
you're
right.
both responsible
50
for raising the children, and that
Right,
includes
right.
the
So you
costs
should
of
have
raising the
equality,
children.
but not at the expense of men. 50-50 custody, 50-50, no child support, no alimony. That's equality. You don't want
Alimony
equality.
makes sense if
You
the
want-
woman was
you
a
want-
stay-at-home mother and doesn't have a source of income.
Or
However,
a stay-at-home partner. You keep making it gendered. Just take gender out of it and be realistic about what the expectation should be. This is why gender ruins everything. Stop talking about gender. Okay? Just say if a person is home for 30 years and out of the market, does it make sense that after divorce, we would just throw them to the wind? Or does that make sense that after being with someone for 30 years, you would somehow support them for, let's say, 2 to 4 years while they got themselves back into the job market and got their shit together? Okay? Basically, support them for the length it would take to get an average degree. They could go back to college ASAP. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. That's why I think the system should just come in and help people instead, personally. But you know me.
else would she take care of the kids following a divorce?
By getting a job just like the men.
Whoa, you really ate with that, Pearl. I'm so full. Yeah, she can get a job. except she's been out of the market, and that's not how it works. I would love to know what job Pearl would have if she had to go back into the job market. What's her degree in? Does anybody know? What would be Pearl's job, and what are the chances she gets that job? The job market's pretty vicious right now,
So you're saying that a woman who doesn't have recent job history is just going to willy-nilly enter the job force or workforce, I should say, and easily get hired. Do you guys care about this? So do you care about the children or not? Because you're making this about like the poor husband, the poor ex-husband who doesn't want to pay the child support, doesn't want, to take on any of the responsibilities of having children in the first place. Why is it that you seem to have a problem with men carrying out their responsibilities? But when it comes to
men are dying to care about their responsibilities. Men
Really?
are fighting to be a part of their kids' lives.
what's the empirical data on that?
I don't need data. How many people in here have had a family or
I don't need data. How many people in here? What? Data is really good, but we also understand how we came to those numbers. Numbers alone aren't enough. We have to ask why the numbers. Okay? I'm dead serious. We don't have enough data in general for all of the things happening in the world. Like, I guarantee you, more people are trans than we could even imagine, and more people are definitely gay, okay? But we don't have the time or numbers and the safety to even have those conversations. But even more than that, we don't know why these things happen the way they do. And when we really want to talk about why, it's very hard. So again, like, how many men have never been married or have kids and are terrified of divorce court? Why? Where does that come from? What are you afraid of? Again, I am not terrified of getting a divorce. My partner and we're not terrified of divorce. Like, it's just like, what are you going to do? Again, when you see, maybe we're just privileged because we've seen successful divorces, or we just know that's life. What are you going to do? Also, to be honest with you, we're not the kind of people that would go to court. We're not. Too much paperwork, and we don't care. We're very independently minded. We don't give a fuck. Bye. And honestly, to be honest, I always ask my mom, I said, why didn't you fight for child support in court? She goes, from who? A man with no job? Whatever. I left my life and I just hoped he never called again, which he did. He just never called again. And that's the thing. Like, the greatest gift my mom ever got was that her ex-husband actually just left them alone because he was a lazy piece of shit. Not that I even believe in the construct of laziness, but there you go. He was selfish. The greatest thing that man ever did was minding his business. Okay? Because, our life went on. We all had a great life. We moved on with our life. And that's the point. Is my mom never went to battle. She did not care. Because at the end of the day, she was working, first of all, because she was the breadwinner. Oh, he didn't make the money, girls. Her ex-husband couldn't hold down a job. So who do you think was making the money in that traditional relationship? My mother. My mother. Of course, my mother. And then she divorced him because it got physical and emotional, of course. And then my mother was a single mom with 2 kids, and she was working. Okay. And then my dad and her got together, and then they just decided what their life would look like. And boom, decades later, okay, 10 kids, a life, successful business, paid off house, all the good stuff. They're MAGA, so we got our own problems within the family, as you know. But otherwise, like, pretty good. That's a pretty good scenario for a divorce. Like, okay. Yeah, the abusive guy moves away and doesn't torment my mom. My mom gets to go on with her life. Her life turns out pretty good. And life moved on. So when Pearl goes, I care about men, I care about people who happen to be men too. I just really deeply think men who are so terrified of divorce court need to go to therapy and talk to their therapist about it. Because who taught you to be so afraid of a divorce? And what does that look like? And what are you worried about? Now, don't get me wrong. A truly horrible person will make your life hell in divorce court. But then we should ask ourselves, why are we getting with terribly bad people? And I'm not victim blaming you. I'm asking you a philosophical question. What makes most of the world end up in bad relationships, not to mention child marriages, not to mention like abusive relationships, right? Not to blame you, but to say what makes our culture say, date him anyways, be with him anyways, get married at 18, have kids as quick as possible. All of these things, all these cultural things that Pearl would support end up pushing people into bad marriages that end up hurting both and all genders involved. So like, again, when we're serious about this topic, obviously the thing we're doing isn't working,
or a friend fight for their kid and not be able to get it. The reason that this happens, Anna, is because lawyers tell them not to fight because it's so expensive and they won't win.
What is that based on? You have to provide, look, Pearl, I am open to be convinced, but I need more than anecdotes. I need more than vibes and feelings. Because we're talking about something serious here. We're talking about raising children. We're talking about the shared responsibility of raising children. That, of course, includes the cost.
90% of disputed custody goes to women. That's not equal.
90%, that's a totally made up statistic. Where are you citing that from?
Oh, does she really not know?
All right, let's take a break there because our time actually ran up. Those opening interrogations are over. Let's take a moment here. You guys want to grab a sip of water? All right. The next step is going to be 30 minutes. We're going to open it up. Again, open debate. I'd remind you guys, I know everyone's passionate about this. I get that. But we can't have multiple people debating at the same time, right? We've got one debater here. We got one debater here. Let's keep it here. All right?
Yeah, what the fuck is with that audience opening their big fat mouths? Look at these men in the audience who can't keep their mouths shut. All of them are debating Anna. Isn't that funny that Pearl can't do it alone? All these men have to come and help her? Be quiet.
Let's put 30 minutes on the clock, and let's begin the open debate. Pearl, I'll let you pick up here. Go ahead.
What happens to men when they don't pay child support?
There are consequences for it, especially when
Which
there's a
are?
court order for them to
Which
carry
are?
out their responsibility and pay child support so that child can be raised.
And what happens
Do you
if they
think
don't
there
pay
shouldn't
it?
be legal responsibilities or legal consequences?
Discourse said, why is Anna even in this room? Because she's a sellout. In my opinion, she shouldn't even be in this space, giving them any credibility or any views. Because let's be real, the only reason we're watching this is because you guys were like, Anna debated Pearl, Brittany, please review this. And I'm thinking, why the fuck is Anna in this room? Even though it's pretty obvious why Anna's in this room. And I knew this was going to be exactly what it was. But just an example, again, of why she's a liberal and not a progressive. No progressive person should be in this space giving these people any sense of validation.
If they fail to carry out
Which is why Not So Erudite being there as well is another thing too. Because Not So Erudite is there. She's on some panel. You'll see her. You'll see her eventually. She's there. And remember that when that whole thing went down a few years ago and she stayed with Destiny and all those debate bros, it was her decision. There was a line in the sand and she chose her side. And that's the point. These women constantly choose men, patriarchal men, abusive men, literally abusers, and say, oh, but they're doing so much for the Democrat Party. Girl, nobody likes a Democrat either. That is not a brag. You know what I'm saying? We also don't like the Democrats. And then they go, oh, you're too picky. Oh, I'm sorry. But if Democrats are going to hang out with abusers and Zionist, supporters, then like, what are we talking about? These are unethical stances. Okay. And I know, again, to Anna's credit, has been very pro-Palestine. But that doesn't erase the fact that she also spent, and TYT spends a lot of time talking about how crazy the left has gotten. So does Not So Erudite. Oh, how crazy the left has gotten.
a court order to, take care of their kids.
I've interviewed men that have paid millions of dollars in
Don't
child
care about your
support and
interviews.
they're-
Anecdotal evidence doesn't matter. What I need is actual statistic, empirical evidence.
That's the problem with these conversations. So philosophically, we wouldn't have to have those conversations this way. It's only because they keep talking about systems and macro that they have to now bring in the data. But if we were just having a philosophical discussion about the meaning and purpose, and we could say like, oh, I know this person in my life who has this story. Oh, what does this mean? And oh, we have a person here. We could use anecdotal stories because we'd be talking about the human condition. But since Pearl decided to open up this conversation with quote statistics, well, now we got to prove the data. What's the data? Where are you getting that from? You know what I'm saying? Okay. Chet says, why do you think that is, Brittany? What's the appeal of highly abusive men? I think they are successful. I think they're attractive to people. I think they seem confident. It's why Andrew Tate and Trump are very popular. They are charismatic. I think these streamers are also entertainers. These debate bros, these people, they're fun. They also seem really nice at first, right? Like I didn't know either. When people first introduced me to Destiny, it was viewers in my audience. They're like, Britt, he's non-binary. I guess they're non-binary. I guess he's a he now, but they're non-binary. They're progressive. They fight MAGA people. I'm like, oh, cool. They're in an ethical, open relationship, which we found out later they were not. So here I was going into this space with this very progressive idea in mind, just to be like, what's happening here? It's not like you know right away, just like in any abusive relationship. You never know until you know. And then you're like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. And then you realize as the curtain gets pulled, like these aren't just people with problems. These are abusers, right? And you're going to get hurt, And so I think though, as long as abusers are charismatic and as long as they're funny and as long as they have a following, people are going to watch them and people are going to engage with them. And I just think that's what it is. Because I really thought when Andrew Tate came onto the scene, I genuinely was on stream saying like, no one's going to fall for this. Oops, my bad. I'm so sorry that I keep underestimating people's ability to fall for Andrew Tate, but I genuinely, in my beautiful autistic brain, was like, no one's gonna fall for this. Everyone can see through this. And then I was like, oh my, I was wrong. I was so wrong. You know what I mean? So I think there's a lot of factors that come into play, right? And then people feel desperate. They feel like, well, these are the people who are popular, so we have to talk to them. Or these are the people that are involved in stuff, so we have to do it, right? Like these are the people, these are our only options, right? Chad says, honestly, Anna holds up the patriarchy by even arguing with Pearl on the fake grounds Pearl wants to argue on. Pearl is a regressive reactionary. It's like arguing with Archie Bunker. What's the point? Well, I think that's the problem. I think that's why it's so distasteful. I think it's why it's bad. It's a bad character flaw of Anna's. And of all these people who go, well, you can't just live in an echo chamber. You have to talk to people who are different. Look, if the left is so diverse we're eating ourselves, then we can talk to each other. Okay? We already have enough people to talk to. We could debate with. We'll talk to ourselves. Okay, there can't be an echo chamber here. You guys keep accusing us of eating ourselves. So we'll just keep doing that. There's no reason to talk to bigoted people, let alone conservatives, who in no way, shape, or form are even willing to talk about reality. Because look, again, once you know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make any sense if we're being very serious about moving the world in a better direction. But that's the thing. These types of bubbles they don't care about that. Because it would show up in their real lives. Right? These debate bros, these people, their life would be the exact product. It would be proof that it works. And their lives are too messy for this to be proof that anything was working.
They should pay their child support. $441
What happens?
is the average child support payment. $441 a month.
Yeah, that's for someone that makes $24,000 a year.
You just told me a woman can just go to work and take care of the kids.
Yeah, Pearl, women can just go to work after being out of the workforce for 30 years. What, these men can't get jobs even though they never left the workforce? Oh.
Totally by herself.
How does a guy live when he's paying $500 a month on $24,000 a year?
You think $500 a month is too much in child support? Do you know how much it costs to raise a child? Do you know how much childcare costs, for instance? I mean, that mother has to go to work, right? Where's the kid going to stay while that mother is working? How is she going to pay for the
What happens to men when they don't
daycare?
pay child support?
Sorry, say that again?
What happens to men when they don't pay child support?
There are legal repercussions for not
What-
carrying out a court mandate
Do you think that
to do something.
Do you think that fraud should be illegal?
Absolutely.
Okay. So why is it not illegal for women to fraud men on paternity? If a man does not find out he's the father over the age of 2,
I mean, technically, a father is the person who raises the child, blood related or not. But if you are this kind of a person that wants a paternity test, just get one. Just get one, bro. You know, but I kind of think like you're more than just like related, but like, okay, just get one. Genuinely, I'm not, if I was with somebody and they were like, let's do a paternity test, I'd be like, okay, we have to have a really serious conversation about why you think we need one, but also like, sure, let's get one. But also we got to go to therapy and talk about where that's coming from. Okay. Let's talk about it. But yeah, like, okay. Don't you see that's coming from a fear? That means you don't trust your partner. You can't be with someone you don't trust. That's what I'm saying. Guys, you can't marry people where you need to have a to-go bag ready to go. You should not get married if you need a second bank account because you think they might be abusive. Better to stay single. I don't know why you guys are so eager to be married if you're paranoid your partner is going to be a bad guy. Because you know you're not a bad guy. So why would you marry a bad guy? Why would you marry anyone who could be a bad guy? I mean, seriously, would you be a bad guy? Do you think it would be, how would you feel if your partner looked at you and said, who knows, maybe one day she might kill me in my sleep? If my partner ever seriously thought, who knows, maybe Brittany might stab me in my sleep, why would we get married? Why would that be? Now, you have to listen to me, lock in. You cannot ignore that voice in your head that is worried about that either. If you are definitely worried in any way about your partner, don't marry them. If you have any doubt, if there's any part of you that thinks, oh, they're going to make my life really hard, don't marry them. Period. You don't have to. I promise you. And I know it's hard because the world is telling you to get married. Your culture is telling you to get married. I'm going to hold your hand when I say this. You don't have to do anything. You rarely have to do anything unless you are in one of the most like patriarchal, abusive government, like bubbles, unless you're in Afghanistan, you probably have more legal rights than you think. You might have cultural pressure from your family. And this is why we have to keep fighting for our legal rights, because they want to take them away, which, by the way, that's why we have to keep fighting for them. So why are you marrying this man? Okay, Kat Black said it best. I'm paraphrasing. Kat Black said, why would I marry a man who would vote against my life, basically? I'm misquoting her. But, why would you be with somebody who would be one of those people that would want to take your voting away, or want to take their own voting away, or want to be bigoted, or want to be racist or homophobic? Guys, if you marry a homophobic man, you're homophobic. If you marry a racist woman, you're racist. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you don't get to say, oh, well, I'm not racist, but my partner has problems. No. You better be, the only chance that I will tolerate that answer is if you've been together since you were 9 and you're going through something. Okay. So, why would I date someone that wouldn't politically defend my body? That's the quote. Thank you so much. So that's the conversation that needs to be had first before we even have any of these other conversations. All of these conversations are a distraction from the fact that we are pressured by society into ignoring red flags in relationships because we don't even know what to look for because, your parents, probably kind of sucked. One thing I will say about my conservative parents that they always raised all their kids, with is marry the right person or stay single. Your life is so good single. You're successful. You're happy. I would rather you be single. God has a different calling for you because they're religious, than get married to the wrong person. And I'm like, yeah, that was the right lesson. That was the right lesson my religious parents gave me versus other religious parents. They are telling you your life won't be, fulfilled till you're married. And sure, there was social pressure from my parents. Don't get me wrong. When are you going to have grandkids? When are you going to get Catholic married? All of this stuff. There was that conversation. But they also very much made it clear, like, you can't marry the wrong person. Don't do that. It is not worth marrying the wrong person. Okay? So remember, if you feel genuinely pressured by the world to get married, start deconstructing. Seriously, I'm very serious. That's what men are missing. That's why women are happier. Because women as a whole, as a group, have generally, liberal women and progressive generally have deconstructed the need to have a partner. Men need to catch up because you will be so much happier. We all will be. We'll all benefit from this. But see how they're suffering under patriarchy? They're still suffering from the guilt of not being partnered instead of recognizing, like, you're good though, right, bro? Your life's good, bro. Get a job, get an apartment, live a good life, go out with the buddies, meet nice people, maybe run into the girl of your dreams, but otherwise vibe. Okay? Vibe.
He is on the hook for child support for 18 years.
I don't know
Where
what the
have you
law
been on
is
this
when it
issue?
comes to
A
that.
third-
But it's wrong. If you're lying about paternity, that is wrong, and there should be legal consequences
Why
for
haven't
that.
feminists fought?
It's that simple.
Then why aren't feminists fighting for it, Anna?
Because feminists fight for women, obviously.
Right, that's my point.
Yeah.
At the expense of men. That's my point. You guys want to believe?
Yo, I think somebody said in chat earlier, I do think our girlie here is very anxious. Like Pearl is like, she's really feeling, she's either sick or she's anxious. And I understand because honestly, I cannot do stage work. I get very anxious, but like, she is like, you know what I mean? She's like really going through it.
Leave women at the expense of men. Why isn't Amber Heard in jail? Because
Amber Heard was a victim of domestic abuse and psychological violence. We revisited Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. If you guys want to rewatch my series on it. You might not like Amber Heard. You don't have to like her, but she was definitely the victim.
the Me Too movement, you guys pushed believing all rape victims, and now we have rape.
Amber Heard had to pay out a massive settlement.
Yeah, but why isn't she in jail?
You want her in jail?
Yes.
Well,
He ruined
the
his
penalties
life.
for defamation are what the court's decision is, right? You want people to go to prison for defamation?
He had to go to 2 different countries to clear his name. Why
okay,
isn't she?
But he didn't clear his name in both countries, right? Or is she saying see how she's moving the goalposts and I'm falling for it? Stop moving the goalposts. Stop talking about specific cases. Focus. What is generally happening? How do we make people's lives better?
jail. He lost millions of dollars.
To be clear, you think the penalty for defamation is prison time?
I think the penalty for a false accusation is that the woman should get the same time that he would have gotten if he was found guilty.
Men don't go to prison for defamation.
And see, this is the problem with feminists. You want all these freedoms, but you won't actually be equal.
I do want
equal.
equality.
No, if you wanted to be equal, you would fight for 50-50 child support.
Equal is not 50-50. Equal is 100-100. Everybody should be doing 100% of everything because we should be showing up at our best. And when we can't, the community should fill in those gaps. But 50-50, I don't believe in 50-50. I believe everybody should be showing up. And let's be real, everyone's giving about 20-30. Okay? Okay, women are giving like 60-20 in most relationships. Literally, most reports of 2-income households, women are still doing most domestic chores. The biggest problems in marriages are literally asking your husband to help with dishes, but he goes, I worked a full week, as if she didn't. Again, straight people are suffering. The straights are suffering. And just a reminder to all of us queers, okay? This is not us. This is not, we have our own problems, but like, as you guys know, gender does not play a role in my marriage. We do not care about gender roles or gender expectations or whose gender is what. The point is, we as a team, we have a great life, okay? But remember, Anna said it earlier, like her job or her husband. Again, just for people who are new to my audience, okay? Your job, but not at the expense of your relationship. Your relationship, but not at the expense of your job. Your kids, but not at the expense of your marriage. Your marriage, but not at the expense of your kids. Your parents, but not at the expense of your marriage. Your marriage, but not at the expense of your parents, okay? Your individual freedom, but not at the expense of the country. Your country, but not at the expense of you. It must be balanced. We must have a balance. We are one and we're communal. We are individuals and we have a relationship with community. We should all be doing better. Okay? We should all be doing a little bit less bad every day.
No alimony.
No alimony. So again, if a woman decided to forego working, decided to stay home to raise the children, and the marriage doesn't work out, she's got no income whatsoever, she doesn't deserve any
women
alimony.
aren't even doing that. Number one, that's not even women are not staying home with the kids. And number two, you have daycare.
A lot of women do these days,
you
actually.
have daycare as a choice.
The traditional
Again.
women who want to stay home, they want to be traditional wives, and you trash them all the time, which I don't understand.
The chat that says lesbians have higher DEV rates, that's because they were married to men previously. Fun fact. I hear you, but those lesbian statistics come from women who were dating men prior. So, fun fact, debunked. But it is interesting because I used to think that too. I was like, damn, are lesbians really beating each other up like that? Nope. Those women were beaten by male partners. And then they dated women. And they came out as lesbians. And then it was, okay, so just FYI.
It seems like women can't do anything right when it comes to you, right? They're stay-at-home moms, they're traditional,
I understand that you can personally attack me.
I'm not personally attacking you.
Okay.
These are things that you have said on the record multiple times.
But if you cared about equality, you would care about false accusations. I
do care about false accusations,
No,
yep.
you don't.
You don't know me? You don't know what I care about?
Look, all right. Let's talk about rights that men.
Oh, chat says Pearl can't be making this much off the grift. I mean, she became like a millionaire. Guys, I am leaving so much money on the table. I should grift. Oh, she made millions as far as has been reported. I don't know how much of it is true, but allegedly millions. So remember, these guys at these rates, guys, these debate bubbles at the height of COVID were making $80,000 to $200,000 a month on AdSense. Charlie made $34 million in 5 years. Charlie Penguin Zero shared, and he's not even a debate bro. He made $34 million in AdSense alone, not even his Twitch money. Okay? So Pearl is making a lot of money off who? Who do you think primarily pays Pearl's bills? Who's her primary audience? Men. So I guess men continue to give women their money, you know what I mean?
Men do not have the right to be enlisted in selective service. You know, we have 125K men who were drafted and buried overseas. Think about that over a second. You talk about the oppressions of the
No one should be drafted. The military is a horrible concept, and unless it gets completely reworked, fuck the draft.
past. But how many men died in World War I and World War II and had
Because of patriarchy. Because men literally to this day refuse to allow women to even fight near them, and or nobody should be drafted. Nobody should be drafted. See how they can't just say men and women should both be not drafted? They suffer, so you must suffer. This is patriarchy. You men say, "Oh, I'm not going to suffer alone. You too, bitch." And women are saying, "Hey, how about none of us suffer?" And they're like, no. And this isn't because they are literally born men and women. This is because you were raised under patriarchy. So the only solution you can have has to be related to some form of violence, as patriarchy thrives on violence.
no choice. And yet Anna complains about oppression. Men
gotta
do not have
rethink
the
our
right to
foreign
face
policy.
their accuser in court when they have a false allegation and for personal protection orders that strips constitutional rights away from the man. Women go before a judge and say they don't feel safe, and more than likely a PP order will be issued. The man was not in court, had no say, has no defense, and does not get to face his accuser. That is done en masse, and many servicemen and first responders lose their careers over this because it strips a man's Second Amendment rights away based on no evidence. Men
Where are
do
you
not
getting
have the
that
right to
information
raise
from?
their children. Divorce is no fault, but when it comes to child custody, it's always the man's fault. He loses his children to the system. 96 hours a month the father does not make. Men have longer prison sentences. Women get a third of the time for the same crime. Where are the feminists fighting for equality on that issue?
So again, equality wouldn't look like that. Like equality wouldn't look like 50% women in jail and 50% men, right? That'd be really stupid. In a really true and like fair world, it just wouldn't look that way. It would look just what it does. It wouldn't look any particular way. It would just be what it is. Like, how would it ever make sense in a real world that like it would be like 50-50 jail sentences? Wouldn't it just be the individuals, regardless of gender, committing crimes? It wouldn't make sense that we want equal amount of genders in prison, right? That doesn't even. How are you gonna make that happen? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. Life should reflect reality. Not to mention, we should look through prison systems and think about how many innocent people are sitting there.
There has been rampant discrimination against better qualified men in hiring across multiple industries. Men pay more child.
Yeah, Discord said punishment is the focus, I guess, and that is America. America is punishment. Other countries are rehabilitation. And rehabilitation doesn't mean getting your life back, by the way. That's why in other countries where they treat prisoners with dignity, and yes, even like mass shooters get like ideal living situations and PS5s or whatever, it's because like you don't get to torture people because they tortured people. But America, they want to punish. They want to feel better than you, and they want to punish you. And I'm saying we should stop punishing people and just do right by as many people as possible, especially children if children are in divorces, like in the middle of divorces. But we should just be like doing what's best for people. And like if I release you and you go back into society and you can't be good, then like we'll just put you back in the facility. But like no one's gonna hurt you, no one's gonna torture you. You're gonna get 3 square meals a day, and the world is better off housing you, right? You know what I mean? But that's the problem. In America, we punish. In America, we kidnap. I mean, I don't even know why we're having this conversation when ICE is sitting here kidnapping and shooting people. When men all over the world are committing genocides and moving as a collective, okay? You're all so busy about what's happening all over the world, and you're saying, where are the leftists? Why aren't they speaking up? Guys, we've been talking about patriarchy this whole time. What do you think this is? What do you think the result of patriarchy is except groups of men committing mass murders against their own population and or each other and or others? Why do you think we are so anti these systems? Because it is literally hurting all of us, including men. And you guys would rather have that than doing any ounce of work. And I mean as a collective, as a system, men as a system. Plenty of progressive men. I saw the other day, girls, I've been saying it this whole time, that the loneliness epidemic is a conservative problem because progressive men are not having this problem. They know that loneliness is a relationship with self, that ultimately progressive men experience loneliness and they talk to a therapist about it. They don't assume an entitlement to people's bodies. So this guy made a TikTok and he's like, hey guys, I'm good. And you know what I mean? Like most men I know that are liberal progressive aren't in a loneliness epidemic because like they're vibing. That doesn't mean you don't experience loneliness. That doesn't mean you're not lonely. It just means you don't feel entitled to bodies. Okay, a partner. because that's a conservative value. A conservative value is that men ought to marry, women ought to marry. And once you say you ought to and you make it a part of your characteristic as a gender, then it becomes a problem when you can't fulfill it, because then you're like, well, am I even a man? Am I even a woman? Right? So it's not helpful. I'm telling you, once men realize, like, men always threaten it, right? Oh, we're going to go our own way. We don't even need women. Bye. That'd be great. But I wish you would, instead of making it about hating women, you would just be single. Same with women. When women are like, fuck men, I don't need any man. I love that for you. But also, girl, why are you still centering a man? Just live your best life without it needing to be a reaction to the fact that, like, men as a system suck. You know, that's when you start living, girls. You cannot start living until you actually do it for the right reasons, and not because you hate or are bitter or are resentful. You got to do it because it's actually what your joy is.
Child support. And child support orders are not enforced at the same rates between men and women. Women are more likely
women pay
not
child
to
support.
pay
Fascinating.
and are prosecuted for non-payment at lower rates. Men cannot opt out of parenthood. Men have very few domestic violence shelters and are not taken seriously when they're domestic violence victims.
I agree on that. I do
White
agree
men
on
in
that.
particular are discriminated against when it comes to hiring and educational attainment.
True.
The Duluth model is a model that law enforcement, courts, and counselors use automatically that assumes men are the aggressor. The tender years doctrine is a guideline in divorce used to justify removing the father from the child's life. The only institutional sexism that exists is institutional sexism that discriminates against men in favor of women. Furthermore, U.S. courts do not require receipts to show how that money is spent by the custodial parent, unless there's overwhelming evidence of starvation, malnutrition, or severe child abuse. There are
Hold
numerous
on,
reports
pause.
of custodial
You want the
parents spending
government to
money
check
on
receipts and
luxury
see, like,
Let's let her respond to some of that.
hold on, let's understand something. You want government to be so big that you literally have the government looking at
Chet says we need a progressive man podcaster as popular as Joe Rogan to dismantle conservative man's ideology. Probably will never happen, though. Look, the result of popularity is through a system of oppression. That's why I say Hassan Piker being the only leading voice for the leftist movement is exactly the proof of white supremacy and or pretty privilege and or there's nobody else. He's not even that good. Because you know why? Hassan plays the game that Joe Rogan plays. I'm just a guy with a microphone, guy. I'm just a podcaster. Yeah, just like Charlie Kirk was a podcaster, make a decision about what you want to be. Do you want to be a leader or do you want to be a streamer? Because you can't be both. Okay? You have to decide. Okay? And again, like, I think Hassan isn't the worst person in the world, but I think he's hardly a leader. And I think it's interesting that he's the only one anyone ever names as like a prominent voice. That should tell you the state of the world. We're not ready. We're not ready for a true progressive world. We're not there. Most of the world is conservative. That's why I say, like, everything in relationship to yourself. This is a philosophy channel, by the way. I know people are here who don't watch me. My name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture. And I believe the best tool for a better world is a philosophical tool. An understanding of why, a love of wisdom, open curiosity, a desire for truth, and a desire to do less bad every day. So you have to know and have a sense of meaning within yourself, everything within yourself, introspection, and then a sense of meaning with everything outside of yourself, extrospection. You have to understand these things and they have to work in symbiosis. They have to be in harmony. And right now the world is not, and it hasn't really ever been. Like, the loneliness crisis isn't new. We just have fun names for it, you know? Like, nothing about the world is quite new. Everything's the same as it's always been. It just looks a little different. But, like, you know, when your landlord just paints over all the shit in the apartment, you're not getting a new apartment. He just painted over the shit. That's what life is. Life is like painting over because we're not doing the work. So individually, you have to do the work. The world's moving too slow for you to wait for it. And yet, as you do the work, make sure as you run ahead of the crowd, you turn back around and push people forward as much as possible. Okay, don't abandon people, but don't wait for them either, because they're moving slow. People move slow as a group, okay? So run ahead, figure it out, come back around, push people forward, and then run up again, okay? That's how I'd like to envision it.
at receipts to see what a mother is spending the money on? That's insane.
I want no child support, no alimony, 50-50.
Yeah, because you're crazy and you don't live in reality.
I want equality. I'm more of a feminist than you, Anna. Because I say if you want to vote, be in selective service. Be on the front lines just like the men are.
Who do you think gives birth to and raises those soldiers?
What? Oh my God. That was both of them fired. Both of you. I'm taking away your microphones. Chad says, what does a leader look like in his position? Like if he doesn't want to run for Congress? I'm trying to think of examples. Well, there is a sense of like, okay, there's a level of seriousness and responsibility that have to come into play. Like in some ways, streamers just want to be big kids for a long time. That's what Joe Rogan is, right? Joe Rogan wants to be a big kid who talks about weed and aliens for the rest of his life. And yet the responsibility of his platform makes it quite dangerous to have children with microphones have this much popularity, right? So there's a sense of responsibility with how you show up, the way you change. Why do you guys think I'm on a journey to try to be a grown up? Because I know the temptation to just be on this microphone and make your mom jokes. But we know when I turn 40, I'd like to be different. I'd like to be more grown, and I'm not going to be wise or anything, but damn, I hope I maybe get there when I'm 90. You know what I mean? So it's not that Hasan has to be a leader. It's the fact that with his position that he is in, he has to either literally change topics, or if he's going to talk about politics, he's got to be more serious about it. Because the thing that's missing from Hasan is, one, he's never gone to therapy. How serious can you be about politics if you've never gone to therapy? How can you talk about making the world a better place and you yourself have never gone to therapy, have never done meditation work, have never done philosophical work? You haven't done the work yourself to heal your own inner child, and you're trying to heal the world's? Like, that's what I'm saying. He's not doing the work to earn his position as a leader. A leader isn't just a person in power or who takes power. A leader, in my mind, is somebody who earns that position by doing the work themselves, being an example. How is he an example of what we should be aiming for, right? So yes, he's popular, and yes, people like him, and yes, he's funny, but he hasn't done the work on himself. And so what are we talking about here? So again, I'm not even trying to be a leader, but I know that one day, whether I like it or not, I will be too old to not be the adult in the room. Aren't we sick of adults not being the adults in the room? Aren't we sick of Trump and this administration? Aren't we sick of our boomer parents who won't go to therapy? How can we look at the older communities and say, hey, we need adults in the room, and not realize like, oh, it's our time. We're there. Not maybe you, but I'm going to be 40 eventually, and I'd like to get there. I don't think you should be the 22-year-old adult in the room. Like, I think 22-year-olds are like, I'm the adult in the room. Sit down. Sit down, Dean. You know what I mean? Sit down. You're not the adult in the room either. But by 40, I think it's a pretty good goal. It's an arbitrary goal. It's a subjective goal, but it's a pretty good goal to say, okay, by 40, I should have some of my shit to seriously together. And that's the thing, okay? And so again, I think if Hasan was serious about wanting to make change, he would seriously consider the position he's in, and either let somebody else take over or own the fact that he's in that position. But that's a lot of responsibility. See, now it's not about him. Leadership is not about you. It's about community. You're in a position of servitude. You are a servant. You're a servant to the community. And he doesn't want to be a servant to the community, right? And that's the point. Neither does Trump, by the way. Notice how Trump isn't serving the community. Joe Rogan isn't serving the community. Leaders are servants to the community. You're not supposed to take advantage of your leaders. Your leaders are doing everything with the community in mind and not their ego, not their wants, right? That's your personal life, not your leadership position. Okay? And that's the decision. But again, because Hasan is in the position he didn't choose to be in necessarily, like Hasan doesn't get a choice about his popularity. That is just the reality. But now that it is his responsibility to have that popularity, he has to decide if he's going to step up or not. And if he isn't going to step up, he might as well be Joe Rogan.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you assert that women shouldn't be allowed to vote because they're not all in mandatory military service.
I say be equal. You want to vote, do what the men do. Men are fined
Should women be included in combat? Should women be included in combat?
Yes.
Okay.
Do what the men do.
Fair.
Do what the men do.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, Pearl, you sign up first. Pearl should be the first woman to sign up for selective draft or whatever. Okay, go ahead. Go for it, girl. Because I don't think anyone should be fighting wars they don't want to fight. Okay? Chad said, what would it mean for Hasan to let someone else take over, stop streaming? I agree. Well, he could pivot. He could talk about something else. He could go and live a better life. He could do the work and come back. He could, he could do a lot of things. And again, I'm not saying Hassan doesn't do good things, but I'm saying, like, again, 2 weeks before Charlie Kirk died, he was going to debate him. I don't see that as any different as this. Why would he do that? Why is Anna talking to Pearl? Because this is who she is. Why would Hassan talk to Charlie Kirk at that point in his career? At what point is it going to be different? Now, if he was in a leadership position, it'd be different. Because if you're in a leadership position, you would expect the adults in the room to talk to the young people, to talk to people. But he's not the leader, is he? He's not taking on the responsibility. So now he's a peer of Charlie Kirk's and he's validating Charlie Kirk by association. He's not there to show Charlie Kirk he's wrong. He's there to say, oh, I'm meeting my friend, my buddy. He even said when Charlie died, we were like friends almost, like we were friendly, right? Yeah, because they're peers. Leaders are like this, these are your peers with other leaders. And Charlie, by the way, had he lived, I think he would have ran for the presidency. See, because Charlie wasn't just a YouTuber, unlike Hassan. Charlie is actually impacting, even in his death, your child's education. Your children will be impacted by Charlie Kirk's legacy. That's a big deal, right? That's a big deal.
Agreed. Next? Next? Nothing? Okay. I want to know what your ideal woman is, because if you are a traditional conservative woman who's married, staying at home, raising kids, you trash them.
There's no such thing as a traditional woman. They cannot.
Well, you said Hassan said that. Like, Hassan said they were friendly. Obviously, they were coworkers, right? They were obviously friendly. They weren't friends. Like, they weren't homies. But that's why it was so hard, right? Because, like, he was like, I know him, right? Like, it's a different level of knowing somebody. Right? That's what I mean by that. I don't want to misquote Hassan, but that's what he's saying. He's saying Charlie was a guy I worked with. Okay? Like, that's a level of familiarity that is real. But that ends up being like a kind of different, that means he's not the adult in the room. He's the same as Charlie Kirk. So then collabing with Charlie is like validating him, instead of being the parent in the room. Like when Dr. K interviews Sneeko, he's not Sneeko's peer. He's not his friend. He's the adult in the room who's showing Sneeko how wrong he is. Okay, when other debate bros get one up on each other, they're not the adults in the room. They're just like, oh, whoa, that's not the same. Dr. K doesn't show up to debate, right? There's a difference.
They cannot be traditional in 2025 because women will always have the leverage.
What does that mean? What does it mean that women will always have the leverage?
Women have child support to fall back on. Women have alimony. So automatically,
10% of divorces end with alimony settlements.
And
10%.
And they go.
You just ignore the stats.
They
You
go
just
from
move on.
men to women. They go from men to women.
Okay.
Billions of dollars every year.
I thought you said earlier that
billions
women
of
are paying
dollars of-
alimony.
Billions of dollars of wealth every year is transferred from men to women. Mm-hmm.
Based on what? Where are you getting that information from? You're just making it up?
Look, we have it. We're excited. We can get it to you at the end. You didn't want to submit. Where are your sources? You didn't want to submit them ahead of time. You didn't.
The Census Bureau, Bureau of Labor Statistics, I cited everything I mentioned. Pull it up. Pearl, the main thing I want people to understand, okay? Pearl's gonna trash women no matter what. That's fine.
I'm not trashing
But
them.
my biggest gripe with you is you're discouraging people from entering marriages.
I don't tell men what to do. Sell me on.
You
okay, so,
advise
Anna,
men to avoid marriage.
Sell me on marriage. What do men get out of marriage?
Which is why when Chelsea Fagan says marriage is the worst thing for women, women shouldn't get married, or women should have like to-go bags or second accounts, just tell people not to get married to the wrong person / it's okay to be single. Give people permission to be single. Okay? Just do that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to make it about like women are evil and men are evil. Like, humans are humans. Humans are going to human, right? Like, the gender of your partner is hardly the issue. The way your partner interacts or has a relationship to the world, either through the lens of that gender and or their life, that's the thing that's at question. Their character, their values, their morals. This is why I say, like, I have an issue with men as a system, but not as people. Even though those people uphold patriarchy, so do women, right? So, like, the issue here is that we are all a part of a very unhealthy world, and we are suffering unwisely. So I would never expect the world to be different than it is. I would simply say that first we have to say what it is for real. And Pearl cannot, and neither can Anna, by the way. Anna also struggles to identify what's actually happening in the world. And why wouldn't they, right? They both struggle with this. I'm not a fan of either's content because I think they both are so bubbled and blinded. And like you can live we all live in bubbles, PS. But the bubbles are your perception. You have to be able to recognize that the world isn't having the same experience with existence that you are. And yet we can all agree that maybe there's a direction we can all move in that focuses on consent being the foundational relationship between people, that focuses on the dignity of people regardless of what bodies they inhabit, that values people just because, like you exist, I value you, but also to say that we are animals evolved on a planet. There's probably not a God. And that adds a whole other conversation into this dilemma, right? Is Pearl going to start referencing the Bible at any point? Like that's the other part of it, is that we are disagreeing fundamentally on what reality is. And I get it. That's how human beings have always been. But again, that's why I say you work on yourself and you contribute to the community. You work on yourself, you contribute to the community. You must eradicate bitterness from your perspective. You must eradicate your attachment to outcome. You must instead do the right thing, even if nobody else is doing it, and let the chips fall where they may. Because right now we live in a world that says, well, if the world is so evil, I might as well do evil so I'm not a victim of evil. No. You can't do evil to face evil and not be evil. You're just evil. Okay? So we harm reduce our philosophical evil. We harm reduce as much as possible. And whatever is.
That's sad. It's sad that people think that. It really is. You get a partner, you get a teammate, you get to build a life together, and it's beautiful. I feel like misery loves company in this situation.
No personal attacks.
And how would you know
What?
you get to build a life together, and it's beautiful?
What does that matter? You can't guarantee the outcome of finding a partner. Guys, there are probably millions of people you're really high compatible with, like you actually like them, your values are the same, you're attracted to them, all the good stuff, but that doesn't mean you'll ever meet them. So even Anna pushing this narrative that like being in a partnership is great, okay, but it's not needed and it's not a guarantee. This obsession with being partnered is absolutely not helpful. This obsession with feeling entitled to kids, also not helpful. Guys, it's okay that you want kids. It doesn't mean you should have them. Just because you want something doesn't mean it makes sense for your joy.
I feel like misery loves company in this situation.
No personal attacks.
And how would you know what you get out of marriage if you haven't experienced marriage in the first place? I'm not saying that as a personal attack. I really hope that Pearl meets the love of her life and gets married. It's not about that. But you trash it without really understanding what the benefits are.
Why do we have phrases like it's cheaper to keep her?
Pearl,
Wait, I don't even know if I know that phrase. That's another thing about bubbles too. Like you learn what your environment teaches you. It's cheaper to keep her. I don't know if I've ever heard that my whole life. So maybe that's the question. Common sense isn't common, it's cultural. So like what's common sense to you is cultural based off your bubble. So that just tells you more about where Pearl comes from than anything.
Answer the question.
divorce is expensive. And by the way,
I mean, obviously we know what it means because we're smart. It's not that hard to figure out, but I'm not used to that. I don't know what that's from. I'm sure people use it, like the old ball and chain jokes. I also didn't come from a bubble where that was a thing. My dad never made those jokes, ever. That was not the bubble I come from. My brothers do not make those jokes. Okay, those are not jokes we make in our family about our partners. You only, show respect to your partner. You show dignity to your marriage. You do not make jokes about, I have to go with the wife and, the husband. You do not do that. Okay? Because again, you should love your partner and show dignity to the marriage. And hopefully you've married a good person. So why would you do that to a good person?
purpose to discourage people from getting divorced in the first place.
Why do we have phrases like happy wife, happy life?
Okay,
Because
I know that
it's
one.
true.
Yeah, I know that one. Happy life, happy wife, happy. I know that one, right? I mean, it's true. Happy husband, happy life. Happy partner, happy life. You know, but not because you're doing it out of shallowness, but because you're doing it out of joy. You know, I know that one. You know, happy everyone, happy life. Yeah, happy. Exactly, chat. Happy everyone, happy life.
Same with happy husband, happy life. I don't want to come home to an angry husband.
But that's not a phrase.
Do you have any
is
other
it?
like catchphrase or slogan you want to throw at me?
What do men get out of marriage?
They get a
That's not a real question. It's a bad question. Next. It's not a real question. What do men get out of marriage? Depends on the man. Depends on the marriage. Next.
partner.
That gains 25 pounds in the first 5 years.
Men get
Oh, now fat phobia comes in. See, guys, you have to deconstruct your bigotry. Who cares if your partner gains 25 pounds? And so, next. You say that like it's a bad thing. Next.
pretty fat too. I don't know if you've done a comparative analysis on that. They actually end up gaining more weight than their wives do. And who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
Men.
I mean, have a conversation with your partner. Encourage her.
How
Be an adult.
How can men and women be equal?
Especially if she's giving you
How can men
children.
and women be equal when one is expected to die for the other?
What? That says, doesn't phobia mean afraid of something? Yeah, but that's really reductive. And that's kind of like I don't mean to be insulting to you, but phobias, that's because conservatives say that. I'm not afraid of gay people. That's not what the phobia means. Guys, let's just that's very reductive. Bigotry is fear unchecked, 100%. But it's not as simple as like, I'm irrationally afraid of this thing, though it is true. There's something really serious about this level of intellectual fear. It's not, it is a fear you rationalize to yourself has a basis off of some form of bigotry. So it's a little reductive to say like, oh, isn't phobia just like something you're afraid of, right? Like it makes people think, it makes especially conservatives, because I know they've used this argument with me, like I'm not homophobic, I'm not afraid of gay people, I just think it's wrong. Like bigotry is fear unchecked, but it's not the way that you think of a standard phobia. So yes, but also I don't know why you're asking that question, but just some thoughts that came to mind.
I don't expect anyone to die for anyone else. I don't know what that even comes
Yeah, but
from.
men are willing to die for you every day. The men in the
Didn't literally because of the Titanic, isn't this true? I think this is true. I can't remember if it was the Titanic or something else, but didn't they have to literally change women and babies first because men were literally killing people to get to the boats, and men they were willing to sacrifice the women and children to get on the boats, and so they had to change the rules. They were like killing people. Was that the Titanic or was that something else? Okay. Women and babies first. Why is that a thing? Yeah, it was popularized in 1852. Birkenhead and Titanic disaster suggesting women and children should be rescued first before the men because it was about preserving the next generation. And apparently there was some conflict with whether or not people would try to kill each other to survive. So I don't know how true this is. I would have to look more into it. But yeah, when we research, like when you think about those things, I mean, that kind of makes sense to me, right? Because you look at the way that it works now. Like people want to brag about how men are your protectors, but then why are you so afraid of men in women's bathrooms? That's not a transphobic comment. That's just like, oh, gotcha, at conservatives. Like you're so worried about, quote, men in women's bathrooms, whoever those men are, which by the way, I'm used to gender inclusive bathrooms. I feel like it doesn't really matter as long as everyone in the bathroom is cool. But like, this conversation is like, oh, in one side of our mouth, men are protectors, and the other side, never be alone with a man ever. What were you doing? Why were you alone with him? Don't you understand? You play with fire, you're going to get burned. So which one is it? If men are so great and there are protectors, then why aren't they safe? And this is, by the way, I really do think it's a part of like entitlement, right? It is like a deep sense of entitlement and a lack of regard for others. And I think that's why we have to do our best to be less bad every day. Because even the most people think they're well-intentioned. And I do. I think the road to hell is paved in good intentions, right? Like, I do think that people generally are good in the sense that all dogs are good, but some dogs bite your face off. Like, humans aren't good or bad in that literal biological sense. They are simply having an experience that, when it comes to head with another experience, causes negativity and or destruction. But like, how much free will do you even have to really make another decision? That's why I recommend you have a deeper relationship with your biological experience. You're not trying to be greater than nature. You're not trying to ascend nature. You're trying to have a deeper relationship with that nature. And then I think if you do that, you will be less violent and more compassionate and more thoughtful and more giving.
police force, the men in the military.
What about the women in the police force?
They're 10% and they cause so
So
many
what?
problems.
Who cares what percentage women make up of the police force?
Yeah,
They're in the
they
police
can't-
force.
they
My
can't-
sister-in-law's a cop, actually.
They can't do the same jobs. There's videos on the internet
see my
everywhere of
sister-in-law.
women getting their guns.
Yeah, good point. Chet says, having a fear over something doesn't mean you're scared of it. I think that's where it confuses people. I'm not scared of gay people. Yeah, you're not scared, but you're fearful. Thank you, Chat. Exactly. You're not scared of gay people, but you're fearful. And that is different. And that was the point I was trying to make. Thank you for saying it that way.
Taken because they're not strong enough.
Are you just making things up?
Are you?
Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously. Next question.
Do you realize how good you have it in this country?
Absolutely. Best country in the world.
Brother.
And you get to live the life you live at the expense of men.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
Show me how.
Do you know how many men die every year? Just to... There are men that die every year to get you crab.
How many women die every year during childbirth?
Not many.
This country has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country, so a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes. This is painful, man. Do you have any other questions for
What
me?
is happening, bro?
Not right now.
All right.
What? 15 minutes left on the clock, bro. What are we doing
Should
here?
I move on? Like, what are we doing now?
Can I ask a couple questions?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, let's just jump in here. So why don't we do this? I'll ask you one and then I'll ask you one and we'll kind of go back and forth. I kind of
Chad says she's disassociated. I don't know what is happening, but she's obviously like, maybe she's sick. Maybe she's got a cold or something. I know when I'm sick, I do not do that well. Maybe she's got a cold. Maybe she ate some bad food. Maybe she's just confused. Maybe she's having an anxiety attack. Pearl is being she's not usually like this. Like, I haven't watched her in a long time, so I don't know. But usually on her live streams, at least years ago, she was pretty combative and stuff. This Pearl seems like maybe she's just unwell. Maybe COVID brain fog. Maybe that brain fog is so real. I don't know. Maybe she just doesn't know what to say. I don't know.
half jokingly said at the beginning, like Pearl had mentioned, I think you actually said it here too, that you believe you may be more of a feminist. Do you consider yourself to be a feminist, and how would you define that?
I don't consider myself to be a feminist, mainly because it's a loaded word, and there are certain outcomes from certain waves of feminism that I don't agree with, particularly minimizing the importance of men in society. I do think that
Oh, brother. Didn't I say I don't like either of these women very much at all? Actually, not at all. Chad says, I think you're being very generous, Brittany, but am I not a generous ladies? Am I not a generous lady? I am a generous girly. I'm so nice to these people, bro.
there is, especially the third wave of feminism that's done that.
Oh, blame the progressives, bro. This is why everyone thinks Anna's a TERF, which she definitely hangs around with TERFy people. And so that's the thing. That's the thing.
I personally really value masculine men, and I don't appreciate
Oh,
feminists speaking on
brother.
behalf of all women in regard to what women prefer.
Oh, this got so much worse than I thought it was going to get. I am too queer for this conversation. All right. Look.
I think the Me Too movement started off as a legitimate grievance with women who were legitimately abused, and it devolved into something laughable and ridiculous, especially when, someone like Aziz Ansari gets accused of being like some sort of sexual.
Oh, worst example. Why would you use Aziz as the example, bro? Oh my God. Why do you do this?
predator when he clearly wasn't.
Well,
So I just
he might not have been a predator, but I definitely think you could argue a consent violation occurred. I mean, consent violations can occur without someone being technically a predator or something else. But in an ideal consensual situation, none of that would have happened. Because if you had done your due diligence beforehand, it minimizes the situation for what it is. Like, get consent beforehand. Make sure nobody's drinking. Make sure you have friends you can call. Make sure you give everyone the amount of outs they need. Make sure you listen to her the first time she said, I don't want to do something, because she did. You know, this is years ago, so I don't remember the case fully, but I remember thinking, like, there were so many points in this story where, like, hello? Because just because a girl goes back to your place, you guys could watch a movie. You could talk about politics. You could spend all night smoking a cigarette and drinking espresso and talking about fucking socialism. There's so many things you could do with a girl at your apartment that doesn't involve sex. And all I remember from that story is I think I remember him really wanting a blowjob or something. And she didn't want to give a blowjob, you know? It's just those kinds of things. It's like, bro, come on.
Don't like how loaded that word is. What I actually genuinely want is equality among the sexes. I'm not looking for women to have an upper hand over men at all. But we need to be based in reality, and we need to look at the statistics and figure out what's really going on. If men are getting a raw deal as a result of divorces, then yeah, the laws need to change. And I genuinely thought prior to this debate that they were getting the raw end of the deal. But as I researched this, I realized I was believing in outdated myths.
Oh, brother.
So, yeah.
Pearl, let me ask you this. Do you believe, and obviously you are citing a lot of anecdotal stories. I do think it's fair to point out every anecdotal story is someone's story, right? So they're not fake
Sure.
stories and they're not meaningless. Obviously, the people who live those realities, in a lot of cases, they're very painful. Because of your platform, you speak to a lot of those people. How much is that informing where you're coming from in this debate? Is the real stories of people who have been hurt by this stuff?
I mean, I've interviewed 1,000 people. I interviewed a guy who had his kid transitioned and there was nothing he could do about it.
See, my kid transitioned and I could do nothing about it. What is that? What is she trying to prove right there? Okay. What does that mean? What does that imply? Okay, transphobia now. This isn't an example of a father who didn't have a say in his kid's life. This is an example of a father who didn't want to be in his kid's life. Because if you were there with your kid through the process, they would take into consideration your thoughts, assuming they weren't bigoted. See? This is what I'm saying. Like, this is my favorite first date question. This is my favorite first date question. So what do you think so if we got married and had trans kids, what would be your thought? What if our kid came out trans? Like, what if they were like, hey, mom, I'm trans. What would you do? And then wait and ask everybody. I don't care what gender you're dating. You ask this question. And then you start to understand like the conversation and where they stand on it. Okay. My favorite first date question. Get those questions out right away, girls. Stop dating people and moving in with people that you haven't had serious conversations with. Start asking the serious questions. Date 1 to 5. Date 1 to 5. All of the reasons to break up with that person if they answer even slightly incorrect. I don't want any incorrect answers. Okay? Chet says I actually did this on the first date with my current partner because of Brittany. There you go. You're welcome. Okay. There you go.
Interviewed another guy, and he spent $300,000 trying to get his kid back. He actually went overseas to Ukraine during the war, just trying to be in his kid's life. So yeah.
Look, I think there probably is so many millions of cases of parents who are actually very good people who got the short end of the stick, 1,000%. Okay. But I also think 90% of parents are not even the greatest. They're trying, but it's kind of, they're doing their best, whatever. Okay. But a lot of parents are pretty bad. Not lose your custody kids pretty bad, but if there's a divorce, probably. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if we're being very serious for the sake of the child, in a lot of circumstances, if there's a divorce, there's probably one parent that's better off with the kids generally. And in an ideal situation, in a truly ideal situation, which should be the majority, which would be the default, which would be the goal, it would be a pretty good divorce with a pretty good setup for shared custody, right? Okay. And so that's the part that people are missing. Like, this isn't just divorce court. Your problems didn't start at divorce court. They started before you were even born. Who are your parents? Who are your grandparents? How were they raised? How did that influence you? What culture were you raised in? Why did you make the decisions you made? We're so much more than this moment. And yet we have to live in the most present. But we have to have the wisdom of understanding that, like, guys, we are so much more than we think we are. And yet, life is pretty simple. And yet it's so complicated because we are so unhealed, you know? So like when we have these conversations, I hear Pearl and I'm sure all her stories are real. And I would still have about 100 questions, just like I would with any person who tells me a story. Believe all victims is not believe all victims without data. It's saying, if you tell me you were raped, I believe you. Because I would assume you wouldn't lie about that. If I found out you lied about that, okay, you're a liar. But studies show most people aren't going to lie about being raped. So, okay, I believe you. Just like if someone came to me and said like, oh my God, someone stole my phone. I'd be like, fuck, no way, bro. I'm so sorry. What happened? You know, like I'd believe you. In the same way, if somebody told me, hey, I just got a parking ticket. Oh, no way, bro. They could be lying about everything they tell me, right? Everything could be a lie. They could tell me their name and that could be a lie. I'm just going to assume it's not. If I find out you're lying, okay, we'll deal with it, right? But like to assume people are lying only when it comes to rape is rape culture. Isn't that funny? You don't think people are lying about their names or their jobs or how much money they make, but you always assume they're lying about being raped? What is that?
Yeah, it impacts it a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've interviewed so many men that want nothing more than to just be a dad and see their kid. They don't even care about the money. They just want to see their children. And if you ask Anna, it doesn't exist, but if you ask any man, like everybody knows somebody that it's happened to. And commentators can, they can try to minimize it. They can talk from their ivory towers and pretend it's not happening, but there's a genocide of millions of men that's going on in this country.
When you use the
A
word- I
genocide?
was gonna say,
1.6 million men commit suicide, have committed suicide since 1970.
Similar rates of women also attempt suicide but fail because they usually don't resort to more violent means.
Actually, it's because a lot of them, apparently, last time I checked in with this, it's because most of them hesitate because who will take care of the kids and who will take care of their life. They said when interviewed that they didn't go through with it because they kept worrying about who would take care of things if they died. And that was exactly why all of my attempts were so half-assed, because every time I tried to kill myself, and I would try in so many different ways, I would just keep thinking, who's going to have to come clean up my body? How do I make it as convenient for EMTs as possible? What about the people who are going to have to see me? Who's going to find this? Is it going to be like, what's going to happen? What about my little siblings? Like, what about the people in my life? Like, I was so suicidal, so self-harming, but I was so paranoid and worried about like, who's going to come take care of whatever. And then, yes, I had a cat. I had Indiana Jones. Who's going to take care of Indiana Jones? Like, what's going to happen? Like, we can't die. My partner and I always say to each other 100 times a day, we better take care of ourselves because we have a cat to take care of. Like, a great motivation for people, and this is the difference between people who show up and don't, is you understand that people are relying on you in a way that should bring you a sense of responsibility and not just a burden. Right? Your kid should not be a burden. Your partner should not be a burden. And if they are burdens, they're our favorite burdens. But we should be, as a team, getting everybody where they need to be the most successful and most happy and most joyous. Right? We have a huge priority that is Indiana Jones. Right? We don't go on vacations because we don't want to leave her with people and we don't have people to come see her. We focus on our finances, making sure we budget for Indiana's whatever she needs. Right? We focus on her as a part of the family because she's a priority. And so the point is like when you make people a priority, okay, they become, it shows in your work. So, okay, 1 million men have committed suicide since 1970. Devastated. I am devastated for people who resort to killing themselves because I really truly believe most suicide is preventable. And yes, some of those cases will be chosen death. And so I do agree that institutions should be able to peacefully and with dignity help people pass over to the next life or death, whatever you want to call it. But let's say the people who are suicidal, who feel like they have no place in the universe, that's from a lack of meaning, right? We are suffering from a lack of meaning, and we've always suffered from a lack of meaning. This is not new. It just feels very new because we have better data to pay attention to. But it's funny that nobody considered it suicide when people were drinking themselves to death, in the past. In my bubble, we call that a slow suicide. Oh, you smoke? Slow suicide, baby. Oh, you drink chronically? Slow suicide. You can call it what you want to call it. But when you are abusing your body to the point of understanding you are limiting its lifespan by 30 or something years, drinking your life away, that's called a slow suicide. And yet, what did the White House just recommend young people do? Drink more. Specifically men. Specifically boys. What are people telling young people to do? Socialize by drinking more. You mean the thing that was giving people like alcohol poisoning, the thing that was getting people assaulted, the thing that was getting people drunk and they weren't able to consent fully, that thing? Okay? So again, when we have these conversations, nobody's actually serious at giving you the solutions. They're just selling you a new fucking product. And I'm saying that's all of us always. That's even your parents. It's not just these evil people in bushes or at the top of pyramids or some conspiracy theory. It's your grandmama. Okay? It's your dad. It's your uncle. It's the people in your life. Okay? The reason they're telling people to drink more, for those who are curious, is a study came out and said that the social benefits of drinking came not from the alcohol consumption, but the forced socialization. And they think to tackle the meaning crisis or the loneliness epidemic, if people socialized more, they would do better. So even Chelsea Fagan, who's more progressive, has been saying, you guys need to like basically socialize more, drink more. And my solution is don't drink more unless you really like alcohol for some reason. Just organize better. Okay? Even if it's on a Discord. Because you remember, I live in Europe where the only person I really see is my partner because I don't have friends here. And I don't want friends here. I already got friends. I have too many friends. So all of my friends, we do call-in dates. On my day off, I catch up with people. Okay? That's every week. Okay? Every Sunday, I catch up with the people in my life, or I put them on a schedule because I can't catch up with everybody on the same day. But you know what I mean? I put people on a schedule. Okay? I try to call people. I try to keep up with people. And the truth is if I physically lived near those people, I'd also be seeing them every Sunday. We'd go have lunch or they'd come over to my house for barbecue or something. Plant-based, of course. But you know what I mean? The point is that yes, alcohol is helpful, but you know what else is? Community, gathering, and being honest with yourself about your connections. Do you actually like the people you're even friends with? Do you like yourself? Do you have to work on yourself? Again, it's about existing in the world and in having and experiencing the moment and being thoughtful and understanding it's a relationship with self. But you can't just like feel entitled to friendship. This goes back to what we actually, you guys, instead of going on a monologue again, go watch my last live stream, What We Owe Our Families. And it's a part of my series going back to the basics I just finished. Go watch it. Okay. Just specifically that stream. And it talks about family dynamics, community dynamics, and all of this is connected to our sense of meaning. All of it.
Means of ending their own lives.
Right,
so they'll
but
take pills.
Why is that? Why is it that every time we bring up men, you have to bring up women?
Because we're doing a comparative analysis here. You can't just throw out
Oh my God, Pearl did this the whole debate, bro.
statistics without comparing it to what the rates are among women.
What I'm pointing out is, I just pointed out that by 2050, more men will have committed suicide than all of the world wars combined. And your first response was, well, women commit suicide.
Don't you want men to be drafted? You just advocated for people to be drafted and die in war. Which one is it? Do we want to save people's lives or do we want them to kill themselves? You think going to war is going to save men's lives? Men are dying in war all the time. Right now. Look how many men have been dying in all of these fucking tragedies. All these fucking excuse for place for power. That's what I'm saying. These people don't care. They don't care about you. If there's one thing I wish you would take away from this, especially if you don't watch me regularly, these people don't care about you. You and your personal story is just aha moments, I got you moments in a debate where they make millions of dollars and you go home and kill yourself. Stop listening to these people. They do not care about you. And start focusing and learning from people or listening to people in your community, in your family, on YouTube who are happy, who are joyful, who have figured something out for themselves. And even if you don't want exactly their life, just think, okay, what worked for them? And how do I learn those tools and how do I make it work for me?
Because it is a problem that is inflicting both sexes in this country. It is a tragedy and should be taken seriously rather than this weird war.
But it's not going to be taken seriously when you pretend it's not going on.
It is going on. Are you kidding me? I mean, how many of our soldiers, our veterans, come back to the United States after multiple deployments, do not get treatment or help with PTSD and other mental issues as a result of being deployed multiple times?
Yep.
Like, that's a real problem.
Yep.
How come you don't talk about that?
Yeah, but
you
they
blame
come,
it on marriage and divorce
home,
instead.
Right, because those soldiers come home to an empty house.
Oh,
You think that-
brother. So it's not the war or the PTSD from the war. It's the fact that there wasn't a woman waiting to be fucked when she got home or he got home. What if you signed up for the military single? Divorce rates in the military are like 90%. as they should be. Honestly, you want to hear a really out there take from Brittany? Okay, this is a Brittany Simon take. Honestly, if you're in the military, I don't know if you should get married or have kids. Okay, I get it. If you're a lifelong military person, there's a conversation to be had. But like, I kind of feel like if you're going in for 4 to 6 years, you can wait. I said what I said.
Divorce
They're-
is the reason for most of these suicides.
Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after
How many
a
more
divorce.
times likely are women to commit suicide after a divorce?
What about the women?
You don't know the number,
What
right?
about-
Because you
what
didn't even
about-
care to look into it.
What about the women, though? That's always what you go to. And that's kind of what I'm trying to point out is feminists don't care about male issues. They don't. They do not care about equality. Because whenever you ask them for real equality,
Pearl, my point is that suicide is not just a male issue. It is a huge problem in this country. Women who try to end their own lives are less successful because, again, they're less likely to use a gun, for instance, or hang themselves. They'll take pills, it'll fail. It's just a tragic thing all around. But if you actually care about suicide rates, then you would want to know what's causing the suicide rates or the attempts at suicide.
Divorce.
What can we do as a society to help people to prevent that from happening? And you wouldn't make it specifically and
I don't even know how she could say divorce is causing suicide. That's just such a weird thing. So somebody divorces you and you're going to kill yourself? How does that make sense? How does it make sense for someone to consent or to revoke consent in a marriage? Do people have to stay married to you or you're going to kill yourself? That sounds like, if you leave me, I'll kill myself. That's abusive. You can't kill yourself because somebody divorces you. You know what I'm saying? So to say divorce is the cause is to say that person must stay married to you? That doesn't make any sense. Are people not allowed to leave you? People are allowed to break up for any reason. If you feel like your partner's having a medical problem where their personality switched overnight, go to the doctor. But otherwise, you don't get to keep your partner hostage. Even if your partner of 30 years was like, okay, I love you, this has been great, but I think I'm ready to move on, which many people do. Okay, are you gonna kill yourself after? Come on now.
solely an issue that inflicts one sex over the other.
again, I mean, you're just proving my point because we talk about male issues, you keep bringing it back to the women.
I just want you to compare the stats.
And by the way, to the chatter who said, I don't know much about the military bubble, but it seems hard on the children to move constantly and not have permanent communities. I wasn't even thinking about that because a lot of those kids have a lot of fun with it. I was thinking about kids whose parents are deployed for 8 to 9 months out of the year and they never see them. If you're a parent, any job, trucking, any job that takes your parent away from you for long periods of time, I don't think you should have kids. I'm not saying the law ought to mandate it. I'm saying you should consider your absence in your child's life. Because it doesn't make sense to be like, hey, I'm going to force you into existence. Okay, bye. Bro, that kid didn't exist. You know what I mean? That's the aspect I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about the fact that people bring kids into the universe and go, okay, I'm going to go be a top CEO and never see my kids. What are you doing? Why did you just have a kid not to see them every day? I don't get it. Again, thinking about the child. Because it didn't, okay. Discord said Usopp's father? Bro, all these men ditching their kids to be pirates. I was like, One Piece has a divorced dad ratio. One Piece has a dad went out to go get milk problem. For real. For real. Oh, man, stop. That's funny.
Spewing right now with something to compare it to.
Okay. Do you think that women should be on the front lines of the military like the men?
If they can pass the physical test necessary to do so, yeah.
Do you think women should be in selective service? Like the men?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and they should be on the front.
No, Anna! You fucking liberal. No, Anna, lock in. Nobody should be on the front lines. We shouldn't be fighting wars. Humanity thinks it's so advanced and we're still fucking fighting wars. What are we killing each other for? Patriarchy, men. Why are we killing each other?
Front lines as infantrymen.
If they are physically capable of doing it, yes.
Okay, so no.
So you want to put people who aren't physically, obese men wouldn't be put on the front lines.
What? Oh, fun fact, in Vietnam, we talked about this the other day, they specifically told men of color who were disabled, specifically, if you fight for the military, we'll help you out. They put them on the front lines of Vietnam as cannon fodder. This whole dream of the military only sends out the most physically capable. The military will pick your son off the street and let him die, all for the sake of patriotism. Why is Anna fighting so hard for this bullshit military dream? That's what I'm saying. All of it is bullshit. And I say this as a girl who had 4 brothers sign up and who herself even went to a recruiter's office when she was young. Okay? It is a bullshit construct. It is fucked up. It is fucking over everybody. Because these men come home, abuse statistics are crazy, rape in the military, crazy statistics, okay? And it's because you're making people do crazy fucking shit. They're going crazy. And you're doing that to them. And we're convincing men that this is what it means to be a man. Come on now, grow up, Anna. See, this is why you can't trust a liberal, bro. Peace and love. We've all been there. I was just there recently. I get it. Last few years, I get it. Okay, but that's why you can't. You can't stop at liberalism. You're the new conservative. You've got to keep going. You got to progress past these political constructs as well. You are more than these systems. We are more than these systems. We are born free. We are born free. And yet we are convinced and feel entitled to imprisoning others because. And think that's you. You think that, right? There's probably a group out there that you feel entitled to imprisoning versus feeling like, please don't make me do this, bro. Please, I don't even want to lock you up, bro. But if I don't lock you up, you're going to hurt people for real. Not just because I'm afraid, but like literally, I don't even want to do this. Don't make me do this. You should exhaust every possible avenue before you are excited. And you should never even be excited to lock somebody up. You know? What a weird thing we take for granted. We talk about freedom, freedom, freedom. And yet you are so excited to be like, lock them up. Lock them up. They would have to be, and I don't think most people are like this. I think most people don't need to be locked up. Most people need to be, in a rehabilitation center, or hopefully we do preventative care. Because obviously it's too late for a lot of people. Okay? Like it is what it is. They're not going to learn. But like when you have a baby, just think about that baby. Really think about that baby in the world, We're so casual about having kids, bro. Having little boys who are going to be raised in a world where they think their bodies are only meant to exist to like be used as like something to sacrifice. And that's how they prove they're a real man. We don't even give them the option to say, I don't want to do that. Otherwise, they're deserters. They're pussies. They're girls. Oh my God, I can't believe you ditched us, bro. I can't believe you didn't join in, bro.
Do you think women should be jailed for false accusations?
Depends on what the false accusations are. If
Just
she's
yes or
falsely
no?
accusing someone of rape, for
Just
instance,
or no?
yes.
Just okay. Thank you.
Okay, what would imprisoning do? So do we want to imprison people who lie? Is that what we want to do? Do we think we should imprison people who lie about people? How do you prove the lie? I know what she's saying. I know what you guys think they're saying. Okay? It sounds really good, right? Like women should have to serve the time the rapist would serve. You mean no time? Men rarely serve time for rape. So you mean 3 months of probation? Okay.
Agree. Do you think that child custody should be 50-50?
As long as the court determines that.
Yeah, Chad said, don't we do that for fraud? Well, first, I don't believe in prison systems like that. But prisons are different than rehabilitation centers. And rehabilitation doesn't mean you get your old life back. It means you will be rehabilitated to show up differently in your life, which might even mean to stay locked up. But again, when we have these conversations, we're coming from a lot of different bubbles. But like, obviously, people shouldn't be lying about people. False accusations are unethical. They're deeply unethical. Lying is deeply unethical. Okay? In very rare circumstances, like in a survival situation, is lying reasonable? Like, ICE is at your front door and you've got a person inside the house. I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody's here. I don't know. I'm going to lie. Okay? Obviously. But in a healthy situation, in a healthy world, in a healthy relationship, lying is not helpful. People need to be able to say what they did so we can get them on the right track. Okay? But see, we're all about punishment in America. So then what? Okay?
Both parents are capable of being caretakers, yes. In fact, that's the ideal situation.
Okay, so yes.
Yes.
All right, do you believe in alimony?
I believe in alimony in specific cases where the woman decided to forego having a career and working, decided to stay home and raise the kids. In those cases, I believe she deserves alimony, yes.
But that's a privilege.
You're ridiculous.
That's,
Anyway, next, move
wait,
on.
You said
Next.
you said it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous,
That it's a privilege to stay home with
especially
your
coming
kids.
from a girl who grew up in an affluent situation with incredibly wealthy parents. You don't know anything about struggling economically or financially. So to tell a single mother who decided to stay home and raise her children instead of work that she doesn't deserve a penny to raise her kids after a divorce is the most privileged piece of shit thing to say.
This is
Next.
this is the type of nagging that drives men to suicide.
Good. But I'm married and you're not, so.
You know what I mean? Like, these aren't serious conversations, right? Nothing about this is serious. These women do not care about men. They do not care about people. Anna is no better than Pearl. That she should not be on the stage. This is all very silly.
Next.
Jesus Christ. I get it.
A little harder to debate someone who's not an OnlyFans girl, right? Never. I don't need to. Not that I'm judging.
It's
brother.
why isn't paternity fraud illegal?
You mean, why isn't it illegal to say this is your baby? Should we make cheating illegal? Should we make affairs illegal? Ooh, should we have the government come in and arrest all these men who cheat? What is cheating? Should we have people arrested? What does that mean? What's paternity fraud? Do you mean like putting someone on the birth certificate that isn't the father? Okay, so like, let's figure it out. But here's a question. Why aren't these personal conversations you're having with your partner? Why are you getting the government involved? If you're trying to have a baby with your partner, you should be tracking your cycles. You should be tracking when you had sex. You should be tracking flow. You should be tracking stuff. You should be going to doctor's appointments. You can even add paternity tests into the structure of your relationship. Guys, you get to customize your relationship with your partner. If you want a paternity test, find somebody who agrees that we should get paternity tests. Okay? Like I said, that would not really work in my marriage because, again, if I need a paternity test, I don't trust you. And in that case, I'm good.
We've been over this already.
It's estimated 6% of men are fathering children that are not there.
Also, just a reminder not to, if you doubt your partner, do not put it aside because you don't want to judge your partner. When I say that, it's because I don't have any doubts. If you have any doubts, you should marry that person.
I don't really believe your stats. Like,
the
where are you getting
American
that
Blood
stat
Bank
from?
Association. Are you happy?
Okay.
1/3 of
That's wrong.
paternity
And yeah,
tests.
there should be consequences for that.
But there aren't.
Okay.
But there are. Where
And there
have the
should be. So
feminists
we agree
been?
on that. Next.
Right? You can agree, but you haven't covered it. And that's my point. Is you guys don't care about equality. You want freedom at the expense of men.
Okay, sure.
Chat says, when you were friendly with these people, did you speak to Pearl? I never spoke to Pearl, but she did tweet about me one time, and she called me like an OnlyFans something and tried to say like something bad about me. And then someone said, you should box Pearl. And I said, Jesus Christ, would you all grow the fuck up? So stupid. Literally grow up. That's what I'm saying. Like, please be fucking serious.
Next.
Do you think that men should have the right to opt out of fatherhood, since women have the right to opt out of motherhood?
They do all the time. You have the legal right to opt out of being a parent. People do it all the time. You can give up your kids for adoption. Why is this a question? Do you mean, is it ethical to bring a baby into the universe that you don't care for? No, it's not ethical. It's not moral. It's not good. Stop bringing babies into the universe you can't take care of. But people opt out of parenthood all the time. And yes, it is legal. And yes, you can give up your kids for adoption.
No. Put a condom on. You don't want to have children, put a condom on.
Or require him to wear a condom. That's equal.
Yeah.
That choice is equally irresponsible.
He's the one with the Johnson. He gets to decide what he does with it.
I think I'm more of a feminist than you.
Sure. Go great. Congratulations.
I just wonder which one of them has to pee. Because you know at this point, somebody's got to pee. And they're probably just thinking, man, I really got to pee, but I don't want to pee. I don't want to do the pee dance on stage. Because if I was one of these girls, I would definitely have to pee at this point. And then I'd be like, can I go pee? Because obviously nothing is happening here.
This is the longest 30 minutes of my life.
Okay, I'm going to interject again if I
All
can.
right, all right.
No, just kidding. So one thing that I do think is happening is that there is a shift that is taking place in America, and I think you both have alluded to this a little.
Yes, chat. Thank you. You're so smart. This whole conversation is what happens when you don't deconstruct gender. Yes, this is why you must deconstruct gender. Gender is so important. Deconstruct does not mean to destroy. It means to take apart and understand in detail. Yes. Your life, my life is so good. And it started truly when I started to deconstruct gender, roles, expectations, because all of my life I fell into toxic masculinity. I fell into internalized misogyny because I was trying to be a better man than the men because being a woman sounded like it sucked. And then I was like, what does it even mean to be a woman? Like my life got significantly better when I stopped trying to become a better man than the men and started just owning that I was one and I was better and naturally.
And so I'll ask Anna first if you would agree with this. Because you said that going into this debate, you thought a lot of these things were true.
Right.
And you started to see that maybe these things were not as true as you would believe.
What was not true?
Do you believe that your previous belief was informed by nonsense, or the fact that states and legislatures and courts are changing what they're doing over the last few years in terms of alimony and parental time and that kind of thing?
What was
I
the
think
question?
that with more women participating in the workforce, it's hard to argue that, women should get paid alimony when they have their own income. So yeah, I think that the culture has changed, the workforce has changed, and as a result of that, the courts weigh whether or not something like alimony makes sense. And look, much like Pearl, I had heard the horror stories, and I was basing much of my worldview on situations like this, based on anecdotes, basically. And so when you look at the statistics and the broader picture, you have a clearer idea of what's actually happening in the aftermath of a divorce.
Would you be willing to concede at least that maybe some of the reasons some of these things are shifting is because of people like Pearl and others who are drawing attention to these stories? Because I think we could all agree that until recently, a lot of those stories were just stories you hear from other people, and it was not allowed in media at all. It was not discussed. Would you at least concede that?
I'm sure that there are advocates who have fought to maybe change the way these court cases play out, sure. I don't know about Pearl, though.
I understand. We're in debates. You can't give too much credit. Pearl, in your experience, the men that you talk to, do you see a difference in terms of the age of those men, where maybe it's getting better for some? Because I would take it.
Okay, can I say something? No. Should I say this? No, don't say it. Should I say this? I want to say this. Should I say it? No, don't say it. Should I say it? No, it's speculative. It's okay. I'm just
Some of the
speculating.
guys who are a little older and have been through this in the past, the courts are
You know what? I'll tell Discord.
starting to recognize and realize that maybe it's not very fair.
No,
No?
no.
Why, and why do you believe that? You think the courts are completely
I mean,
oblivious to it?
there's men that write into my show every day just talking about how much they want to be fathers. So I hope it changes, but right now I would say no.
Do you think it's fair that all of the young women who were preyed upon as minors by Jeffrey Epstein are now experiencing yet another administration engaging in a cover-up? Or was it the female's fault for being preyed upon by a disgusting pedophile? I'm just curious.
What kind of question is that?
I think it's a pretty straightforward one.
What was even that question?
That has nothing to do with the topic.
No, it does, though, because you're talking about the unfairness of our court system, especially as it pertains to divorces. But we're talking about a guy who got a sweetheart deal after raping minor girls. And then even after that, multiple administrations, Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter, engaged in a cover-up, ensuring that those victims would never get justice.
And this has to do with this.
I mean, you want to talk about the unfairness in the court system and how terrible it is for men. What about how terrible it is for women?
Yeah.
Look, that has nothing to do with anything.
It has a lot to do
I
with
think
what
in
we're
fairness, you
talking
got to admit that's an anecdote too in comparison to the overall statistics.
It's a pretty big anecdote.
He's a big anecdote, but he's also an untouchable anecdote, right? He's
I don't
a
think
little
it's
different than
untouchable.
most-
I think
than
it's
most
super
people.
touchable.
So let's go back to, actually, hold on. We got 10 seconds, so we won't hold on. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're actually going to take a break. We're gonna come off of the stage, and then we're gonna actually go up to the analysts and get their take on this first 30 minutes, all right? So
Sounds
take it away,
good.
Sam. Good job.
Okay, let's see what happens here. Because, okay, so here's the panel, and Not So Erudite's on this panel.
Hey, we are here back at the Wise Wolf Gold and Silver analyst desk. Boys, girls, everyone. Let's start with you. What do you think,
Ooh, everyone. How gender inclusive.
Kyla?
Well, I think Anna said it all. I think whatever opinion you have on the topic, that was an absolute bloodbath. Huge respect to Pearl for coming out, but if you're going to hold this position, you should be able to support it. And if you think that Pearl won that debate, you're probably retarded. Like, I don't know, that was a bloodbath.
Roll.
That was rough.
Well, when you kind of get into it and you watch it, this is Anna's world, and we've seen her on Piers Morgan and stuff like that. And, so Pearl stepping up into this, God bless her, thank her for doing it. I do think Pearl had some wonderful moments there. I think she's been running a lot of defense, got in some nice shots, and she got bigger reactions from the crowd, I thought, than the other way around. What'd you think, Gavin?
Well, I guess I'm retarded because I thought Pearl did great. I think that
Wait, that's him. That's what I'm saying. Well, how much dignity can you have as a person showing up on the same panel as this motherfucker? That's what I'm saying. What? This is what I'm saying. Man, look, Kyla and I were cool at some point, as streamers and stuff. And just seeing her pick this bubble, man, internalized misogyny is so real, bro. It's so fucking deep and real. And man, she just has the worst. She's around the worst people. And look, I was there, girl. Like, the couple of years I spent in that bubble was fucking hell. I got harassed more than I've ever been harassed in my life. I had the most sleepless nights I've ever had in my life on YouTube after being here for so long. It was the worst time. My partner and I were just reminiscing about our life is so good because we never it was so hard when we first met, I was deep in the debate bubble and it was really hard. People were writing Reddit posts about our relationship and my life and who I was and trying to all these horrible posts about me. And I was just oh my God, there's so bad faith and you just feel so there's just nothing. Anyways. And then we were just thinking about oh my God, our life is so good because we're not associated. We don't get bothered. I don't get harassed. They don't talk about me anymore. And I thank God every day for that because it was so bad. And by God, I mean the universe, But the fact that Kyla still lives in this space and she's still trying so hard to be there. Now, she does want to rescue boys. That's her plight, right? She has a gay brother. She left her Christian church in the name of her gay brother, but still is Christian, right? She was just on a Dr. Daft show about Christian women, liberal versus conservative. So she's still Christian, which is the first part of deconstruction. She has to deconstruct away from that. Rumor has it on TikTok that the people who made VeggieTales might have deconstructed from Christianity. I am holding my breath for a secular version. Let's go, girl. Could you even imagine? Right? Okay. And so there is a lot to be said here about how patriarchy gets into you, but imagine living your life believing that Christ is real, that Jesus is God, that your life revolves around this idea and concept. So she is a Christian. And so until that is gone, there is no hope of deconstructing patriarchy. So she will then make excuses for predatory men and racist men and rapist men, right? These men have horrible reputations, right? For a reason, because she wants to quote save them or because she sees that God forgives all or because of all of these things, right? So the fact that she's willing to even show up with them at this point in her career is crazy. But to be fair, and I say this very loosely, her career is doing pretty well. It's working for her. She's everywhere. I don't even follow Kyla. And yet she comes up off my feed and I'm like, oh, is Kyla in this video? I watch these YouTubers these Dr. Daft or somebody. And I'm like, oh, is that Kyla? And I'm like, wow, she's picking her lane and sticking to it. Okay. She was on that Jubilee video with Piers Morgan. She's really going for it. And this is the reward of this bubble. I'm sure she's making good money. I'm sure she's financially stable. I'm sure all of these things. And I am pretty sure she's adding more harm than good to the universe. And that's the other part. I really believe all of the work she is doing is making the world a worse place. It's really hard to be a good person, especially when you're a Christian.
She won.
What? You know what I noticed going on over there? Anna doesn't have kids. Pearl has a kid, and Anna was doing this like masculine thing where she was being really,
Aggressive.
vociferous and attacking Pearl. And Pearl had this sort of like calm.
Why are
where
we
she's
infantilizing Pearl? She's got 2 million subscribers.
No,
on
when
YouTube. She's an
when a
adult
woman has a kid,
Infantilizing.
we are absolutely infantilizing.
infantilizing.
Pearl. We're being like,
talking
no,
about?
I'm saying women who have given birth.
See, she said Pearl, or he said Pearl had a kid, and everyone's like, wait, what? Like, that's where we're confused. Like, people are saying, oh, he was drunk, he didn't know what he was saying. But it wouldn't be uncommon for people to have secret kids and secret wives. I mean, Andrew Tate had kids and nobody knew for the longest time, right? So honestly, I would not be shocked. I'd be zero surprised if Pearl had a kid. Like, zero surprised. Why would I be shocked? I mean, you know what I mean?
Women who have given birth are better than women who haven't
Pearl
given
have a
birth.
child?
Sorry, you're
Pearl
more
have a
of a
child?
valid
Pearl has a
woman
child.
if you have a kid.
Did he just confirm it? Did the middle guy just confirm it?
Given
Pearl have a
birth.
child?
Sorry, you're
Pearl have
more
a
of a
child?
valid
Pearl has a
woman
child.
if you have a kid.
So look, these two men they might not have realized that they just said something they shouldn't have, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's
Wait,
a lot going on in here.
I had a miscarriage. So am I less valid or more valid as a woman? As a
Well,
result?
what happened to you was obviously horrific.
Sure, but am I more valid or less valid as a woman?
Well, you're kind of less valid.
Less
yeah,
valid?
yeah,
I
yeah,
still
yeah,
love
yeah.
you, okay?
That's
I
why.
still love you.
That's why you cried when you had a miscarriage because
didn't cry.
you. Of course, you cried. I
You didn't
cried
cry
when
at
you told
all.
me.
You just were Terminator and moved
You're
on.
like, yeah, but that's just another day at the job.
Another day.
I was like,
It's
oh,
like shitting out miscarriages. That's my day.
You weren't
No,
sad.
It's obviously horrific when a
little,
woman
I know.
can't have a baby.
Very mixed
But
feelings.
when a woman, like Pearl has this sort of like calmness around her where she goes,
I don't know if I'd
oh,
call
really?
it
We're
that
doing this?
calm.
Okay. All right. That's
was
it.
calm about- she was
Anna
sitting there
is aping
stun-locked.
male characteristics. She's getting super aggressive and attacking like a weird little pit bull that's mimicking male behavior.
But it's also kind of ridiculous to say that we live in a culture where women don't get treated better than men. I mean, let's be honest here. I mean, I have this theory. Men make the rules of business, women make the rules of society, okay? And that's why there's things that women can ask men anything they want in dating, right? How much money you make, what kind of car do you drive, how tall are you? There are things you are absolutely not allowed to ask women.
Sure.
What's your weight? How old are you? What's your body count? Which are all things guys want. So this notion that it's like even Steven is absolutely ridiculous.
I don't think
The
anyone
notion that the courts treat men and women equally is also ridiculous. Dude.
I don't think-
How many times have we seen like a man and a woman commit a crime and the guy gets 30 years and the chick gets like 2 weeks in prison?
Okay? That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys asked me last week, why would it matter if Hassan went on Joe Rogan? For the same reason that it matters that these people are all in the room together. Because they're not different to me. You might think Joe Rogan is different because of his platform, but unless you are a leader, a president, a politician, somebody who's really focused on why you're there, like truly focused, it's just publicity for that person. Like, you are validating them, right? They are not validating you. You are validating them. Anna Kasparian is willing to come on our show, right? It's a validation for them. And that's the responsibility part. Why are you validating them? And you might say like, oh, well, they already got a platform. You know, me going on there isn't going to change that, but it's going to change your reputation. Now your reputation is different. Okay. And that's the point. Again, very specific people can go on Joe Rogan. Kamala Harris should have gone on Joe Rogan. Her biggest mistake was going on Call Her Daddy and only spending 20 minutes with Alex Cooper. She should have spent 3 hours there with her legs propped up on the chair like Trump did with Rogan. But she couldn't because she was full politician. It's like, bro, Trump was full politician, but in the other way. Like, and that's it. Like, the truth is like, there should have been, leaders should be in positions to speak to the most people in the world because you're a leader. If Hassan wants to take on the mantle of being a leader, I'm here for it. Go for it. But like, he's not playing that role as far as I've seen. But if he decides to take on that role, then sure, he should go on Joe Rogan. Remember that these debate bros, these streamers, they want to go on Joe Rogan to validate themselves, and it will validate Joe Rogan. And that's the point. So I'm not saying Hassan will go on Joe Rogan. I'm saying if he does. In the same way that he should not have been willing to talk to Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was already famous. There was no reason for Hassan to talk to him. Hassan was already famous. Why would you talk to Charlie Kirk, but you wouldn't talk to anybody else? Like, it doesn't make sense. Why would you talk to Charlie Kirk? What are you going to do collabing with Charlie Kirk that would have made a difference? What is the thought process? And then if he says, oh, I'm just trying to get men who listen to Charlie to switch sides, that doesn't happen. There's just debates do not change minds. Okay, these kinds of debates do not change minds. They make people more stubborn. If anything, the person going on a journey will seek out your content to be curious and might change their mind over time. But you in this moment are not literally the reason someone changed their mind. Okay, it's a bunch of a bunch of factors mixed together. But taking that credit, that social credit, is the part of being a man that's so annoying. Men will just take so much social credit for being, I changed someone's mind. You didn't change anybody's mind. That person at the right time came to a moment where what you said maybe resonated, but it wasn't you. It could have been anybody else. It was just the timing. Okay? And that's the problem. Right? Chet says, do you think this is just, they just see this as debate as a sport rather than actual genuine convo? Yeah. I think in order to sleep at night, they do have to convince themselves that there's something important happening here. But I think they all know this is just for sport. But I think if you ask them, they're like, yeah, I really care. I think I'm really doing something. Or I think I'm really helping people. But they know it's for their ego.
Listen, it happens all
Dude, Lorena
the time.
Bobbitt
Yeah, but the issue
cut
is
off.
Anna and I wouldn't disagree with any of that, right? Like, I think Anna and myself would both agree that's wrong when that happens. Women get infantilized as a result of sexism all the time, which is what you guys are trying to do to Pearl right now. The reality is that if
No,
you watch that,
I'm putting her on a
that was
pedestal.
painful. Everyone knows that was painful. And the reality is, it sucks for Pearl. You know, it's tough coming out here and
No.
trying to be a
Well,
debater.
she's taking on, let's face it, one of the
No. Chat says, we lost a potential diva erudite to the Destiny community. We lost her to patriarchy. We did lose erudite to Destiny. Kyla is a grown-up. We lost her to patriarchy. This is what happens when women internalize patriarchy. They become internalized misogynists. They become self-hating. They follow Christ. They follow a patriarchal religion. And then they justify predators in their space, racists in their space, wounded boys in their space, because they think, okay, maybe I can help them. But they don't try to help them as leaders. They try to help them as friends. And that's always the mistake. If it's your friend, you talk to them off camera. Okay? You can't help your friend on a stream where people are paying you to exploit your friend's vulnerabilities for views, right? Like, this is work. The real help happens when the cameras are off, okay? When the cameras are on, it's just work. You're at work, okay? But she wants to be accepted by these bubbles, but the only way she gets accepted is by towing the line perfectly. She can't, same with Anna. Anna has to give in, right? She has to compromise. Well, actually, I learned that maybe you're right on this, or maybe I'm saying no conservative anywhere has any good idea about anything. There's not one singular point that conservatism has that is right about anything. Not the statistics they use, not the data they use to come to their conclusions, not the conclusions they come to, not the beliefs they have. There's no moral value that a conservative claims to have that is actually the right way society should end up going. Nuclear family is the one and only way. Women ought to have children. Men are protectors. These binary black and white thoughts are not helping anybody. Okay. Chet says, do you think it also could be the opposite? Like Pearl is able to sleep at night because she knows it's not what she actually believes, or more for sport? Or am I making this up in my head? Well, sure. I think ego is severely attached to it. From my small time in the debate bro bubble, what I learned behind the scenes is that the people like Destiny, it seems to be that they get their dopamine fix, they get their sense of ego, their sense of like self from being the center of attention in these moments. They want to think they're smart, so they debate dumb people in order to look good, right? They, instead of being a good and present father, he might as well win at a debate. Pearl, instead of focusing on her joy and actually like going and living a great life, would rather do this. The thing they're getting from this thing is more satisfying than their brain can convince them to actually do the work. But in order to do the work, they'd have to face themselves. And in order to face themselves, they'd have to realize they're not shit, bro. And I always say this about Sneeko, because when I was in his life for just a hot second there, when we were working together, I always said if Sneeko took my advice, he would have been poor. Sneeko became very rich after our time together, and that was the decision he made. Every suggestion I ever gave to Sneeko would have made him poor because every suggestion I would have given him would have not given him any of the money opportunities he had that he ended up having. And that's the same thing for all these other people. Every suggestion I would give you is to like let go of the attachment to money. Let go of the attachment to status, let go of the attachment of ego, let go of this attachment to outcome, let go of all of this needing to be the top streamer, needing to go the most viral. None of these things will serve you. Okay? Like none of these things will serve you, right? That says the truth is without an evil side, there's no conflict, therefore no content. Well, the irony though is even in a world full of really good people, there's still philosophical evil. That's the thing. I wish we were debating philosophical evil with good people instead of it being like philosophical evil with bad people. You know, bad, good being subjective here, you know, in the context of like more good than more bad. I think bad people are when you're more bad than good. And good people are when you're more good than bad, but they're still bad and good on both sides. That's how I think of it, right? Okay.
Michael Jordan's of debating. This is Anna's world.
I totally
Then don't
disagree.
take the debate and don't profit off of this worldview.
I mean,
You
Anna's
can't
known
even
for
begin to
debating.
defend.
Anna was a rabid pit bull mimicking male behavior. Pearl was this serene mother
No,
who
she
was
was
like,
not.
"Oh, is this what we're doing?" She
was like a small
Okay,
girl.
I'm telling you the facts. I guess
You're not
we can
telling me
go
the
through
facts
this.
because you and I both
No, that was
know.
me being Pearl.
You and I both know that was painful,
and the notion-
uncomfortably painful.
and the
Okay.
notion-
Moderator has
You
to
gotta
step
have a
in.
baby. You
You're
gotta have a
absolutely
baby soon. You
the
better have a
notion
baby.
that women are committing unaliving themselves anywhere close to the number that men are, and the reason that maybe Anna was like, the
didn't say
reason
that.
they didn't do it because they're not as violent about. Not true at all.
Wait, but-
not true. Men off themselves at a much higher rate.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but the notion.
Actually, women attempt more and men succeed more. So it's different, but it's different reasons why. And again, who cares? People are killing themselves. Who cares who kills themselves more? Focus, lock in. Nobody should be killing themselves. It's like, it's funny that when trans people kill themselves, it's because they're trans, but when men kill themselves, it's not because they're men. It's not because you're trans. It's not because you're men. It's because you're suffering in a world with no meaning. The world is a suffering place, and we are all suffering together. Lock in.
Of give me statistics like Pearl is like ChatGPT is hilarious to me.
Here's what I would say to Pearl. If you're going to have somebody else write your notes, tell them where they cited things from so you can at least not look like a dumbass when you're asked where it's from.
I
Wow,
don't
now
think she
you're
looked at
getting
dumb.
aggressive.
I mean,
She looked like
now
a
you,
the whole
now
time.
you sound like a
You're
dude.
so
I don't know.
aggressive right now.
Well,
Stop
you guys,
it.
well,
You're
as
not a
feminists,
dude. Stop being a dude.
infantilizing women. Stop it.
Stop saying
doing it.
infantilizing. No one's
You are. You're
infantilizing.
saying poor
I'm putting
Pearl.
Pearl on a pedestal.
No,
Pearl.
not one time.
And I'm-
It's not her fault she didn't know where her stats were from.
No, we're not talking about that.
Who,
No.
who knows what college survey this came
Probably
from?
if it's
not
your notes,
realistic.
you should.
You
Probably if
should.
you put it in your notes, yeah, you should probably know where you're citing your stats from. Yeah.
You should know all. I mean, what you're
Not all
basing-
stats, the ones
This
in
is
your notes.
classic Marxism, by the way. Classic
brother.
Marxism, which is don't believe your eyes, your ears, or the wisdom of your experiences. So Anna's painting a picture that it's like, woe is me. Like how many more women's homeless shelters are than there are men?
There are
There's
more-
like, no, it's not even close.
Yeah,
Come
women
on.
get more funding in general because women are viewed as a
100%.
compassionate group. Yeah, but I don't even think Anna would disagree with this. So, like, if you want to engage with what Anna and I believe, engage with what we believe.
What have we gone wrong in what you believe?
Okay, so for example, Anna didn't even begin to try to pretend that the suicide rates between men and women are equal.
She 100%
no,
said that.
What she specifically said is that men do die by suicide more often. But part of the reason why is because women use less lethal methods, which is true.
That is such a crazy
Less legal
statement.
methods?
Yes.
That is such a crazy
What does that
statement
mean?
that you're
No, he said legal, and she said yes, lethal.
saying the reason they didn't do it was how they did it. You don't know that at all. You're just going
There's
off
just
a
data
feeling
this.
on that.
Nope, there's just data on this.
There's
Just look
data.
at it. Yep.
Okay, give me.
Yeah, these conversations, I know, chat says, you're so right, Britt, these conversations only validate bigots. They really do. Look how much they're feeling so validated right now. You know, it's so weird. Okay. It's got like a half an hour left. Oh, brother.
Where's this statistic from?
I don't have it off the top of my
the
head.
males?
Wait, I didn't have to prepare for
You should
debate. I
cite
prepared for an
statistics
analyst.
if you don't know where they're from.
Probably the Medical Bureau of U.S. has these
You're just
statistics.
making stuff
The
up.
I'm not
male
making stuff
suicide
up.
rate is at
You're
least
literally
twice
talking
the
Where's
female
the
suicide
statistic
rate.
from
You're
saying
not-
that
Because we have to
that
deal
they're
with
not
you.
doing?
What are you talking
Where's your
about?
stats from?
Life? How many of
That's
my
not-
male
that's
friends
not
have
where
killed
stats are
themselves
from.
compared to my female friends?
Yes,
It's
I'm
everyone
going to kill
agrees.
myself.
close.
I'm
Everyone
considering
agrees that
suicide
men
right now.
Dude,
Oh,
Gavin's thinking
brother.
about offing himself right now.
I might eat a
Every
shotgun
single
right now.
person here agrees that men die by suicide more often. This is of course true. Anna and I both.
Okay, should we skip this to go straight back to Anna and Pearl? It's probably nothing, right? We didn't come to watch Erudite. Okay, let me skip these losers. Okay.
And then we're going pyro. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to come back. We have about 15 more minutes of open debate, and then we're going to get into the final statements. So we'll pick up
Okay,
our
we're
open
almost
debate.
done.
Pearl, I'll let you begin.
What's your plan when men stop doing the dirty and dangerous jobs that keep society running?
If you could hold your mic.
Sorry, I'll say it again.
Can you give me an example of which jobs you're referring to?
Logging, plumbing, crab fishing, oil rig.
Yeah, those are dominated by men. They have the physical capacity to do it. Men.
Oh, one summer, two of my girlfriends went to Alaska to work. In Alaska, they do these things where you go and work at the fisheries, which I'm plant-based, so like, but like, okay, you go and you work like a 15-week, or it's like a really intense 10-week, like, maybe you guys know what I'm talking about, like process. They did it every year for years to make a lot of money to supplement their income because they were teachers, and they both did it. And I think one of them definitely worked for the Peace Corps. I don't know if it was both of them, but one of them definitely did. But it was crazy. It was like 15-hour days for like so many weeks straight. You make a ton of money, but it's hard. You know, it is hard. Anyways, fishermen, the world should be plant-based. So all of these jobs would actually just be changed into better jobs for the planet and for people and for animals. And we would stop fishing because it actually contributes to human trafficking and destroying our oceans and killing innocent animal lives. Okay, thank you. Then all these other jobs like oil rigs and everything else, well, we'd also have to re-examine all of those jobs because of the impact to the environment. And we wouldn't necessarily, you know, really need technically male bodies. I don't even know what that word means in this context to do those jobs. So like, you know, the future is plant-based. The future is health, happiness, joy, consistency, earth health, everything. And so if that's our future, then these questions don't matter.
Men and women are built differently.
What's your
So you're
plan
right.
when they stop?
Both of them, one of the people on stage, this is a conservative and the other girl's a liberal.
I mean, we're going to have a problem. Are you suggesting that women should be forced to work on oil rigs and things like that?
What is your plan?
That's a
What do
ridiculous
men get out
question.
of doing those
I
jobs?
don't have a plan, Pearl, for a
Feminists
situation in
never
which
do.
men no longer do those jobs.
They never
Maybe you
do.
do it. I don't know.
What's your plan when men start walking away from marriage?
Bye.
What's your plan?
So do men or women get a raw deal from marriage? Because you just
What
said
is
men
your
walking
plan?
away
What
from
is
marriage.
your
So
plan?
is he culpable for doing that?
What is your plan?
Yeah, like what the fuck? Didn't you just say men shouldn't get married? So what's your plan for when men walk away from marriage? This is why I say these people don't actually have beliefs. This is why I say, like, when people talk, the reason we went back to the basics is because, guys, the world is suffering because the world doesn't even know what it believes. And you know what? I used to be one of those people. I used to be one of those people who had really strong opinions, but until I really faced myself nearing my 30s, did I realize, like, girl, why do you even believe this? I'm like, wait, why do I think I believe this? I know it sounds good. I know I've read a bunch of books. Like, I've read all these books. I've seen all these documentaries. I've protested. I've, engaged. But why do I really believe these things? Like, why did I decide these are my values? Why did I decide that this is how I think things work? Like, and then you have to sit down and really write it out, girls. Sit down at your little typewriters and really write it out. Talk on your little phone, make a message to yourself, Really sit down with yourself and say, why do I think murder is wrong? Wait, why do I think rape is wrong? Don't take it for granted. Think about it. Okay? Because these people aren't thinking about it. That's why pro-lifers can say we care about babies' lives, but they don't do anything for babies who need the help. Because they don't know why they think this. Okay? They don't know why. They just say it. They just talk. So all of us, every single one of us, the world is a reflection of us as a whole. We are all responsible for how the world turned out. All of us. All of us. Okay? So then you have to ask yourself, okay, why do I do what I do? And don't take it for granted. The fact that you do it for a reason. There is a why. You're not just quirky. There is a reason.
When men walk away from marriage.
Is he responsible for walking away from a
changing the
marriage?
topic. What is
or
your
is he just never guilty of
My
anything?
point is you shit on men.
I don't shit on men. I love men.
Yet the very microphone you're using was built by men. The building was built by men. And there's no gratitude or appreciation. You just tell them they're not doing enough.
Got me. You got me. Yep.
So what's your plan when men start walking away from society?
What do you mean by walking away from society?
Yeah, what does that even mean?
When men stop doing the dangerous jobs, when men stop getting married, when men stop having kids.
To be quite
What
honest
is
with
your
you,
plan?
if American men decide they no longer want to do those jobs, very likely our government will import men from countries where they're willing to do those jobs. That's probably how
And
it's
what's
going
your
to work
plan
out.
when they date American women and then decide to stop too?
I'm not worried about that.
Of course you're not.
No. I never had any
The future
problems.
is not going
Oh, brother.
to be great for feminists. You guys are going to get the equality that you're asking for. Men are not going to protect women in the streets. Men are going to stop
Oh,
signing
yeah, because that happens.
up for the infrastructure jobs. The birth rate's going to keep falling, and the future is going to be bleak.
Okay.
And also, like, again, women are happy to sign up for these jobs, but men make it really hard to be in the boys club without turning into a Kyla. The only way to survive in boys bubbles that are misogynistic is to be Kyla. And nobody wants to do that, okay? Because that's not helpful. That you have to silence yourself in order to make these men feel bigger. And then the boy bubbles that don't care that you're a woman, well, they're mixed gendered. That's what I'm saying. In a progressive world, your gender isn't the issue. It's whether or not you're qualified. So it just doesn't make sense. Like, none of these conversations make sense once you deconstruct gender.
Listen, I think men and women serve important roles in society.
Chad said, "Is there a girl bubble?" There is, and I move away from it every year because I'm just like at my gender fluid stage of life, so I'm just like not even feeling that bubble. And that's like the Chelsea Fagan bubble, and that's the feminist, progressive Chelsea Fagan bubble. Honestly, her last podcast, it was a rough one. It was especially the person she interviewed was so connected to like Kevin O'Leary and talking nice about him. Like, listen, I love a Kevin O'Leary as a personality on Shark Tank. Not the real person who's like a horrible person in real life. Like, I love a Shark Tank personality, but not the man himself. Anyways, it was just such a weird interview. So like, there are girl bubbles. There's like a multitude of queer bubbles, right? And so like, when you go into like the bubbles, yeah, every bubble is different. There's billions of bubbles, billions. There's not just boy, girl. Guys, the opposite of boy is not girl. The opposite of black is not white. We are not opposites. We are variations of the self. We are variations of each other. We are not opposites. Okay? We are just different variations of existence. And so when you start to look at people as opposites, then you assign them to roles because that's the insinuation of an opposite, cold and hot. We're not hot and cold. We're just different variations. And so again, when you deconstruct this gender, these opposites, these conversations, you really get to allow people to really play to their strengths and do great things. That doesn't mean people won't be wounded. It doesn't mean people won't be rapists. It doesn't mean people won't be bad. It means we do our best to bring down the probability of harm. We do our best to guide people in the best direction. It doesn't mean we prevent bad things from happening. We just bring down the probability of it happening. Okay? That's it. That's our goal. Our goal is not to eradicate evil. Our goal is to have a better relationship with it. Okay? Okay.
I think that you have a shallow understanding of what I believe, number one, but more importantly, what the dynamic is between men and women in modern society. You're under this weird impression that the anecdotal evidence that you cite is indicative of the outcome of all marriages. In reality, study after study shows that married couples tend to be happier than single individuals.
Right, they're happy before the divorce.
Divorce is terrible. Divorce means that the marriage didn't work out. Obviously, they're not going to be happy in the middle of a divorce.
Like, correlation doesn't mean causation. People marry happy people and date happy people in general. You're attributing it to marriage, but
what?
Doesn't mean causation.
Divorce means that the marriage didn't work out. Obviously, they're not going to be happy in the middle of a divorce.
Like, correlation doesn't mean causation. People marry happy people and date happy people in general. You're attributing it to marriage, but you're not going to marry someone that's a bitch.
What? Did she just switch sides? Did she just change her whole argument?
Okay.
What?
You're right, Pearl.
You know, what's really interesting is if you look at marriage rates, which have dropped in the United States, not just in the United States, actually globally, you'll notice that the people who are less likely to get married happen to be those who are from a lower socioeconomic status.
Right, marriage is disappearing from the middle class. That's true.
From poor individuals, yes.
What's your point?
Do you wonder why?
Because women marry rich?
People forgo marriage due to their own personal financial situation.
So women marry for money a lot.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going back to this.
I wonder how much they got paid to be here.
Let me ask you something, Pearl.
Men.
Would you be willing to marry a guy who's poor?
Men.
Because I married a guy who was in debt and loved the hell out of him. Best thing in my life. Would you marry a guy who is broke, no career, and in debt? Would you?
That's very nice, Anna.
Would you?
So I'm going back
Answer
to the
the question.
topic.
Would you marry a broke guy in debt?
All right, so we're going back to the
Would
topic.
you? Would you?
All right, this is the nagging. This is the nagging again. Okay, so
I'm pushing you to answer a question because
All
you're
right,
judging
all right.
women,
Oh my
making a
God.
blanket statement
This
of
is
who
the
they
nagging.
would be willing to marry,
The
who they
nagging,
wouldn't be
make it
willing to marry.
stop.
But you're not answering the question
God help
yourself.
us.
Would you be willing to marry
Does
a
your
broke
husband
guy
have
in
to-
debt?
Does your husband have to
You
listen
wouldn't,
to
would
this?
you?
Does he have to listen?
Oh, he loves it.
All right,
Can't get enough
so
of
can
it.
I go back
Do
to
you
the
not want to answer
question?
that? Why do you not want to answer that?
Yeah, why not?
Just say no. I don't want to broke.
Love is love. Now back to the question. Men.
It's such a funny question. Wait, chat says, that's a good question. Are you me? Like, should I answer that question? Because said my name, right? I would say it is a good question, and I think you should ask yourself that question. I always say, like, you know, we always have these conversations in dating, like when we say, like, would you date a broke boy? I wouldn't date somebody without a strong sense of self and a good explanation for why. So just for the record, I came to my marriage with debt, but I also make more money, and it was related to medical stuff. And my partner doesn't work now, but they did work when I met them. The point is that we didn't marry each other because of how much money we had or our debts. We married each other because when we went over those money numbers and we went over the debt and we went over our incomes, we realized we'd be compatible, right? So it's not a matter of being with somebody who's not in debt or is in debt. It's a matter of why were you in debt? You know what I mean? But yeah, it's a good question. You said, I mean, your question of how much are they getting paid? Oh, was a good question. Well, that's what I want to know too. How much are they getting paid? But yeah, because you know they're getting paid. At least I'm going to assume at least a couple $1,000s, right? Got to be more, maybe $10,000. I don't even know. But you should ask those questions when you're dating about money. I think it's interesting that Pearl struggled to answer it, but I think you should talk to your person about responsibility. Is this person, do they have a strong sense of self? Do they know where they're headed? Do they know why they work and what they do? Guys, I don't want you to get up every day and go to work just cause. I want your work to have a sense of meaning, not the work itself, but why you go to work. Okay? Like we do not do labor, even if you don't bring in a paycheck, just cause. There must be a purpose to the labor, including why you do dishes. Okay? Your motivation, your reasoning for why, including why you get up in the morning. None of these, you notice how all these questions around this debate have been around like marriage or men or nobody asked why once. Like, why? Like Anna tried to say, but why are these things happening? But no, seriously, why? What is our reason for getting up? What is our reason for being? We have to get down to the fundamentals. That's why these conversations are obviously for entertainment, because the serious discussion has got to be, what is the meaning of why? And look, there's this big philosophy meme. I posted it to the Discord the other day where it's like, philosopher born, philosopher ask why, philosopher die. The life of a philosopher. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. That's going to be my life. But also, what a great life. You know, like, this is a pretty good life, you know? And that brings me a lot of meaning to be like, yeah. You know, so you have to decide, like, what is your sense of meaning? Like, curiosity is so important to me. You know, it's like so important to me. And I just don't think curiosity is either interesting to Anna or Pearl. And I think that shows in their work. P.S. Pearl's name is apparently Hannah. Someone can double check for me. I looked it up and apparently it's Hannah Pearl Davis. And I'm like, Hannah, Pearl. Always interesting when people go by their middle names. You know? I wonder what that's about. I have a middle name. I love my middle name. It's my great-grandma's middle name, or my great-grandma's first name. But I could never imagine going by it. Kind of interesting. Always it's great. I love it. Totally for it. I think you should change your name if you want to change your name. But
And 88% of the food, the power grid, 93% men. Transportation, 95% men.
Men are important to
Communications,
society.
90% men. Material production, 78% men. Software, 80% men. Auto workers, 98% men. Carpenters, 98% men. Electricians, 98% men. If you remove the top male-dominated jobs from the economy, you would have no running cars, no housing, no electricity, no open machinery, no materials or fabrics, and no computers. There would be no buildings and no Amazon delivery.
I've never
What
once said
is
that
your
men
plan?
are not a very important
Feminists,
part of American
you want-
society.
You want men enslaved to women for nothing in return.
No, you're just making
That's what
things
you
up.
want. That's what you want. You want men on the hook for
Okay,
child
Pearl,
support.
what have I said
want men
that
on the
gives
hook
you
for
that impression?
alimony.
Let her finish.
What have I said that gives you that impression?
You want men on the hook for child support. You want men on the hook for alimony.
You want men to not take responsibility.
Chad says, why does your mom call you Batsy? It means daughter. It means my daughter.
You've been, on,
for their own children.
you've been on the air for 20 years and you have not advocated for men that are victims of paternity fraud. You want men to do all of the work, get no credit for nothing.
I do
and men aren't
political
going to do
news.
it anymore. They're going to walk away, Anna.
Bye.
They're not going to do it anymore. And feminists, as you said, have no plan for when that happens. And I wish
What do you want
well.
their plan to be? You
No! Chat says, and if you removed women, we'd have no teachers, doctors, or nurses. Like, what's the point? I don't know if that's the great argument. The argument shouldn't be, well, if this did this. Obviously, women weren't those things when men were doing them. And we switched gender roles based off of what job seems cool to men at the time under patriarchy. None of these are good answers. None of these are good conversations. The point is, the world adapts. Example, there is a progressive argument to be made about not having children. We need to start preparing very seriously about a birth decline, not in a conservative sense, meaning we should make babies, but in a progressive sense, meaning we should start adapting. Because it's actually going to be quite impactful. We're going to feel the consequences of less babies. You know, and why wouldn't we? We built a world around this assumption that we'd be having more and more, right? So we have to prepare for a world that has less children. And what conservatives want to do is say, well, don't change it. Just keep having more babies. Or, hear me out, just adapt, right? Like adapt. I would rather adapt. I would rather move towards the future and say, like, what we were doing, we're not doing that anymore. We're doing it because people want options. Look, if men were able to be stay-at-home fathers without stigma, I think more men would stay at home. I have a brother who, like, all of his life, he has a good job, he has a house, he has a whole thing. But he was like, oh, I would have loved to have been a stay-at-home dad. But he dates in a religious bubble and none of the women wanted a stay-at-home husband. Versus in my bubble, if we had had kids, technically my partner, though like gender doesn't play a role in our marriage, technically my partner would have been the stay-at-home partner, not because they were born a man or assigned male at birth, but because they are not a career person and I am. My partner is a job person, which means they had a job, their own apartment, stability, savings, money, but they don't have a career. Like I have a career that I love. It's like a very important to me. And so again, when we labor for our families, we take positions that focus on our strength. And some people, regardless of gender, would make the better stay-at-home parent. And if we had kids, I would not put them in daycare personally. Personally, I have a very strong belief, and I say this as a former professional nanny, that if I'm to bring babies into this world, then those babies will know love and they will not be without. And it feels a little bit to me, no judgment, that the amount of childcare needed in the world shouldn't be done by strangers, but by community members, extended family, or direct parents. I know too many kids who were given off to extended family and didn't feel fulfilled by that relationship and felt neglected by their parents. I know plenty of people who loved having grandma take care of them. So you also have to take into consideration that your kid might resent you either way. That's also the right of your child. But like, that's what I thought about because I decided not to have children. We decided not to have kids. That was one of the reasons. We didn't have a village. We didn't want to do daycare. And honestly, I'm too chronically ill, right? But I'm not saying that daycare is inherently evil. I'm saying it runs like a business more than a community. That's the problem with daycare, is that it's a business at the end of the day. And I don't want to send my kid to a business. I want to send my kid to a community. If my kid has to be away from me, I want to hand them to the community. And so my favorite schools or my favorite communities or my favorite daycares are ones that run with like parent involvement, extended family involvement, having like the kids knowing the adults in the community, people aren't strangers, stuff like that. So again, would love to make affordable childcare a thing, would love to make community childcare a thing, would love to make sure that the people taking care of our kids are safe and vetted, would love all those things. So I'm not shaming parents who put their kids in daycare. Absolutely. And absolutely, I'm sure in many ways you would love it to be a little bit better, maybe than the way they do have it, right? So all of that, right? Okay. Yeah, chat says, fun fact, the reason you see little women in trades like construction is because of the sexual harassment, assault they're subjected to. 100%. Like, I know this as a person who tried to be engaged in a lot of boy bubbles. Most of those boy bubbles are just not a space for me. They don't respect my boy gender. They don't respect me as a person. They don't respect me because I'm a woman. They don't respect a lot of things. And it's very difficult. But the bubbles that do, that's why I say I love gym bubbles. But the very specific gym bubble that's like anime, gender inclusive, progressive. Those are my favorite gym bubbles. I don't like gym bubbles that are conservative. I don't like gym bros that are patriarchal. I like a gym bubble that has that. I don't like gym bros that are, mocking women for taking pictures of themselves at the gym, right? Like, I like gym bros that are like, take a picture, bro. Flex, muscle. Like, I like gym bros that like cheer you on, and gym bros, gym girls, whatever, gym people. I call everybody a gym bro, but you know what I mean? And so when you have these conversations, we have to think about, like, what is the ideal situation? The ideal situation is that when my kids go play, nobody has to stay behind because of their gender. The ideal situation is that everyone gets to hang out together, which, by the way, was what it was like when we were kids. When we were kids, we were not segregated by gender when we were hanging out with the neighborhood kids. At least I wasn't. If you were hanging out with the neighborhood kids, everybody was hanging out. And so it just like, I want that for my kids. I want my kids to just say, like, everyone gets to hang out.
I think it's a feminist responsibility to plan for this made-up society where all men decide they no longer want to work.
You guys know what's funny? She actually advocated for left-wing policies the last 20 years, and then she got assaulted by a homeless person.
What does that have to do with the topic?
Oh my God. Oh, that was fucked up. See, people bringing up people's assaults as debate points, that's what I'm saying. We got to move away from this. That's why I don't like it when it comes up. I understand, but like bringing up people's assaults as like a gotcha, I don't like that.
Because it was the result of what you voted for, Anna.
Yeah. First of all,
oh, stop right there. That is so undignified. That is so gross. That is so gross.
And so, and want to know why? Because
you
Anna,
think I voted? Hold on. You think I voted for homeless people to go around sexually assaulting people?
Because Anna
By the
was.
way, I got sexually assaulted by a guy. Was that his responsibility? Was that something that he did, or was that my fault too?
All right. So the other crazy thing is that Anna complains that women's opinions aren't taken seriously, while a whole event was catered around her opinion. The other thing that's crazy.
What are you talking about?
Is Anna complains about women being oppressed, and yet she had less experience than her co-host at the Young Turks.
Hold on. Hold on. What were my complaints about women being oppressed? Can you be specific?
All right.
What did I say? Go ahead and quote me. Go ahead and quote me, because you make shit up and you just think like it's going to stand. You've never had a strong woman challenge your bullshit assertions. So go ahead and tell me, what have I complained about?
Okay.
Give me the quote.
The nagging. You said women's opinions are not taken seriously.
When did I say that?
In a YouTube video.
There's 2 women on the stage right now for the headline event.
Oh my God, are we going to end?
When have I said women's opinions?
Oh man, they are the headline event. Who else was here? That's interesting. They are the headline event. I don't know who else the guests were.
Don't get taken seriously.
It's
you
kind
just
of
make
like
it
the
up.
roundabout. This is like eternal nagging.
What is your plan for when the 80% of women who work in the healthcare industry no longer want to do it? What's your plan?
I have a plan.
Yeah, what's your
wow, hey Chatter, you and her were thinking the same thing.
Let's give the jobs to the men. They'll do it better. Because we see what's happening in the media. Women fly planes, they crash them. Women almost burn down California. People are dying because they want to make women feel better. People literally.
What I'm curious about is whether or not the Pick Me Act ever resorted into anything positive for you.
This is internalized misogyny. The way they are using misogyny to insult each other, that's the point. Because that's what that is. That's why you should be careful about the way you use any of these insults towards women, including pick me. Because pick me is it's so serious. But it's been weaponized, right? Like, Pearl these women are suffering. And I understand, listen, I understand you got to hold women accountable and not infantilize them. And yet, we need to see where they're coming from. You do need to see how people got there. You need to see how people, when they have internalized, like when gay or trans people are fighting for, with every fiber of their body for the MAGA, you have to understand how much they are suffering and they're responsible. But they're not suffering the same way cis people are suffering. Remember, if you have a cis woman and a trans woman, and they're both fighting for MAGA, okay, the repercussions of that fight is worse for the trans woman than the cis woman. But the repercussions for the women over the men, it's worse for the women as a collective. So remember, like, MAGA will play good with you for a while. Conservatives will play fun with you for a while. Alt-right will play fun with you until they throw you under the bus. And it will be at the expense of you. Okay. And so like, that's the point, is like, the reason this is so dangerous is like, you're not going to be there. They're not going to pick Kyla. Kyla too. Trust me, if Kyla ever actually had a backbone, became more progressive, actually deconstructed Christianity, and took a stand against Destiny or any of these predators, she'd be ruined. They'd harass her, stalk her, and ruin her. Because that's how this bubble works. Oh, you're not going to play ball anymore? Okay. We'll make sure to let everybody know you're not going to play ball anymore. Boom. Especially when you're that deep in. And that doesn't mean that Kyla isn't complicit in siding with and protecting and promoting a predator. Right? That doesn't mean she's not complicit in everything that happened. In any way, she might be complicit, like in choosing or not making a more of a stand or not denouncing or whatever else, right? Those are all different things, okay? And so when we have these conversations, we have to think about, you know, where people are in their positioning and like when they double down. And Anna and Pearl to be on the stage together is a double down. Anna believes, and this is the craziest part, Anna had this really horrible thing happen to her, and she didn't get the comfort she needed from the progressive movement in a way that made her feel seen, just like J.K. Rowling. So she went more bigoted. But that was not the responsibility of any movement to make her less bigoted. That was her job. Your job is to make yourself less bigoted. Okay, when you're a child, that's your parents' job. Okay, when you're a leadership position, that's your job. When you're a teacher, that's your job. When you're just like peers at work, that's not our job. That's your job. Anna's job and J.K. Rowling's job is to be introspective about their own bigotry. It is not our job as a movement. It is not a collective strangers' responsibility to convince you not to be bigoted. Okay? It is not, you know, a community or the community of like Black and brown people and immigrants and migrants to convince white supremacists and white nationalists and all these people with these replacement conspiracy theories that they're not going to hurt them. But yet it falls on them, right? I was just watching an old clip with Martin Luther King, and the woman says to him, don't you think it falls on the responsibility of Black people to be patient with white people as they move towards the future? And don't you think you're kind of rushing them? Don't you think they need time to change their minds? And when I was a liberal, used to believe this as a liberal. Philosophically, I just think it's a fact that people need time to change. But as a liberal, I thought it meant something more profound than it does. Through a philosophical lens, I will wait for you to change in the sense that I will accept you haven't, but I'm not going to stop holding you accountable well, you haven't changed, or I'm not going to not end my friendship with you because you haven't changed yet, or I'm not going to live for your potential. I think when we hear that, we're supposed to like live for people's potential. I'm not going to live for your potential. Okay, you either are racist or you're not racist. You either are homophobic or you're not homophobic. You either are transphobic or you're not trans. You know, and while you're in this middle ground of like, should I be bigoted or not? I'm not going to wait around, but you do you, and I accept that you might never change. But that belief of, well, if you were just nicer to me, if you hadn't rejected me, I wouldn't have done this thing. That's why you have to do the right thing, even if the world isn't. That's why you have to do the right thing, even if the world is cruel to you. You cannot become the villain because the world is cruel to you. But yet, if you do not raise your kids correctly, they will become those villains more than likely. Not always, and not even often, but likely. And that goes back to that idea of like, if you do not get warmth from the village, the only way the kids will get it is by burning it down. I saw that quote on a comment section the other day. And that's what you want to avoid. And yet, you can't just burn shit to the ground because you didn't get the thing you needed as a kid. But that will be the consequence. So different people play different roles. Do you guys get the difference? Does that make sense? Your parents are and need to guide you, and yet it won't guarantee that you won't burn down the village. Okay, but Anna is too grown not to face her own bigotry. Okay? Okay, that's the point. This is a very hard idea because conservatives will always be like, you're responsible, you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, like you brought this on yourself, oh, you're not responsible now. Things don't just happen, they happen for a reason. And until we know that reason, we won't know how to help people. Okay?
Are you done?
I'm not.
All right, so I'm not either.
Okay, keep going.
Now, the other thing is, women fly planes, they crash them. Women
brother.
aren't CEOs.
What
they
are the
quit.
stats on
most
that?
Female,
What are the
most
stats
female
on that?
You know, it's like feminists. They want stats that say water is wet. The
Yeah,
sky
I
is
want
blue.
empirical evidence
Right,
to
because-
back up your arguments.
Because you want to be in control of telling people what to think and how to feel.
No, I want to be in reality. I want to live in a fact-based reality that requires empirical evidence, not your assertions.
300. We all saw that plane crash on the East Coast. No one's making that up, Anna.
You do better when you're reading off your paper, so I'll give you some time to do that.
Sheesh.
In the future, because I'm sure you'll find yourself in more
All right,
of these
what if-
debates,
I
actually think that you could be an incredible debater. But you need to look at the broader picture,
Oh
not
my
just
God,
rely
the
on
nagging,
anecdotes,
the
and
nagging.
don't make things up out of
Nagging.
full cloth.
Okay. Feminism empowered women. I'll take the tip, thank you. Feminism empowered women to sign up for previously male-dominated careers that they quit. 48 to 73% of female lawyers, depending on the type of.
No, chat. I'm not friends with anybody in the debate space. You're asking if I'm still friends with people. Nope. I ended all those friendships. I messaged people. I ended friendships. I basically closed off my tab at the bar. Most of those people either decided to keep talking to predators and or wouldn't stand up for the women being abused and or didn't care about the space. And I ended up contact with them all almost 2 years ago now. It's been almost 2 years. It's not quite there. It's like a year and some change. But for some people, it's been 2 years. For some people, it's been other. But yeah, no, I'm not in connection with any of those people in that space. And that's the bummer part. Like, listen, I was there, okay? But once it became clear what was happening and I realized it, I was out. And it took me too long, honestly. I should have been gone in less than 6 months, okay? But it took me like a year and like to really realize like, oh shit. And then it took me 2 years to really like, you know? And that was too long. But I will tell you this. The fact that I thought 2 years was too long to be in the space and some of these people stayed for 4, 5, 6. Uh-oh.
Firm quit either as junior associates.
And I still think they can change and I will welcome them for that change. I won't be friends with them or in contact with them, but I'll give them their credit because I certainly don't want them to stay there.
At mid-career. 1/4 of them cite workload, burnout, mental health. 73% of women who got engineering degrees in the past 15
Women
years
bad.
either have never entered the field professionally or quit early mid-career. 55% of all female accountants quit before or at their mid-level career. The attrition rate for women in STEM is approximately 50%. These companies often bend over backwards to get women hired to the point of discrimination against male qualified candidates. Then women quit because they don't want to work the long hours or deal with the levels of stress for an extended period of time, with women being 2.5 more likely to take antidepressants than men. The money and prestige isn't worth it to them. They prefer lower pay, lower workload, and higher job security. Feminism has empowered women to go to college and take out loans they can't afford for career paths that will not generate them income to pay off those loans.
Men have
The top
higher debt
college-
than women.
Right, because
They do.
because women put their biggest expenses on their husband's credit card.
According to Experian, and they look and
Women are
account for those
85%.
factors
Women
that
are
you just
85%
mentioned.
of women are
Hold on.
85% of consumer spending. We lead.
See, women are 85% of consumer spending because they're spending money on children and family. Oh my God. That's what I'm saying. Like, nobody is serious about these conversations. But see how this gets views and see how people love it and see how people respond to it and people want to have these conversations. And that's the acceptance you have to have. You have to accept that the world is a reflection of us as a whole. And this is what people want to see. And I get it. I like watching these conversations as a way to feel like, oh my God, like, you know, how do I better my relationship with these topics? But they aren't like, they're not real. Like, they're not there's no substance to it, you know? So weird, you know? That says women take more antidepressants and men kill themselves more. Is that not a connection? Well, maybe women, you know, get mental health services more often, and so they're helped better. And men don't, and that's hard because men don't ask for help generally because of patriarchy, of course. So yeah, maybe there's something there.
When it comes to luxury brands,
Men have more mortgage debt, car loan debt, personal credit card debt,
right? Because they're
personal
expected,
loan
they're
debt.
expected to provide. Women make 80% of consumer buying decision. Again, if feminists really cared about equality, they would provide for the men.
They would what for
Where's,
the men?
where's king
Sorry, I missed
treatment,
that.
fellas?
Sorry, can you
If
repeat that?
feminists cared about equality, they would provide for the men. But yet, that is a small minority.
What? She already had this conversation with you, Pearl. She already said she supported her husband. Women do. Women have now changed. There's a whole woman online being dragged for like buying her house. I will say a lot of you are financially inept, even the ones who can buy houses. I've never seen people make so much money in my life and spend it so poorly. Americans are so bad with money. Holy fuck. Like, listen, if you buy a house and you're not married, that's not your partner's house. But if you stay with that person for 20 years, you better give them some piece of that house. You know what I mean? Like, I am shocked at the way you guys are willing to mix finances with men you're not willing to marry, and or like move in with people that like you don't even know if you like them. And I get it, because I did that too in my 20s. We got to stop doing that. We got to stop letting people move into our houses. If you want to take a financial step forward with the love of your life, be serious about that financial step. Okay? But like, there's so much in this. And also, women are also victims of patriarchy, so they'll be convinced that men who don't make the money are less of a man. That is what men have been telling women, that a real man makes money. So why would a woman date a man who doesn't make money? That's why you have to divorce the idea that gender and money have any relationship to each other inherently.
Majority of women.
Wait, so let me get this straight. Honestly, your whole shtick is women should bend over backwards and do everything they can for men. My argument.
I'm an egalitarianist.
Hold on, my argument is that men and women are both tremendously important to a functioning society. They should both be treated with respect. They both serve different jobs, different roles, and in order for society to work, we have to respect that.
Women are
but
not.
you seem
women are
to
not.
put the onus and responsibility of everything.
I hate that idea that men and women do different things in society. Why? Like, I'm not saying that if people were left to their own devices, it wouldn't turn out a certain way, but we won't even know for thousands of years. It will take thousands of years for us to even know what that could look like when we're still fighting this patriarchal religion that was 2000. People are Christian in this room. Some guy 2,000 years ago showed up and you're all like, yeah, I would have followed that guy. And your whole life 2,000 years later, if 2,000 years later, we're still suffering from the consequences of that one guy, you think we're just going to turn shit around in the next 50 years? Guys, nothing we're doing today is for us. It's always for the future. It's going to take thousands of years for us to even get to a egalitarian future that Pearl's so eager to have. She calls herself an egalitarian. Like, please, girl. Like, how are we going to get there? It's going to take a long time. That's why I say, like, work on yourself, do right by your neighbors, do right by your community, do less harm every day, and call it a day. Because, girl,
onto women while providing cover for the bad behavior of men.
Women are not equally important because they don't do the equal
Men
work.
are equally important.
Women
I never
are not
said
equally,
that they weren't.
Women are not equally important because they don't do the equal amount of work. Men have invented the majority of the inventions. Men have started Fortune 500 companies. Men do the majority of the infrastructure job. Men produce 90% of
Who's scrubbing the toilets
80%
after
of the
work?
food supply, 90% of the world's stuff.
Who's changing the diapers?
Not women.
Who's
Not women.
raising
They're
the
not having
children
kids.
after
Women aren't
working
having kids.
all
So
day
women
long?
aren't doing it. Daycare workers now, to be honest. It's not the moms.
Not everyone grew up in an affluent household like you. They need a dual income household in order to make ends meet in this economy.
Anna, you
Live
talk.
in reality for
Anna,
one day
you
in your
talk.
life.
Anna, you talk for a living. It's kind
I
of
do.
rich for you to come at me.
Bitch, what do you do for a living?
I also talk, but I can acknowledge it's not that hard of a job.
Talk a lot of bullshit.
You pretend it's more important than it is.
Right. Okay.
see, that's the other thing Pearl does, right? Like, she says her job isn't hard and other men's jobs are hard. That's why I don't like this narrative either. All jobs are hard jobs. Existing's a hard job. But not everyone's job is hard in the same way. But everyone's job is hard, guys. Okay? Oh my God, I'm gonna sneeze. Rise Again, thank you for the super chat. Says, breaking. People historically allowed full participation in society have participated more in society. Breaking news, everybody. Okay, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate you.
Well, since there were only about 30
So
seconds
silly,
left,
bro.
we'll just call it there. All right, good job. Give these debaters a round. All right, we
That was absolute ass. With peace and love, respectfully.
have 5-minute closing statements where you will not attack each other or call each other names. Anna, you're first.
I'm just going to go ahead and read what I couldn't get to in my opening statement.
In my opinion, both of these women lost today, and we lost along with them because we watched it. 3 hours and 40 minutes of absolutely nothing. Beautiful.
Statement, if you don't mind. Taking advice from someone like Pearl will ensure that you will be lonely and incredibly sad. If you have this dark view of an entire sex nearly 50% of the country. I can't imagine living day to day being a happy person. I don't know what Pearl actually believes. Part of me feels like this is a shtick. But I'm going to take what you say at face value and just think you genuinely believe it. And if you do genuinely believe it, I actually feel really bad for you. If you think women in general fit in this weird description where they're looking to take advantage of people, where they're looking to rip people off, where they're looking to get married only to divorce and steal a man's money, you live in an alternate universe. Sometimes divorces are ugly. Sometimes there are bad women who make things up, who lie about rape, and there should be consequences for that.
But there aren't.
The difference between you and me is that I think the bad behavior of women deserves consequences, just like the bad behavior of men deserves consequences. That's what
one's
equality
legal,
is.
one's not.
What you're advocating for is a society in which men get away with everything and women get blamed for everything. That's it. I mean, what else am I going to say?
All right, that was her close.
All right. I can go? Yeah.
Might as
All
well.
right.
Jump in there.
Feminists are mainly white, middle-class, female liberals who have no idea how the real world works and yet want to advise you on how to live in it. Let me go through your complaints. Feminists want control over their bodies. You win. You have 12 types of birth control, and you can actually Uber Eats a Plan B. You have abortion on demand, and in the states that it's not, it's simply a weekend trip. You have aborted an eighth of the world population. You win. Feminists wanted to fight against rape culture. You win. If a woman is raped, assaulted, or if she revokes consent after the fact, she has the power to get a man fired from his job, kicked out of school, or thrown in jail. You won, feminists. Women want to be free of traditional gender roles, fine. Men invented the dishwasher, the Roomba, the air fryer, fast food, and Uber Eats. There are meal prep services and cheap restaurants. You win. Women wanted to have a career first and get married later in life. Men allowed women to come into the workforce and have millions of dollars in funding, pushing women into male-dominated fields and scholarships, and invented IVF to give us another 5 years of fertility. The husbands pay for the IVF, and they are pushing to get it taxpayer funded. You win. Women wanted to be sexually liberated instead of getting married. Men invented Tinder and Hinge, so random men can literally come to your door. The men from your hometown are not good enough. Men invented social media, so you can get flown out by the highest status men in the world.
Boy, I like that she didn't say Bumble, because that one's by a girl, isn't it?
Women did not want to work labor jobs, fine. Men invented social media.
You know, Chad said, well, I wonder what Pearl's future looks like. Does she do this like forever? She could. She could. Like, that's the thing. They do. Conservative women or like grifters or whoever, they do it forever. Look at Tucker Carlson. He's been at it for my whole life. Do you know what I'm saying? For sure. There's a lot of money in her future if she can keep it up and she can get these people to, as long as the men still like her, they'll give her a platform. She'll be one of the many women in the conservative bubble, like Ann Coulter. She'll be Ann Coulter.
You can talk into a microphone and get paid. You can now work from home so you can have a family and be a mom. You can make money selling your nudes on the internet and become a billionaire. Women did not want to give birth, fine. Men invented surrogacy so another woman can do it for you. Women wanted to be thin without working out, now you have Ozempic. You want to look younger, fine. Men invented Botox, hair dye, filters on your phone, nose jobs, Anna knows, plastic surgery, lash extensions.
Oh, did she just go after Anna's nose job? Jesus.
Makeup and AI to make you look thinner.
You should
win.
look into it.
You can now wait till 40
And then Anna slaps back. You should get it. You should get plastic surgery too.
to have a baby, freeze your face, work in an air-conditioned office, earn a living sitting on your ass, getting fat,
True. Jess says actually the men don't have to like her. They just have to like what she says. Hey, true.
spending money you don't have, marry someone to pay it off, divorce him, put him on alimony and child support, get a Roomba, abort your kid, have unprotected sex on camera, get paid for it, order any cooked food to your door, get a self-driving car, and then complain to men that they caused you to be lazy and fat. You are now empowered to have 10 abortions, bang 300 men, take a DEI position that pays $300K a year, Uber Eats a Plan B, study underwater basket weaving, and get sympathy when your degree pays no money. Feminists are spoiled, liberal, progressive women that have no idea how good they have it. You guys will never be happy until men are nothing but empty shells who are slaves to the system, fueled by feminists' selfishness, spending habits, and poor choices. Feminists don't care about equality because if they did, there would be equal rights for men. There would be equal men's shelters. There would be equal funding for men's cancer. There would be real equality. I checked 20 different feminist websites and have not found one that mentioned a single issue that asked for men to be equal. It only asks for special treatment. Feminism has empowered women to destroy this country through the death of 1,000 cuts. Feminism is not about equality, it's about insidious domination. It has been a slow creep to where women are complaining about their non-existent oppression. Men have figured this out because they're highly adaptive and the math is not mathing. I am curious to know feminists' plan when men refuse to stop providing, protecting, and maintaining the civilization you enjoy corrupting. Feminists are
God, she just keeps going. Obviously, I'm not pausing it and commenting on any of these things because, like, it's not serious. You know, like, none of it is serious. All of it is a twist. It's not. It's just not even worth the commentary. But I'll say it's important to recognize and remember. And this is why you should vet your friends, vet who they're listening to, vet your loved ones. Say, I love you. Who are you listening to? Be involved in your kid's life. Make sure you know who they're listening to. You know, just ask questions, inquire, challenge your loved ones, and just maybe be open with boundaries. If you have to put a distance, you have to put a distance. But, you know, ask these questions. I'm dead serious. One of the first, I don't remember if it was the first, second, third, fourth. I don't remember which date it was, but my partner and I exchanged like, hey, who do you watch on YouTube? Like, who do you watch? And we talked about all of our favorite content creators. And though we have an overlap, we also watch a lot of people that the other doesn't watch. But the overlap we had was a lot of fun. We talked about the different bubbles we're in. Like, oh, who do you watch? You know, that stuff is so important. Now, imagine you're on a date with somebody who seriously watches Pearl Davis. Imagine you're on a date with somebody and they seem amazing, whatever their gender, and they literally are like, oh my God, I love Pearl. She's such a diva, and I watch her every day. Like, oh, I've even like given her super chats. I'd be like, you know, like, these are good questions to ask. They seem silly, but they're really important. You know, the media you consume is important.
We're about to fuck around and find out. Feminists have won. You destroyed every single male group that used to be strictly for men, like Boy Scouts. You can falsely accuse men of rape, harassment, and endless lawsuits. Feminists have more political power, voting power, and spending power than any other group. Everybody caters to you. Corporations cater to you because women are the primary purchasers. Politicians because they need the vote. Men have to pay child support to a rapist. Men are not believed when they're abused. Men have to die at work and at war. Men have to pay
What did she say?
child support to a rapist because women are the primary purchasers. Politicians because they need the vote. Men have to pay child support to a rapist.
Men have to pay child support to a rapist? Like, is he saying, like, she's saying, like, if you're in a heterosexual relationship and a man is raped, the woman's still going to get the child support because the woman gets custody? Probably not. If she's a rapist, you should try to get that. You should report her, right? But also, like, most rape victims never get justice in court, which is why we have to fight for justice in court for all rape victims of all genders.
Men are not believed when they're abused. Men have to die at work and at war. Men have to pay child support for 18 to 21 years. Men have to register in selective service. Men are not given additional consideration for college admissions, jobs, opportunities, and scholarships. Children are not DNA tested at birth, leading to paternity fraud, which is not prosecuted at all. And men will more than likely deal with this in their lifetime.
Wait, Chad says it's interesting dating somebody who doesn't get their political opinions from YouTubers at all, like completely out of the YouTube bubble in all ways. How do they do that if Trump is on YouTube? Like, how do they do that if, like, Charlie Kirk knows the president, right? Like, do you mean they don't watch YouTubers, but they know who YouTubers are? Because I have friends who don't watch YouTubers, but they watch people on YouTube, or they know who YouTubers are because they're in the news, but like they don't follow YouTubers. I don't even know if I identify as somebody who gets her news from YouTubers. I think I watch YouTubers who talk about the news. Does that make sense? I don't get my news from YouTubers. I get my news from the news, and then I go look up which YouTuber's talking about the news. Because I want to hear their opinions. Like, I want to hear, oh, hey, what do you think about the story that just happened? Does that make sense? Like, guys, you definitely don't want to get your news from YouTubers. You want to get your news from news, and then you want to go talk to you want to see what YouTubers are saying, right? Like, you definitely, I hope nobody in my audience is getting only news from YouTubers who are just getting it from news sources and saying it back to you. Do you know what I mean?
Men are the majority of the homeless. Men are the majority of the suicides. Women can hit men and men can't hit back. Feminism has empowered women to destroy men, and congratulations, 1.6 million men have committed suicide. What more do you want, Anna?
All right.
Okay, yeah, they don't watch YouTubers, talk or debate or whatever. Honestly, I would not say I watch this stuff for pleasure. I would say I watch it mostly to, like, see what's going on. Like, I really do love watching people talk about ideas in a real way. I have enjoyed some of the newer content where it's people talking, but mostly I just want to hear how people come to their ideas. So this kind of stuff, I definitely prefer to watch it with you guys. I think that's so much more fun. I would say that I maybe would watch this on my own if I was curious about like where were people at, but it's definitely not pleasure. Like it doesn't feel good. It just feels like it feels stressful. It feels like hitting a wall and just being like, okay, you know, it's much easier to watch it, you know, with a community, but it doesn't feel good, you know?
That is the debates. Let's give it a big hand for these two debaters.
Thank you.
All right, so if you're here in the room, you go, and also if you're watching online, of course, the many tens of thousands of you who are right now, you go to
Okay, that many people.
wordwardebate.com, and that's where you're going to cast your vote. And let's get these guys to shake hands here.
Oh, wow. It's like going to show you like who wins by vote.
Yeah, great job. Great job. All right, Sam. People are voting. Send it up to you guys.
I'm going to afford it.
All right, well,
I think it's very interesting that she has to build a straw man because she can't deal with the real deal sitting in front of her.
well, explain that.
I mean, her closing statement just like made a bunch of assumptions about Anna's position that she has already explicitly said that she doesn't hold.
Give me an example.
Most of it, how Anna just wants like men to not be benefited in any way, that like women just like want to see men like in like worse positions. Like Anna's been very open, like, yeah, I mean, if there is fraud, we should investigate that. We should try to like balance these things more. If men are not getting their due like process in court, we should try to fix these things.
And you
Right?
said
have to
she
erect a straw man.
specifically said that too.
Yeah,
I think
what
she's
Pearl
talking
has to
about
do-
feminism in general.
Well, she's talking to, this is the interesting thing. Everyone wants to fight the feminist, and then when they have to actually deal with it, they need to make a straw man because they can't tear down the real one, as we saw, which is why it's such an utterly painful bloodbath.
I disagree. Gavin, McGinnis, thoughts?
You see two women debating, and it comes down to childlessness. Childless women have no value. And you know what it's like? It's
Did he
like
just say Pearl had a kid?
Clark Kent working at the Daily Planet, and he doesn't fly, and he's like, "Hey, Lois," and he's bumping into shit all the time. That's what childless feminists are. They're Clark Kent.
Pearl
You don't use your flying power. So this was all semantics. It was kind of irrelevant semantics at the end of the day,
semantics.
because all women's value in society is breeding.
What was the semantic piece? What was semantic here?
Well, I'm saying having women debate at all is semantics.
These are your guys' headliners. Are you saying that Word War regrets
I like
having
women
these
debating, for the
headliners?
record.
Oh, interesting.
Now, because it's the elephant in the room. Like you're talking to two wizards on stage, and one of them is using his magic powers, and the other isn't.
Being
It's-
Pearl didn't use her magic powers.
She did
Pearl,
in the second
Pearl
half,
used
for
her magic
sure.
powers. She made a baby. Anna didn't. It's
Does Pearl
massive.
have a child?
It's a massive thing to overlook, and that's why I hate when people equate men and women as the same person. They're
Nobody's doing that.
wildly different. Women are magic, and if you're not using your magic powers, you're kind of less valid.
I think men are magical too. Okay, just in different
No,
ways.
men are not magic.
You guys can
A
beat
female
me.
spider.
All right, we're over this. Jesus fucking Christ. Let me see how many views this has. That was rough. This has 69,000 views in 5 days. Oh, the comment section is destroying Pearl. I will say that. The comment section is ripping Pearl apart. Which is like interesting. I don't know if they're like, I don't know why that is or what's happening there. Okay, let me just say this. Regardless of how this debate went, the debate itself was just entertainment. This is not a real conversation. It is not serious. It is not honest or transparent. I think every single person who is in that room should be written off as a voice to listen to, anyone to take seriously. No one in that room is a serious person, and everybody in that room thinks way too highly of themselves, and that's why they're there. They are there because they think that their ideas and their egos and their reputations are good enough to show up to an 8-hour event where this was the quality of the debate. This was the headliner of the debate. This was the last debate of the night, but this was the headliner. This is the best this community has to offer. Nobody here is worth a second of your time. And the only reason you should ever watch it is for entertainment. And in that case, I was entertained mostly thanks to you guys. Truly. Thank you for being here and doing this with me. With that said, a little palate cleanser for you. Let me grab it for you. Let me give you a little palate cleanser because I think you deserve it. Okay? I think you deserve it. I think you deserve the world. I think you deserve this. I think you deserve everything. Hold on, hold on a second. Oh my God, I had it say, okay, here, this one. Okay, I had another video saved, but apparently I didn't save it. So here's a secondary video that's a palette cleanser for you. Okay, for the Pokemon fans in the chat who will find this as hilarious as I did, because I did find it very funny. Bring it up.
It's Pikachu, Eevee, Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise. So it's Pikachu, Eevee, Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise. So
Oh man, I watched that so many times. Oh, when you only read it and never hear it said out loud. Fuck, that was so funny. Okay. Woo! Okay, thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. I'll upload this as a clip, just to get those Debate Bro views, because they're gonna come in and hate. So everyone stay away from the comment section after I upload this section. Because actually, I show up on the comment section, leave a comment and a like after I upload it in the next few hours. But otherwise, be careful. Who knows who's going to come into the comment section for this video? We did it. Just a reminder, in case you guys didn't see, I just finished up the series Back to the Basics, and my episode on racism. YouTube just basically threatened to give me a strike if I didn't take it down. It was a whole thing because of copyright. I tried to upload a segment of the thing, and then that got copyrighted and banned. It was a whole mess. So it's a 7-part series. It's all the parts are good. That part was so good. And I'm so sorry you won't be able to see it, but shout out to those who were there for it live. So if you watch it, number 5 is missing. But you can check out that series this weekend. And with that said, I'll see you guys again on Monday for stream. Discord tomorrow. Okay, we're doing the Discord 101. That's an open debate discussion event. It's really chill. It's really fun. Okay, I already see a bunch of you RSVP'd. I hope you're there. I hope you're queer. I hope I see you. If you join the Discord, just remember to be 18 plus because we don't want kids there. Thank you for supporting the content, and have a good and safe weekend. Okay, I know some of you are in protest right now. I know some of you are at memorials. I know some of you, because some of you have shared, I know some of you have family and have been impacted by the recent stuff happening. So just, I understand everything feels like a lot, like a mess. But take care of yourself through the process, because it is messy. Chat said on Discord, the Discord debate, it's not a debate like a debate, bro. It's a discussion. We have discussions, okay? Open subject discussions on the Discord. We hang out every Saturday, either doing discussions and or watch events and then discussions, but we don't host debates. We come with ideas, Chat says, what's the topic? The topic is open-ended. It's bring your own topic. Whatever you want to talk about, we talk. So it's not a specific topic. It's a open forum for anyone to ask any question on philosophy or videos or topics I've talked about on stream. It's completely in your hands. And it's usually a great time. We usually have a really great time. So if you guys want to join, please come join. Okay, with that said, I'm going to leave. Bye. Bye-bye. 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 Some Elvin on the way out. Okay, be safe. Have a good weekend.